Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner. We are at a very unusual time today. We're covering for Game Master today, so we're going to have an extra long show for you. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Flame Fatales is Games Done Quick's all-women online speedrunning community. The upcoming event, Flame Fatales, will run from August 13th to 20th. The schedule is now out over at GamesDoneQuick.com/schedule. While you're over there checking out the schedule, if you want to submit any prizes, you can use !FF in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. The last day to submit prizes is going to be August 6th. Also, Games Done Quick is hiring. If you have experience in website design and development and would like to help overhaul our website, or if you have experience in social media creation and want to help out at our live events, be sure to check out GamesDoneQuick.com/jobs for more info. With all that said, we've got Final Fantasy 15 tonight for the tutorial. I'll hand it over and let everybody introduce themselves.
Hi.
Well,
yeah.
This is whatever.
That's what I signed up for, I think.
There we go, I fixed it. Sorry about that. Anyway, hi, I'm Kios. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I goofed. But yeah, hi, it's a pleasure to see you all again. Tonight, I have to make a different joke because my mic wasn't working properly. But this is going to be Final Fantasy 15, an any percent glitchless tutorial. I brought along my friend Alfina.
Hi.
All right, calm it down, Chatterbox. But hey, it's me on GDQ with this game again. So yeah.
With me as commentary. I feel like we've done this before.
Nah, hallucinating. Lucid fever dream.
Makes sense.
But yeah, so we're basically just gonna kind of run through this. This will have some updates that I don't have the last time I actually recorded. Excuse me. A tutorial for this. And I'm one of those people that's like pretty neurodivergent. So like, if you have questions when I'm in the middle of doing something, just ask it and I'll probably answer. If not, Alfina should also be able to assist.
Yep.
But yeah.
Or at least relay the question so that Kyo can answer.
Yeah. Cool. I'm like kind of ready to go whenever.
Same.
If you want to just give a countdown, we're all set.
All right. Are we actually using a timer tonight?
It doesn't particularly matter. But yes. No, it's there for show mostly.
Yeah, because I'll probably stop when like there's some pretty technical stuff or to explain concepts.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, the timer doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the timer is there for decoration. I should probably go back. All right. Very simple. This category is basically new game. Basically, once you get into the first loading screen, and it ends on the final input on the final boss, which is not in the ending cutscene because that's kind of a waste of time, and it'll automatically hit the final confirmation itself. So the last manual input you have to make. We're going to be doing normal, and we're going to skip the tutorial, and pretty much timer starts there. So what I am going to do is I'm actually going to mute the game audio on my end. There are no copyright strikes. Like, it's not like a bad strike, but it does occasionally get content pulled during the opening cutscene. I've been working, shout outs to SRC for actually doing some cool stuff with their website, but I checked and I've been holding world record for this category for about a year now. So you're going to see a lot of fairly advanced strategies that you may or may not need to do if you're just starting out and learning this game. I'd really recommend just taking your time with it, and thankfully for the most part you can really just break it down chapter by chapter. Because each chapter has kind of its own thing that you're going to want to focus on and what you're going to want to get comfortable with. This is being run on PC. The main reason for that is because if you look over in the right-hand portion of the screen, you should see a bunch of buttons lighting up. That's a controller input viewer. It's just a little bit easier for me to do it on PC, so the graphics aren't going to be as good because I have them like cranked way down so we can, go fast and save frames or whatever it is we do. All right, a couple of cutscene skips here into a loading screen. I'm going to turn the game audio off. Someone remind me to turn it back on once the car pushing is out of the way. Yeah, it's honestly been that way since day one, Beezer. I think it's the issue, like, they licensed the song for the game, but that doesn't mean that putting the song up onto, like, YouTube for, like, if I throw up a PB or a VOD of it, it automatically gets locked in. Super silly technique that really only matters when you're trying to save tenths of a second. I spin the camera around. As much as we do love looking at Gladio's very strong physical early musculature, not having to render everything in front saves a little bit of processing power. Only light we see. Oh, good to see you again, Luna. So the speedrun for 15, depending on version and what category you're running, this category is about the a little bit over 4 hours to 4.5 hours, depending on like what category you're running. There are 3 runners for the pure any percent category that have all broken the sub 1 hour barrier, which is a wild category. Square Enix pulling songs from Nier Automata might be the fact that they just announced and are selling tickets for the Nier Orchestra. So it might be like a copyright struggle there, depending on who owns them. No, Chaos is Stranger of Paradise. I ran that game for a while. It's pretty neat. All right. Coming in, we have this is like the tutorial section of the game, just to kind of help you get functioning, and it kind of just drops you into an open world for the most part. That doesn't, I couldn't think of the last time that really happened in a modern Final Fantasy, really. So we basically just kind of have to go through the motions here, just kind of knock out the standard dialogue along the way. We're going to interact with the merchant. I don't need anything from the merchant, and I'm going to set myself up to immediately interact with Cindy once this like little dialogue box closes. It's going to launch us into the first menu. I'm probably just going to go through it out of muscle menu and then kind of explain what we do. Just kind of get us set up for honestly most of the run. Yep. Oh, thanks for the game audio. There we go. This is like one of those weird things, if I don't do it the right way and just let my brain handle it, it gets messed up. Right, a lot to go over there. Noctis, keeping the engine blade is pretty important. This is kind of a higher tier strategy, but it's gotten pretty consistent and there's a backup for it, which just makes what we're going to be doing for the first portion of the run a lot easier. We're also, excuse me. We're also going to be bringing along Ragnarok. This is going to be the main source of damage for like the first half of the run. It is, if you don't have Royal Edition or PC, it's technically DLC. The way we decided to split the category is when the PC release came out, it came out with different things than like different kind of DLCs attached to it than the console release. So We just wanted to have Royal Edition also be comparable with PC, so it's just kind of competitive and fair across the board. In the bottom, we have the Blazefire Saber 15. We don't use this weapon at all. The only reason it's in there is because...
Exists. It exists.
It exists. The only reason it's there is so we can get a little bit of extra MP in the pool. You're comfy, Fad. And we've also equipped the Mage Mashers. These, again, are an interesting point I'll get to later about why daggers are really cool. But again, they just also add to our base MP. Key of Prosperity, I need drops. I don't want to be fighting for money later in the run. And honestly, nothing that I equip now is really going to help us. And our attire for the first section is going to be the Magitech Exosuit. This is a pretty neat accessory that was kind of put in to help maybe people that weren't so quick to pick up action games. It basically gives you invulnerability and uninterruptibility for 30 minutes in game, in combat. Alfina pointed out. I'll let them get to that in a second. How to tell when it's on or off. The rest of the party has just been equipped with accessories that give us basically 1 bonus AP if we do a battle real good. If you ask me, how do I know I did good? I don't understand what it's graded on. I just nod my head and say, okay.
Pretty much what all of us do.
Yeah, I mean, that happens 90% of the time I talk anyway. I did open the Ascension tab as well. This is basically our skill tree. And I grabbed Chained Fury. It is pretty important as it basically deals more damage. The longer your combo goes while you don't get hit. And add to that the fact that we can't take damage. Well, it's free real estate. It's like a Ritual Sword Talisman with no downside. And I know one of you has played Elden Ring. Yes, the Ritual Sword Talisman is that good. Yeah, Bullet is an element in this game, kind of similar to Persona 5. But for now, that's all we've got. We're just going to roll through the... Yeah, I think that's actually correct, Hawkeye. But it's like in a speed run, none of that matters. I can get like offense and speed quickly done. All right, I'm going to focus in on these. Alfina, if you want to add anything I may have missed or explain over the top of what we have going on.
Real quick, I will mention that you notice Kyo jumped a giant rock and grabbed a really expensive item. That's going to be incredibly important for money management in this game. If you forget that, your money is going to be low and you're going to have trouble with basically everything after that. So again, the Magitech suit is just to make this all extremely consistent more than fast. Because there is technically different gear that would make it faster, but incredibly inconsistent.
I made a boo-boo because I noticed like my mic was clipping through and I missed the point warp. So I already made one mistake, but normally anytime I do a bigger run or event like this, I always make a mistake within the first like 3 minutes and it's like, all right, well, it's out of the way.
Yeah, but you'll notice that at the end of the fight, Kyo is trying to get a point warp. It's the point warps allow us to cover more ground quickly because they're only accessible in combat. So being able to use that allows us to get closer to where we want to go and probably go farther than we're going to be able to on our own, which is just maximizing movement and time. One thing you will notice about the suit, if you notice that right now, because we're in combat, the back is actually lit up. That tells you that it is currently counting down on that 30 minutes of combat time that we get to use that for and be invulnerable.
Mission complete.
Yeah. That does take 24 hours to recharge, so...
IRL, not like in-game time.
Yes.
You can't just sleep for a day.
No, IRL. Right. So it does kind of... When you're first learning this run, you might get towards the end of the run and run out. It is not uncommon when you first are learning it.
Got it.
But as you notice yourself get a little bit better, you won't run out.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think also because the route has changed that we don't have to do anything. I say don't have to do anything. That's a very deceptive statement, but like Alfina knows the run. I think the last time you were really working on this, we were still fighting Quets. We were still fighting through chapter 10. Like we skip so many encounters now. It's absurd.
Yeah. And there's like I've put in the time to like figure out how to do it and just haven't actually pulled a full run together because I haven't felt like it. I don't have a better answer for anybody other than I haven't felt like it.
Not everyone has put almost 5,000 hours into this masterpiece of a video game.
I looked up how and then went, oh, okay, I'm good. That's all I needed to know.
I'm not gonna lie, I have basically set my graphics low from when I started running this. I don't know. I'll can I do this without? How about? Yeah, there we go.
One of the other reasons that the graphics are low that Kio's running into is the other category that they run does. We do have to play with like frame rates and stuff a lot, and so turning the graphics to low kind of helps roll that.
I also haven't actually tried to do a run of this like glitchless since I built my new setup, so I'll turn the graphics back to like, or the resolution back to normal. So instead of being at like 480, it's at least at 1080 now. Anyway, I made a boo-boo again because I thought we were stuck through dialogue. Anyway, this is Dave. Dave Auburnry is a pretty cool guy. Gonna make some changes here. It looks like my frame rate can handle it. So we're gonna swap back outfits. Basically, you're gonna see 4 of them, or 3 or 4 of them the entire game. You're gonna see Royal Raymond a lot. You're going to see the no jacket variant, which is very suave and sporty. The good old definitely not Power Ranger suit, and you'll probably see the, casual outfit at some points. We're going to go with Royal Raiment, and these are pretty interesting as sometimes they describe what they do, sometimes they don't. So we're going to go with this one. It increases our MP pool and recover our magic. I've also taken our fire that we start the game with, and I'm going to be using that as well. Actually, I intentionally sink our health at some points. There's a lot of interesting strategy that this game gets into. I'm still going to get Ignis skip without the extra warp strike. All right, cool. First skip of the game there. Normally, Ignis is supposed to stop you and basically tell you about camping. Unfortunately for Ignis, I could not care less. Like I said, I've put like 4,000 hours, 5,000 hours into this game. I know how camping works, so I'm just going to tell him to tell me next time.
There's a few skips that we'll be employing throughout the run that are completely, if nothing happens, we did it right.
Yeah. My favorite part is when nothing happens. All right, let's not get trolled by this. If we do, we'll just do the backup strat. I forgot how pretty this game is. I'm so used to seeing it like just running at the bare minimum it can. And these graphics are still on low, by the way. It's just properly scaled. Looks good. Could you not put it there? I also made another mistake that I have to fix immediately because I went backwards.
You're not doing the best with the little mistakes here.
And that got stolen too. So we're definitely gonna have some fun with this. And not in the good way. Let me just swap this back so I can just kind of set.
Ring, ring.
I'm trying to think of how I can manage this.
Thanks for finding him.
Okay.
Nice work, y'all.
Shout outs to one of the people I mentioned earlier, one of the only 3 people to complete this game from New Game in under an hour, the Canadian legend himself, D Wins. Yeah, so my issue right there was my damage was low, and unfortunately, the dual horn decided to fall back into the area of effect fire, which means I couldn't attack it properly, so not great.
Let's hit up the shop.
Yeah, let's do it.
There is a certain amount of RNG to this game that
Come with us, Noct. Want to go check it out?
we can do all the routing we want.
What's up next?
Occasionally, the game just kind of looks at us and goes, no.
Yeah, I think there's, in pretty much all the world records I have, there's some like weird RNG weirdness that happens, and a lot of them are just like kind of unexplainable things that just haven't happened in a while.
'Cause I need the leg room.
Oh, hush, you're the reason we got any percent down so far.
Oh, and before I forget,
Anyway, we have another lesson with this run. That's right, you thought you were coming to learn, but guess what? You got homework. Alfina, what is the key to making any percent so fast in this, in terms of social interactions?
I already put it in the trunk.
Be a jerk.
There should
Correct.
be a motel on your way to Galden.
Because, you know, it works in real life too.
Yeah.
If you're a jerk, people don't want to talk to you.
Now that she's all polished up and ready for the road,
You know,
would you care to take a
Same-
little
same logic.
test drive, Noct?
Sure. Why not?
oh yeah, though, there's homework.
Due to exercise caution.
Does that mean I
Not
have
all
to
of it's
grade-
going to be the food.
I am
Does that mean I
one
have to
short.
grade more homework?
Oh wait, no, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not grading it.
I'll get my grading pen out.
All right. Unfortunately, I am short because the game just dislikes me. It is what it is. To be honest, that's like literally the least worst thing that can happen. So I'm going to start selling off a lot of what we don't need.
Trevor. You know,
And if you're just starting to learn this run, or if you want to take an endeavor into it,
over with.
please treat every single driving section except the one in chapter 2
I'm sure Cindy will be glad to look after your
as a break.
As a break.
right.
I will manually drive the car for
I could always lend you.
all of this run, except like the parts where it won't let you. And
In the Crown City.
I think all said and done, it saves maybe 35 to 40 seconds.
It's not worth it until you're
over a
pushing
4+ hour run. It's just take the break, check your notes, get comfortable with the run, because the other thing you're going to have to learn is traffic patterns. Like, believe it or not, there are certain instances where I can actually go too fast through that tutorial section, and I will actually end up losing time because the traffic pattern isn't correct, and I will get stuck behind certain vehicles turning. And it's not great.
The traffic patterns are completely determined by the in-game timer. So, yeah. Going too fast and going too slow will both mess up your traffic patterns.
Nice.
Trying to think if there's anything I can do to snag an extra AP, but I think I'm kind of out of it. We're just going to have to hope for like a really nice pull. So like hopefully anything in the 40s, and then I can just kind of calculate what I need. We'll be short on ice for most of the run, but I don't think that'll be an issue because that'll just
I think we'll
self-correct.
make it. Yeah. Unless you want to take a few moments and do a bonus pull right up here
Oh no, we always do that
on your
one.
way to. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, I could grab a little bit from ice, but at that point, that's risking being multi-magic.
Let's see ourselves to Galden.
All right, so that was a very cool.
Everything in order.
We spent the night there or whatever and had a good time. We didn't actually spend the night there. We're going to spend the night at Galden. Cindy basically just committed the first crime of the run. I know Richard's on tech. Richard, do you know what crime Cindy committed?
has issued an official statement regarding the forthcoming treaty.
I don't think he's paying attention.
Probably
I'm
not.
Richard's voice.
Church, do you want to take a guess?
Okay. Knowing absolutely nothing about this game, I don't know. Fraud.
I will be unable to fulfill my duties as Oracle. Please rest assured.
It would be extortion.
I'll stand in the way of my
Cindy gave us money earlier and didn't mention that we'd have to repay it. And she's like, hey, would you mind awfully stopping at this hotel that you've never been to? I put some stuff in the trunk. And we're like, no, we're busy. They're like, and Cindy responds with, oh, well, that's too bad. I already put it in the trunk for you.
Of course.
Not
Thanks for stopping.
smiley
Awesome.
face.
Deals. So it's more like a marriage of convenience.
Ooh.
Unbelievable.
Nevertheless,
Anyway, for those of you keeping track at home, that is organized crime 1, war crime 0 for now.
What's that? I
That's a
do.
Anyway.
that's a concerning tally.
Listen, we haven't broken any Geneva conventions. Yeah.
Let's call it a day.
Anyway, I'll make my joke about how I'm already tired. We're just going to call it here and we can pick it back up tomorrow.
Sounds good.
In actuality, this is a shortcut that was actually figured out. I want to say Hawk Snow started doing it.
Sounds right.
Yeah, shout outs to Hawk Snow. They've run like a tremendous pile of games to incredible levels of success. But if we park here, we can rest. I haven't explained it yet. But within the game, you thankfully, as long as you have the car, basically have 2 points you can fast travel to at any point in the game. Good night, old man D wins.
Why's that?
I'm glad to see the community in here as well. So you have the option to warp back to wherever you last rested. Now, rested is going to become a somewhat vague term in a few chapters for whatever reason. And you can fast travel back to wherever you left the car. There's a third one in Dungeons. You can return to entrance. We'll use that also to varying levels of effect. But as it turns out, we have to go back up to that area after we make it down to Golden Key. Some very disgusting individual is going to also try and extort and blackmail us, and I really, it feels like I'm back in my you know what? I don't think I can discuss that here. Anyway, yeah. Oh, that too. Sharky pointing out that Gladio is basically the strongest character in Final Fantasy because he can hammer tent posts into basically sheer rock.
Solid
face.
rock.
Yeah, just drills it right in.
Like it's no big deal.
Yeah, just tap, tap, tap it in.
That's the other part. You have to recognize that it's like it's no big deal.
I also parked short there. Letting Ignis park the way he wants to generally leads to he's one of those like really safe drivers. He's your friend that no matter what never goes above the speed limit, does exactly the speed limit. Everyone has that safe friend, and we appreciate them, and I love my safe friends, and I tend to not be the safe friend. I own a motorcycle after all. Goes faster than how much I weigh. Anyway, so when you let Ignis park or sometimes drive manually, he tends to, take the turns nice and long. He always backs into his parking space, which is great, except it takes literally forever. So we're just gonna manually
for how I drive.
Anyway, this is Dino.
I didn't come here to be judged.
No, it's okay. Listen, I know my shortcomings as a human catboy, femboy hybrid, whatever I portray myself as these days, and I know that my right foot and right wrist are a bit too heavy for their own good most of the time.
And I've had to follow behind you.
True. You did all right. Here's the most important question, though. Did you die?
No.
There we go.
But I complained very loudly.
W. That's a W for me. So we have 2 organized crimes, 0 war crimes, and a W for Kios. So mark that up.
All you gotta do is find me some rock posters, like this one. Do this, and your ship will come in. Don't, and the papers will run you out of town. Capiche?
The best part is I don't have to say anything, and I know Kyo can just feel the disappointment.
Yeah,
on
I
my
can feel the
face.
disappointment as my finger slipped too. Anyway, you didn't see that. We're going back to the rest point. I just wanted to show off that we could warp to 2 places. Anyway, Dino has sent us on a quest that is definitely not blackmail. It's actually blackmail. It's legally blackmail. Don't do this. But he basically, wants some gemstones? Why don't you go find one for me and bring it back? And I promise I won't blab to the papers. By the way, he is the paper.
Gee, we're
Yep.
supposed to get near that thing?
So this is
Let's
Zoo.
basically do this, and I won't publish it.
2 crimes. 2 organized crimes, 0 war crimes, and 1 W for Kios.
Only if I'm allowed to quit too.
There is
Chris.
no...
Only if I'm allowed to quit too.
Excuse you, sir.
Which sir is that directed at?
So we're just going to take a little panoramic view. Market 0. Do you go the speed limit? Yes, in quotation marks. I'm going to grab this this gemstone that Dino needs, and we're just going to quick travel back to the car.
Yep.
So I do ride a motorcycle. I do record it because it's pretty neat content that I can throw up on YouTube that I can't put on Twitch. But I always have to preface every video with, yes, I know my speedometer is broken. Don't worry about it. I'm getting it fixed soon.
The breeze is quite refreshing.
Didn't think I'd...
Legally, it's a good enough excuse.
Sounds like it's made a good first impression.
Yeah, the Zoo fight, when you actually get to fight Zoo, is pretty rough. You really gotta know what you're
Pretty
doing.
well designed, though.
Oh yeah, that arena's really cool too.
But that's not important for this particular speedrun.
My tummy's rumbling. We're meeting when?
Anyway, we're gonna take this to Dino, who's gonna ignore my first advances of having a conversation with him. Yes, going too much under the speed limit is legal. I feel like I need to shift this discussion back to this game before I get in hot water, which is where I live. Anyway, we're gonna talk to Dino. And he's like, all right, so now that you've definitely done this thing for me in a definitely not illegal manner, I'm going to get you a boat to Altissia. So if you haven't played this game, I'll break down the plot for you. We're going to go get married. We're going to meet our wife, and we're going to go fishing. Yeah, it's the one on the top of the volcano. In this category, we do not go anywhere near the Rock of Rabbits, though. Only in the 6-hour category and the 8.5-hour. How much time did I cut off of all hunts?
I think it's currently a safe 9.
Yeah. Yes, these strats will work for the PS4. If it is a bog stock PS4, just warp back to the car and then drive and park. Because I think it's technically 10 seconds faster to drive just because the load times are awful, unfortunately.
You're going to lose, if you're on a original stock PS4, you're going to lose some time to load screens. If you're on a PS4 Pro, stock PS4 Pro, it's kind of
5 to 10 minutes faster than base.
It's a really weird, fuzzy area about what strats you use that are stock and which ones you use that are the new ones, because certain load screens are bad. And then if you take the time to put in a solid state, do all of this.
If you have a PS4 and you're interested in keeping it running, I would, because they are literally so expensive and accessible, just get yourself a 1 terabyte solid state drive. They're maybe $60. And for the PS4, it is 4 screws. Sorry, 5 screws. 1 of the retaining screws and 4 screws for the hard drive. You get that and a USB stick. You go on Sony's website, you download the operating system, you install the new hard drive. For this speed run, you save about 30 minutes just in load times.
Total.
But
It's
but
worth
for
it.
the longevity of the console, it is just really, it's quality of life stuff. Everything just runs smoother, installs faster, loads faster. I am both married and ride a motorcycle. I'm sorry to all the ladies and gentlemen in chat. This Catboy is off the market. Good evening, Dankle16. But yeah, little auto scroller here. This is like if I have to go to the bathroom really early in the run, I'll get up here. It's like 2-3 minutes. Yeah, so the PS5 comes stock with an NVMe drive, which is realistically 10 times faster than solid state drives. But for the most part, like that's the only thing that I wouldn't do. Otherwise, the the strats are going to be same SSD or non-SSD. Just kind of really maximizing my warp strikes there and point warps. I basically plan it so that I can hit a point warp to either go a further distance than I would otherwise be able to go, and to also refill my MP bar.
Yes, because those point warps, we didn't point out that they do fully refill your MP as well.
That's our first chapter down. So unfortunately, we have to change the vote, and we can't get married yet because somebody, not us, committed a war crime. So that's 2 organized crime, 1 war crime, not ours, and 1 W for me. However, we will be visited in spirit by our fiancée, Lady Luna Freya, not to be confused with Freya my ferret or Luna the cat. Is there a reason why we're on Mage Masters? I did not. Yes, that is correct, Chris. I did not get around to explaining that. After extensive, and I mean extensive in terms of like dozens of hours of testing, daggers have the overall furthest warp strike distance. So I am using warp strikes to move
and
forward.
Quickest animation.
And yes, even I think they're technically tied with spears, but their recovery animation and warp animation is the fastest. So it's just like the optimal movement path. You'll also see a lot of what I call dual mashing here. So coming out of the car, I have dialogue to mash, but thankfully I still have control. I never got around to explaining that either. This is one of those games, and if you know what I mean as a speedrunner, it means the movement tech's weird. So I will be basically jumping this entire run. Do you have to? No, but I will tell you it's about 10 to 12% faster than pretty much anything else you can do. But thankfully, it's one of those things you just kind of get used to it pretty quick for whatever reason. Like,
Got a very nice rhythm.
yeah, you can just kind of casually mash X. And when I say mash, I'm not talking like, "Grrr!" It's just like a press. Is this game about the Beatles?
That is honestly that goes through my head.
Respect the Beatles, not a fan of their music. Or most of them as people, but not my channel, not my discussion. No, but it is about 4 very, very handsome boys going on a journey of self-discovery. Make of that what
And
you
fishing.
will.
Right?
What?
I'm gonna go fishing, right?
Yeah, I'm fishing. But yes, in
Don't
case
take away the fishing.
if you haven't met the cast, we have in the front seat driving, it's Mom. Everyone's favorite emotional support femboy, the NHL, and the email rock star. Do you need to upgrade the regalia? Nope. So the monkeys. Man, what would Brian Wilson do? What would Brian Boitano do?
That's a very good question.
I do enjoy the fact that Gladio has a horrendously awkward forced ad read, and it's part of a quest, and I have to do it in order to finish all hunts. I just find it hilarious, though. Like, to be honest, most people like complain about a lot of things in this game, but like one of the absolutely not valid arguments is, yeah, well, the product placement kind of sucks, because it's actually really solidly good, except for that one ad read. Everything else, it's just like, it's there, but it doesn't stick out because, like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm American and I grew up in like the Northeast. Is like Coleman has been around like every outdoor adventure that I had as a kid, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they make a little poke about the Vivienne Westwood dress, and like the brands on the clothing in this game are actually real. You can buy the clothes from this game. Or were able to at one point, provided you actually had the money for it. They were expensive, and as someone that tends to spend way too much on clothes anyway, it was even out of my range. We're talking, you know, there's a comma in the price.
Yup.
For me, beverage-wise, I have some dirty chai from a local tea and spice shop, and I made a little oh god, I want to say Reiki, but that's not correct. Chaga chai latte. How long is this run usually? If I'm doing it on PC, RTA, which is real-time attack, so that's not load removed, it's just like a little bit over 4 hours. Listen, you're talking to someone that's convinced more people to play this game than probably anyone on the face of the planet.
It all went to ruin. And after that,
American, comma, not European, comma.
this shouldn't require much strategy.
Get through all that.
Take them head on.
Cool. Oh, hey, there's a fun little something I can talk about later. For those of you that were quick enough to register what happened, yes, that was the underside of the map. That wasn't supposed to happen, but this game's a little weird for me.
There's a lot of we've broken this game in ways that the game now fights back.
Mm-hmm.
That things are gonna happen.
Well, normally
Okay.
I don't go into first person mode until weird until like I'm back on the ground after that point warp.
There's a door.
Yeah, this version of the game has a first person mode. I've used it here or there. What it's really good for doing is, for some reason, it just completely cancels the item pickup animation. And for some reason, if you're in first person mode with that encounter, that Magitech, it lets you continue warp striking even if you're out of battle for like one extra warp strike. Weird iniquities. I mean, I was in Japan 2 months ago, and I actually went to a clothing store that specialized in like used Vivienne Westwood stuff, and still a little bit out of my price, to be frank. Anyway, we're just gonna make our way through this dungeon. We met the incredibly attractive and rugged Matt Mercer, who is playing the part of Core for this game. And he basically gives us the key and says, "Hey kid, why don't you go and unlock those tombs of your ancestors?" And we're like, "Okay, Matt Mercer, will do." So I'm gonna get all of our menuing right there. So cool. When we met up with Matt Mercer at the tomb, we got this cool thing, the Sword of the Wise, which is the first Royal Arm. So all the Royal Arms are really neat. They are basically a special category of weapon that have unique animations, unique combos. Cool, blimey! Wrong Square Enix series. They are incredibly powerful compared to their conventional counterparts. When FF16, I don't know, when someone pays me to quit my job and I can run it 10 hours a day.
I don't have that kind of money.
Nobody does. But on the downside, because they are so powerful and they are tied to our ancestors' souls, when we attack with them, it does do physical damage to us, even if we're wearing the exosuit. I'm not sure if that counts as a war crime or organized crime. We'll go with crimes against our ancestors for 200. But yeah, we're going to have that. I swap back to the exosuit. We're going to get into a little fight. If it's not Matt Mercer, it's Max Middleman. And we're going to pick up the Garnet Bracelet, which is actually what Dino gave us, which is actually incredibly kind of someone that basically extorted us. It gives us plus 30 to strength, which is pretty big, especially early on, considering we're level 6. And if you look at it basically now, we have 52 strength with it and 22 without. Our menuing, pretty simple. I went and grabbed Warp Factor, boost Warp Strike damage, and that is on the basis of our distance from our target. Stats, to equip the second accessory, grab that. And I grabbed Powercraft, which increases our magic potency by 10. We're going to see how potent magic is very shortly. And Elementalism, which allows me to get more from the energy deposits. So we're going to go into this fight. It is going to be Arachne. She's going to bop around a little bit. I'm going to open with a fire, and then we're just going to Ragnarok Warp Strike. And you're going to be like, is this going to be the only combat in the game? I promise you it's not. It's just when we're very early and low level, this is the best we have. So I'm going to try and stay away from her as far as I can. The further away we are, the more damage we do. But there is one weird thing about this game that it struggles with. For some reason, from point warps, especially ones from a higher area, it has trouble calculating our actual warp strike. So even though we were right on top of Arachne and way closer than that last warp strike I just did, for some reason it gives us a higher damage multiplier. Don't know why. I assume it's an issue with how it calculates Z-axis. It probably like adds the X and Y coordinates as opposed to, you know, doing a solution to figure out the actual linear distance.
It's okay. It's one of those bank errors in our favor, so I'll take it.
Yeah, it could have been worse, but could have been better. Do you remember how I do, or Nolan North, or Ollie North, speaking of war crimes? Anyway, do you remember how I go through the infiltration?
Carefully, methodically, and fast.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to have to like just kind of check what my thing is.
Monica, she can fill you in on the details. Go see.
Yeah, I'm kind of in an awkward spot, and the game is basically has a set camera, so it wasn't looking good there. All right, so we're now actually going to meet the fastest character in the game. Believe it or not, it's Monica. This is Monica. We met her earlier, and she says, "All right, cool. I will meet you over by the access point." Where you and Core are gonna hang out, 91, 11, 22. So yeah, I'm just gonna barely get by on this, I think. We're gonna make our first magic of the game, and I'm gonna throw my fire on the ground because apparently, I don't know, the exosuit eats elements or whatever. But yeah, this is chapter 2. Early on, I bought something called sheep's milk.
We bought 99 of it.
Yep, and it costs 990 gil. Now, you can see that that is Thundaga level magic with not even a full stack and not even a third stack and 990 gil. We have a dual cast of the highest level magic in chapter 2 at level, I think maybe 10. Are we 10? No, we're still 6.
I think we're 6.
Yeah. We're also going to grab our friend, the Axe of the Conqueror. This is basically going to stay in our inventory the rest of the run. The Axe of the Conqueror is pretty cool. It's a slow kind of a methodical weapon, so we don't really want to use it. But as you can see, it adds 60 strength. It is the biggest, one, if not the biggest, item that will give us a strength bonus in the entire run. Sure, our defense drops to basically 0, but we're in the exosuit. Who cares? But yeah, that's us at level. That's us at level 6 with 158 magic and 12 strength. So we're about to go blasting. If you're a fan of Danny DeVito, get ready. We're gonna blast. However, we're gonna go meet Core. And you'll ask about, hey, you know, like I noticed like this with your routing or whatever. Like, why do you get specific abilities? Well, we used to actually not really bother with the Garnet bracelet and the second equipment slot until we realized that as we have this set up, there is a chance that you can... Yes, they're the strongest in the game, but we don't have access to that. And honestly, I don't need it. But so the special thing about the animation with the Sword of the Wise is its first attack has a very long reach, as in we will teleport to the target. The first attack also does double the damage of the rest of the combo. And because of the way we menued and our level and our equipment, it averages about doing just over 1,000 damage to Magitech soldiers, which is good because they have exactly 1,000 HP. So basically it mitigates, for the most part, it's our best way to hopefully not get damage rolled by the game. But I'm going to try and go through this, and I'll try and explain as we go through. The next big thing I'm looking for is making sure I don't get damage rolled just like that. And I have to be pretty precise with this magic placement, otherwise I'm going to electrocute Core. I did not electrocute Core. So I'm going to take out this top row here, and then I'm going to try and hope the enemies on the ground are clustered together so I can get, just like that, get a... Wow. That was actually way faster than I thought it would be. That's the first time I've double stacked. I've never had that happen before. One sec.
We've theorized on it, but it doesn't usually happen. Huh. So one of the reasons we are using Thundaga there is they're all weak to lightning. So
Marshall, it's good to see you again.
All right on your end?
not only is it super strong, but they're also super weak.
Take their eyes off us.
So kinda. It depends on how much we care if our allies are still around at the end of fights sometimes. Overall, yeah, you probably should, but in the speedrun, no. Because our allies are mostly just
sorry about that.
There.
Wife called. She's back with the kittens. Anyway, we're about to reach one of the most climactic fights in the game. It's against our first really big mech, and I'm just going to ruin it now and tell you that we're going to finish this fight faster than Loki finished his dialogue or his monologue, and I'm not kidding. Unfortunately for mech design in this game, it is very poor as they leave their exposed weak point. Ooh, and I got the double tap.
Nice.
But yeah, this is probably something you will want to practice as a new runner. I know, Alfina, you had a bit of a struggle with it just because it is a little awkward because there's a lot of inputs you have to make in a really quick succession.
The thing that actually got to me, and it's a small little thing if you weren't paying close attention, we don't use finishers on that weak point. That's what you have to get a good feel for so that you get as many hits as you can without using a finisher.
Yep, you gotta get first hit strikes only with the Sword of the Wise. Otherwise, you're just wasting damage and you run the risk of actually breaking that vulnerable point. So the first attack with the Sword of the Wise will never break a target, which is cool. At least in terms of speedrunning, which is really nice. Yes, I am an incredible dork. This is what it is. Chapter 3, we're going to have a nice little break. If you're already bored or you just want to get up and go to the bathroom, we're going to be doing probably about, I want to say like 4 minutes of driving once we get out of this like kind of forced cutscene. The only thing you're missing is just me doing stuff out of order, and it actually works out.
And even has some dialogue in case you do it the way we do it.
Stuff to see and do.
First comes to Sky, a region known for
That's my favorite little thing, is that they kind of like
Wetlands.
acknowledge the fact that they made a
We're talking.
open world game, so
Plain region, wherein we'll find the
people might do things not the way they intended.
Where Iris is headed?
Barring delays, she should have arrived by now. Maybe even had herself a look at the meteor.
The meteor of the Six? The same. Its heat is harnessed to power Lestalem.
Whoa. That sounds.
This is all forced little, we can't even control anything. We're sitting here waiting for it to end so we can do things again.
Yeah.
And then Kia's going to once again break my heart
Set out.
and tell Prompto that we're not going to go see the trailer.
No chocobos.
That's
I
the best
don't
gun
care.
in Final Fantasy TCG.
I'll do it if you pay me. This, by the way, is an organized crime for me.
Everything's fine. You better.
Anyway, we get a phone call from what I consider to be the worst character in the game. It's really not up for discussion. Instead, we'll have a conversation with the best character in the game. My little emotional
But you're
support
going to tell
cinnamon roll.
him no.
I know.
It's still ages away.
I have my reasons. Shh.
Chocobos.
Yeah, I know, but it messes up the menuing.
Lestalem.
And it's technically faster. Anyway,
There is a category of this game, if you really want to have a speedrun with chocobos, that the chocobos are.
there are two categories. Oh, my drops are awful.
Oh, yeah.
This is
True.
going to be interesting. Yeah, I routed it back into all hunts because it does actually come in handy in a few places. I am
Well, they're not
digging
required.
this.
They're just faster. Then there's one where it's required. You are not doing that run without a chocobo.
Cool. So basically what I'm going to do here is I am going to mess that up. That's fine. I can fix this. Good enough. So what I basically did was check to see if I had anything else available to sell off. I picked up those two items after the Loki fight before it basically, ported us out to end the chapter. The other thing I grabbed or sold off was if I was looking to see if I had anything extra drop wise, and unfortunately there was nothing. I topped us back up on sheep's milk because that's going to be the majority of the magic we make, just because it's quick, easy, and accessible, and incredibly powerful for what it
And
is.
cheap.
Yeah, stupid cheap. And I also grabbed, I think it was 7 or 8 elixirs. I technically grabbed more than I wanted to, and I had to sell off a Phoenix down because I wanted to make sure I have 1200 gil for later. You can also enjoy the music from the best Final Fantasy 13. You're welcome. Thank me later. I think they might both be hiding. But yeah, otherwise we have a fairly long drive, and you're going to be like, well, Kios, you told Prompto no to the Chocobo post, so we're just going to Lestalem, right? And that's when I just
No.
smile at you. And then you pull out that meme with Anakin Skywalker, and it's like, right? Yeah, we're going to Lestalem. We're just going to keep going. So when you're learning this run, I would just recommend setting it to the point up a Katayan's Plunge and taking your darn time. 13 has incredible music, and it also employs the very, very smart use of leitmotif. Final Fantasy 12 does have tremendous music. Hitoshi Sakamoto did incredible work with it, and to be honest, I've been playing through 16, and it honestly reminds me very much of 12 in like all of the best ways possible.
It's got some of the 12 crew on it.
It would be comparable to the PlayStation version. To be honest, I think, as crazy as this sounds, we only had one runner on the Xbox platform. That was it. So it's basically a free world record for whoever wants it. Just go ahead. This question doesn't really matter, but you have to be careful. Prompto will ask this, and then the pop-up afterwards will stop you. So what I normally do, if you're just learning this, set set it to park near, I think it's the Borbost travel post. It's up near Katayan's Plunge on the northerly side of the map. And once you get through that dialogue, you can get up and do what you need to do. I'm just going to manually drive this. Yeah, for some reason, like, am I glad that they released it for people to Xbox? It's
like we're warping to another dimension.
I think it's great. Like, but for some reason, the newer Xbox just generally doesn't have like the kind of speed running. I don't know many games unless they're like exclusives that are like, I don't know. Everyone kind of is either PC or PlayStation with that stuff.
This place is pretty big. Haven't enjoyed the city life in a while.
They even got a cave.
No hate to anybody who does want to run on an Xbox. It's just not as common.
Yeah, it's just not as common. It's one of those things. Like, if you're a streamer, you pretty much means you already have a computer, which means everything that's on Xbox is available on PC. The Series X, would likely be faster. I've never tested it because I've just never bought a Series X because I have a computer, so I don't have a need for one. I try not to make any more questionable spending decisions than I already do.
Put the top up before it starts pouring.
Also, I have been joined by a cat.
Our cats just got home. They're already in hiding, Baby cat needs some meds. Unfortunately, she when we rescued her, she had a bit of kennel cough and it didn't go away. So we got to get some medis for the little baby.
Mew has decided that it is lap time now.
Oh yeah,
There shall be no discussion.
This game runs honestly great on. I don't know. I love it on PC. I was basically like an unpaid beta tester for the PC release. All right, so I'm going to hit the brakes here just to slow the car because sometimes Ignis doesn't like to make this turn. There is also a very, very small chance that for some reason you will hit an encounter in this tunnel. There's Gigi. It's because he smells food. And there's baby cat sneezing. Okay. Yeah. No, we rescued 2 cats. If you do get an encounter in this tunnel, just consider yourself lucky. The chances are like 1 in 1,000. It's only ruined 1 world record pace run for me, I think. So it generally only happens at a mildly inconvenient point as opposed to a world-shattering one. But I have, because I've stopped and the internal clock's been going, I have no idea what traffic pattern I'm going to see. But Chapter 3 has some pretty interesting tech to it. Oh, that's the other thing. I don't know if you ran it when Mind Flayer Skip and Imp Skip were both like pretty consistent, because that's another like minute and a half off the XOC.
I'm just bad at them.
Yeah,
I can explain. I can talk anybody else through how to do it. I can't do it.
So I'm running this.
I've taught other people how to do them.
Yeah, the crack.
And I can't do them.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to me sometimes. Sometimes the game also just says no. So I'm running this.
I heard it helps if you know your right from your left.
True. I'm running this on a 7900X and a 4080, and just because of how demanding I am out of this game, sometimes it just crashes. Like, I'll go to return to title and it'll just be like, yeah, okay, I'm going back to desktop. Please leave me alone.
For a walk, huh?
It is what it is. This game is, I love it for its quirks sometimes. So we have some movement. I'm going to get us back into our Royal Raiment. I do have a good bit of movement here. So one of the other techs of this run is occasionally your party members will stop you before you get into combat for a strategy session, where the game is like, hey, just for this fight, here's like a little challenge. If you complete it, we'll give you like extra AP.
Didn't get the item?
No, didn't get it. We will always get a strategy here if we touch the ground. So I need to hit that warp strike while I am in midair. Yeah,
and there's a item pickup that we try to grab there, but the threat from Midgardsormr sometimes goes no.
Maybe the cold keeps the demons at bay?
Yeah.
Plus, we have to keep moving, or again,
speed
strategy.
Ice slide skip. It looks really complicated. All you have to do is jump against the wall and then spin your camera to aim at that little chute. You will make it every time, I promise. The
hardest part here is just keeping an idea of where you're going and what direction that is next. You'll get yourself turned around before you'll make a mistake in the actual movement.
So the reason why we do this, as opposed to just going straight down, is if you take that side chute, it prevents the arachne spawn, which is an annoying fight. Yeah, believe it or not, Vinny, this is on low graphics with all of the effects turned off. This game on PC is absurdly beautiful when you max it. Normally, I actually run with the resolution halved because my main category that I've been running recently is a incredibly glitch-heavy version of the game where I basically need to have my frame rates at specific values at specific parts, otherwise it just doesn't work. Yeah, you can get spun around here pretty easy. The goal is to just stay on top. I'm gonna grab that electric, the lightning, as well as fire. And there is actually another skip here that you can do. I am not good at it. I believe a lot of the Japanese community does it, but if you jump off of this warp strike and then do an attack with daggers at just the right angles, at just the right time before you technically get out of combat, you can actually land on this ledge over here. But for me, it was like less than a 50% chance. So now we're going to do Mind Flayer skip, where I'm basically just going to walk this really tight area between the combat zones, and just for some reason, I guess because we just clip the start of one like hostile combat zone and another at the same time, the game kind of gets confused about which enemies it wants to spawn, and by the time it starts spawning them, we're basically already out of the combat zone, and we can just basically skirt right through, open the door, which sets up a cutscene, and then we can just warp out, avoiding that fight entirely.
And one thing I would recommend, if you do have some issues with getting lost in that zone, that dungeon or whatever, before you actually go to do a full run, just take a minute, load up a save, and just go walk through it.
Mm-hmm. Thankfully,
just orient yourself in direction.
This game is pretty generous in terms of like where and how often you can save. Like you can. I was struggling for a while, and I literally just with like the ice slide skip and trying to find a way to make it consistent for everyone. And you can literally just save like right out front of the entrance of the dungeon. And it's like just like literally a 5-second, walk, or I guess in this case a jump, and you can just practice it, which is really nice. Cool. So along the way, we basically grabbed the Sword of Legend, which, well, we'll talk about it here, I guess, after we meet up with my least favorite character. It's Iris. Her outfit's cool. She's not.
Look at you guys holding your own out there.
What can I say? You look good.
But this is kind of, I don't know how to describe it. I guess it's kind of like I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be like built up as a little bit of a tension relief. It also introduces some of the characters we're going to be working with. As basically for like the first 2 chapters, like chapter 1's the introduction. Chapter 2, we're basically on the run as, the Empire has taken over Insomnia. Our dad's dead. Like most of the people that we know and trusted and relied on are, not where they need to be. Oh, Talcott? Talcott's cool. I like Talcott. she may be doing her best, but she's violating the bro code and being disrespectful of our current engagement.
Follow me. Right this
But chapter 3 is kind of more like you learn a bit more about the tombs and like how the rest of the game is going to play. But story-wise, it introduces you to the people who are left, basically.
Isn't it great? I'd buy out the whole place if I could.
As previously mentioned, we're just going to continue to be a jerk and skip cutscenes whenever they pop up. I am going to position myself in front of this gentleman. This gentleman is probably the most important man in the run. He doesn't even have a name, but you know what? He's a real one.
This neat stuff. I'm gonna take a look. Give me just a sec.
As it loads in, I'm going to sell off that glass gemstone I grabbed entering into town, and we're going to grab 2 Ketty or Ginger. That's all I need. And that means I don't have to sell anything during the next set of menus, which is really, really nice. So we're just going to continue going on this weird date or whatever she's going to call it. So we have War Crimes 1, Organized Crimes 2. I guess technically I get a crime for my driving, so like that's 1 for me personally. A W, and then this is just not understanding social norms, I guess.
Sounds like a hard life.
I think it's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, didn't know his name. Best guy I've ever worked with. But you'll actually see that Ketty or Ginger is literally the most important item in the game. Like, this run is not possible without it being there. If we weren't able to buy it at that vendor, our only option, realistically, we'd have to do a different route, because the only other place you can get Ketty or Ginger is by driving all the way out to the Rock of Ravito, which we went to Katayan's Plunge for the sword, and that's kind of out of the way. We are going to get Ira skip. Nice. It's a 50-50 shot based on if she gets hung up on NPCs, but I should, just like that, be able to skip the dialogue just automatically. Yeah, and a crime against ancestors. But Ketty or Ginger is only available up at the Rock of Ravito, and that's like another 3 to 4 minutes drive from Katayan's Plunge. And then the other thing is stuff gets weird because it changes the in-game time, and if you don't get there by a certain time, like Ignis gets really cranky, and there's all sorts of other dialogue involved because the car will start to get low on gas and he'll like have a panic moment. What does the Ginger do? We are actually going to use that for a recipe. And we will 100% get into that when the time is ready, because it's actually really important.
Like that since you were little.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see Vinny, but unfortunately for this, this game really struggled to get released and to come out and be well received. I remember playing this as it came out and people making fun of me for speedrunning it. Like, every once in a while I'll still get it, like, yeah, I speedrun Final Fantasy 15, and the answer is why? I thought it was a good game, but this game as a release was scrapped twice from its inception to what we got as a finished product. Would I have loved to get the rest of the DLC? Would I have loved for Royal Edition to be the initial release? Yeah. But given the time frame, there was pressure to get the game out. Like, the concept of delaying a game just really wasn't as common as it is these days. But I'm glad I have something to play. We're gonna do something really cool here. Oh, this is the second variance. If you have a hard drive, don't do the save and quit here. Just walk with Arden. Arden's gonna walk you back to your car, and it is faster than saving and reloading. For us though, on the SSD and PC, I'm just gonna save here and then reload. And because we have started this dialogue with Arden, when we load in, the game progresses the state to, oh, we finished the dialogue with Arden, thus skipping having to walk all the way across. Yeah, they've been turning positive for 15 because it's not the newest Final Fantasy anymore. As sure as the sky is green and the grass is blue, or vice versa, it is always cool to hate the new Final Fantasy game and claim it's not a Final Fantasy game. Especially if you've not played it. That makes you really cool on the internet. Yeah, and I mean, there's only so much you can do with a game that like had to be rammed out. Yeah, I think what they added to it was wonderful. I just feel bad for the people like I love the game, so like I didn't mind shelling out for like the DLC and stuff. But like I feel bad for the people that are on like a tighter budget. It's like they already spent $60 on the game. Now they have to spend another $20 on the DLC. Ugh.
Yep.
So like I get it.
Especially because there's a lot of important story in that DLC.
And Arden's DLC. All right. I'm going to be honest with you. If you're learning this run, I don't know if this is worth it, to be honest. Time-wise,
It's not exactly the easiest.
Time-wise, is it worth it? Yeah, just do the first pass. Believe it or not, you can pass Arden.
Too convenient to be a coincidence. I reckon he's following us around.
See, Morgan, I have a very infallible opinion about what is and what isn't a Final Fantasy game. And I challenge really anyone to test my logic on this one. If the game has the words Final Fantasy in it, it's a Final Fantasy game. And so far, no one's been able to prove me wrong with that opinion.
What's His Highness's opinion of this Arden?
Don't really have one.
I don't disagree with you, but are there side games without it that count? I actually don't know if the side games include Final Fantasy for
I can't think of any that don't like really. Well, technically, Stranger of Paradise, but that's technically Final Fantasy Origin Stranger of Paradise.
Yeah.
How are the headaches?
Fine for now, but they come without warning.
Wouldn't want to have one behind the wheel.
Although I
right.
guess if we're going like super canonically, Square released Final Fantasy 5 and 6 as the Final Fantasy collection, but I believe that was on PlayStation 1 and it also came with Chrono Trigger, which I guess makes that a Final Fantasy game too.
I don't get why you like camping so
Is
much.
Chocobo Racing a Final Fantasy game?
What's not to like? Now
Yes.
In the wild, there are no rules to follow.
Final Fantasy Chocobo Racing? Heck yeah.
Chocobo Dungeon, Crystal Chronicles, as much as they don't want to admit it, Crystal Chronicles is a Final Fantasy game. If y'all know who Palmer is, ask him about where his VODs for Crystal Chronicles went, and ask him why Square Enix has taken all of them down forcibly.
Oof.
Yeah, for some reason they like block almost that entirety of the gameplay. It's like they're embarrassed about that game or something, which I don't understand. Laura Bailey's in it. That makes it a great game.
Whoever thought of tapping into the meteor's power was a genius.
Tactics feels like an outlier, but without the people that worked on Tactics went on to work on Vagrant Story and also Final Fantasy 12.
Most foul, I should say. For the Archean caught it.
This pass is very tricky.
Holding the thing up.
Yeah, and Noct is just not even going to turn. Cool. That's embarrassing. So what was supposed to happen there is, I guess I kind of let off the gas a little bit too late, but you're supposed to basically make that turn around the outside and hopefully get lucky. And it looks like I'm not going to have the range to do this. I'm going to give it my best shot, but unfortunately we're not going to be able to get the second pass on Arden.
We don't have a spare if it breaks.
Leave it in the car?
Ugh.
Oh, no.
Anyway,
I'm taking
it is what it is.
Get up close and personal with the Archean. I'd kick myself if I missed the photo op.
Spoken like a true photographer.
Blame it on being distracted, talking about different Final Fantasies.
Yeah.
Never to try it all.
What other hot takes can I bring up to get people razzed up?
Not me. Just do what you got.
What's my normal argument point?
Hot dogs are a sandwich.
Hot dogs are a sandwich.
Hey, Iggy, can your glasses take the heat?
Pop-Tarts are ravioli.
That is one that tends to get some people going.
Pop-Tarts
so.
are ravioli.
Still be all right.
Let me scroll.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my vision is passable without corrective lenses.
Then why?
I'm sorry.
Versus 13, I don't know. Just play Kingdom Hearts 4.
Are you scrolling through hot takes?
Indeed.
I don't do hot takes. I do factually correct.
I think I'm getting a picture
Okay.
now.
Hot dogs are a taco. Yes, but they do fall in a sandwich.
How's it feel
category. Technically, you want to be really technical, hot dogs are an open-faced sandwich.
No stranger to His Highness's driving habits.
Appreciate the confidence.
Read a book. It'll take your mind off it.
I'd rather keep my eyes on the road for now.
I can't believe I lost 4 seconds not getting this Arden pass and having him smash into the back of my car. But the good news is our insurance rates don't go up.
Yeah.
Hello. Wow. I may not look.
Okay, so the milk and cereal would technically be considered a soup. Sauce has to be heated, and broth comes from a mixture of either vegetables or proteins.
One again.
Whoa. A little harsh there, don't you think?
The Earth is actually more like a jawbreaker than a ravioli because it has layers. So that's to say the Earth is basically Shrek because ogres are like onions and onions have layers. Ogres have layers. The Earth has layers. The Earth is Shrek.
Okay.
So we keep going this way.
I wasn't paying enough attention for that.
Read a book.
Is that like a defense mechanism for you?
Oh, Alfina shuts down
Yes.
whenever I open my mouth about 90% of the time. Baby cat.
It's the only way we've been friends for so long.
I'd like to think it's my quick wit, skills in the kitchen, and being probably one of the best house husbands this side of the Mississippi.
I will say
This one's huge.
he was a very good cook.
So, this is an important question. With all the other semantics going on, isn't everything on one... Like, isn't it technically this all one side if you go around far enough?
I gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm really bummed I don't remember the point of discussion. Anyway, I'm sorry I couldn't pass Arden a second time. Yeah, optimal horn strats. That's an old force of habit from when I used to run this on console. I live in a very small studio apartment, and thankfully my bathroom is about 20 feet away. So I would basically just crank the volume on my TV if I had to like run to the bathroom during the driving section, and I would just continue to honk the horn. And if I heard the horn honk, good, the controller was still connected. If I didn't hear it honk, I knew I had to hit the PlayStation button to get it to reconnect and not lose time. Yes, ice cream is like gazpacho.
Very well. We'll look for a way. Be careful now.
You too. What?
Don't rush off on your own, huh?
Don't get left
I'm
behind.
gonna grab this fire here. That realistically should be the last bit of fire we need for the run. I know, it's only chapter 4.
On edge. Let's not ruffle their feathers anymore.
Yeah.
Try shutting your beak.
Yeah, that should be it.
Sound advice.
Yeah, like a parrot in my ear.
Barring any major mistakes.
Yep. If you listen, if I've confused you about my classification of sandwiches and no, I do not have a poop bucket. Shout outs to Skate for a living.
Over here.
If you have questions, you can visit cube.rule, and that'll set you straight. There is a bonus round. Most things actually are either toast or salad.
Just want this to be over.
I was already hungry. Now I'm just getting hungrier.
I remembered what I was going to talk about. By the way, this is just like you just hold a button. I have a theory, and I don't know. It's not a law, but I guess it's moving towards that stage. That all great RPGs have 3 things in common. Or no, is it 3 or 2? It's 2. 2 things in common. They have fishing and a sewer section. Anyone think of an RPG, or better yet, game in general, that has a sewer section and a fishing minigame that is not incredibly good? 15 has both. Great game. Dark Cloud 2 has both. Great game. Nier Automata has both. Great game. Is it Breath of Fire 3?
Stardew Valley.
Stardew Valley has both. Great game. Breath of Fire, that great game series. Great series, really. There's another one that I forgot. Final Fantasy VI, great game. Yakuza has fishing and sewer section. Great franchise. By the way, if you've not played it, please look into the Yakuza series. They are finally getting an English VA, which is really exciting for me, who's been playing through all of them. You have to work really hard when English is your main language and the language of your audience to kind of keep those games flowing, because everyone has to read the subtitles.
But they're good. But they're worth it.
Yeah, they are so worth it. They are so... Sonic Adventure? Sonic Adventure is a great game. You just need to lower your standards more. Mash X through this. The top option gives us a 50% strength buff. Fable 1, great game. Final Fantasy 12 did as well, great game. A bit confusing and challenging for some. If you haven't played the recent re-release, I would recommend it. It's not exactly the initial PS2 release, unless for some reason you're one of the 4 people that bought the IZJS version, but definitely play it.
That's the way it's always been. I've embraced my duty.
Hades, very fun game. Shoutouts to Supergiant.
Speaking of Hades.
Speaking of Hades, yes.
That's what my partner's playing in the background right now.
So let me do it, all right?
All right.
Speaking of Hades.
Young A's Kiryu is going to be awesome. I'm just very excited that RGD is taking a huge risk and being like, yeah, we'll put this out in English too. And I really hope it lends them success, because the Yakuza franchise is absolutely fabulous. I would highly recommend it. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the games are a little bit sloggier than others, but they overall for me have been an incredible play.
If you're the kind of person who wants to like see the gameplay a little bit before you buy into it, we're actually having a Yakuza marathon this weekend. We're having like 22 hours of Yakuza games shown off Saturday and Sunday.
Big shout outs to a very good friend by the name of Froob.
We finally made it.
Who all is in that? I think is like Froob, Panda, is Big Nono in that as well?
Big no here. Let me pull up the schedule. So we've got Big Nono doing Yakuza 0. We've got Padkey doing the Yakuza 1 remake. We've got Tapioca doing Yakuza 2. We've got Ryu doing Kato Files. We've got PLA doing Yakuza 4. We've got Panda doing Dead Souls. We've got... I don't actually know how to say this name. P Scholar doing Yakuza 6. And we've got Mecha Analyst Tom doing Like a Dragon. And we've got
If you have not seen Yakuza Dead Souls, I think it is one of the most wild fever dream experiences of all time. It is the most absurd. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there's any other like big marathons on next weekend, is there? I think Limit Break's wrapping up. Oh dear, that's a problem.
Limit
we're gonna get out of it.
Saturday, I think?
Yoink! Yep. Okay, so this is kind of a forced auto-scroller section. Basically, I'm just gonna try and get Gladio through here. Actually, we're gonna get fast Gladio after I made a mistake.
Yes!
So Gladio sometimes will get buffered by the giant Titan Fist. But we are going to basically, I don't know how I figured this out, but you can just mash like all of the buttons and Noct won't run away. And instead of doing this weird chase scenario, we can just run right into Titan's hand. We're going to take this hit here because we just lose time if we do it. And this is the actual QTE we need to hit. The rest of this is pretty darn scripted. And for some reason or another, the damage limit we have to hit with this fight is based on our level. Very interesting fact that I learned as I've gone through this game in various formats. Right, so we're just basically like I've been saying with like the dialogue and how we interact with people, I'm just gonna do nothing because as it turns out, sometimes doing nothing is the fastest. We're gonna count out 2 punches here and I'm gonna warp over to meet with Prompto and Ignis. We're going to hold dodge here and hope we don't get grabbed. So basically that text line advances the flag for this. And I'm just going to park us in the corner right here and stare in first person mode. 90% of the time, this will give us Gladio spawning to our right side, which is the fastest that we can get, because he is just closer to us physically. This is legitimately all scripted. Just a question of where Gladio decides to show up.
Yep.
Should be to the right side, though. You know, that's fine. I'll pick him up from here, and now I can pop out of view and look at this. The other cool thing with this speedrun is because we don't rest with Arden, we actually get to do Titan at nighttime, which looks a lot cooler than it does in daytime because you can see the ground being on fire and the crystals are all glowy. And
this is really the power of the Lumina engine right here.
Let's do it.
When in Rome. Apparently when in Rome, deliver a pizza ball. So I have the Sword of the Wise out. I think we're level 10 now, level 10 or 12. I don't really remember. It just doesn't matter. But that's going to make our damage total that we need to end the fight about 6,000 damage. So we're going to do this scripted section, and it's going to give us basically the strategy of, okay, do the damage to Titan. We're just going to transition our camera just a little bit here to the side. Point warp up here, and the second this drops, point warp. Cool. We had, normally your damage roll is just under 6,000, but if you mash circle, you can still attack in midair, and that's all you need. But chapter 4 is done. This is one of the tougher... What's my favorite 15 meal? Like in real life or in the game?
Hey, are we all still here?
It's a very, very fair question.
Yeah.
Does this mean it's over? What is it now?
Bunch of cutscenes to skip
Pizza
here.
now.
He's winding up.
For the big one.
just
Also the
hungry.
weirdest camera angle. There is a little weird tech that I just did there. So if you swap to first person mode before that like cutscene starts, it glitches the camera out, which is really weird. Favorite in-game food is probably the plump and pungent tofu, which we'll get to next chapter.
Same.
I've made some of the recipes from the cookbook.
They all need more seasoning.
They all need more seasoning, but a lot of the seafood recipes are really good. Like the flavor balance is very delicate.
And what will you...
So Arden's gonna rescue us and play the hero after he basically took us to the foot of a god and almost got us killed. And we're like, oh, sorry, boys. Oh, by the way, I'm taking your car.
Here's hoping.
Well, he's not going to admit that he stole it, but he's like, oh, hopefully.
Yeah, we left it behind on my bed.
Oh, that was yours? Sorry, we took it to an Imperial base. My bad. So Arden's position is the Imperial Chancellor. So he is a bad guy, but like he can't help himself from
Is he,
like
though?
kind of helping us, kind of, but like meddling. He's like walking the line between heel and face really well. For those of you that are, I don't know, I guess that's the easiest way to describe it. Use a wrestling analogy. I don't even like wrestling.
Me either.
But my YouTube algorithm today decided that I was going to watch an entire retrospective of the WWF from the years 1990 to 2000.
Follow it. It's bed.
To say, I don't really like wrestling either, but I keep dating people that do.
Yeah.
So. I know things.
All right, Peter Dinklage.
Oh,
Arden is, if you need like the one sentence,
I'm not even drinking.
if you need a one sentence summary to why Arden is really good, I could just say he's Kefka but with a reason, as opposed to just being, haha, I'm chaotic and evil. Ah! We got a bunch of cutscenes here to skip. We get to pet the dog, another reason why this is a great game. Did anyone come up with a bad game that has a sewer system and fishing? I'm still waiting.
I've been doing this song and dance for so long, I don't have one.
Don't worry, I still have to hit the food topic yet, where I ask each member of chat individually what they had for dinner.
Everyone
Can't ask me that question.
What's the
I
reason?
haven't had dinner yet.
The reason that Arden's reason is he can't be killed unless someone destroys the crystal, basically, or interacts with the crystal and gains the ability to actually kill him.
To keep the ring from falling into enemy hands.
All right, very important menu. This is the second most important guy in the run. He's got 2 things I want, technically 3 if we're counting quantity-wise. He's got 2 amulets which increase our magic power and a weapon called the Air Step Sword. I'm going to do the menu if you want to explain that one, Alfina, and then I'll loop back for what I did in the menus.
Air Step Sword?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you guys all know we've been using the Warp Strike movement to get around a little bit here and there. We've been using the daggers mostly so far to do so. Doing Warp Strikes cost MP. So we can only do so many before we run out of magic. Now, with the Air Step Sword, the reason why we love it so much is if we are up in the air and we then do our Warp Strike to move forward, it costs half the mana, allowing us to get more in before we have to recharge our mana.
Super important because this point in the game, this is the start of Chapter 5. The game opens up in Chapter 3. If you are not doing an any % glitch run where we find a way to get the chocobos in what is still technically Chapter 1, the earliest you can get chocobos is Chapter 3. We do not have the car
when
for
we
this
told
chapter.
Prompto no.
Yeah. We do not have the chocobos for this chapter, and this is basically the game kind of, you know, like when you have a pet and it like really wants your attention and it starts putting its paws on you and you're like, no, please go away, and it just this is
You mean like the way my cat is currently laying on my hands?
Yeah, this is like the same thing. The game drops you off at the chocobo post and was like, hey, you don't have a car and you are going to be traveling a lot. Why don't you maybe take this quest that you could have taken earlier? Otherwise, you're going to complain about how far everything is. It's very smart. So we have the Air Step Sword equipped. I made a magic. This is a dual cast Blizzara. I used 1 magic and 99 sheep's milk. It is still going to wipe rooms. Yeah, the translation was questionable. I've swapped over to two different accessories for Noct. The newly acquired amulet, which is going to give us plus 60 magic, which is huge. And an accessory called the Armiger Accelerator. This was explained to us in Chapter 2, but we haven't had to use it. So, Armiger is where Noct basically goes Super Saiyan and calls on the power of his ancestors and does a large amount of damage, and also gains the ability to spend the entire whatever's left of his bar to do like an ultra super powered group combo. It does a lot of damage. However, we don't care about damage. Over in the Ascension tree, we have unlocked the Armiger skill tree, where I picked up Iron Armiger, which depletes how quickly, or reduces how quick the Armiger bar depletes when we're using it. Harvester, which means it gains itself, it charges faster. War Chain, which boosts damage. I don't actually care about it. The one that I want to get is this one here, which I didn't get just so we could show it off here. Gain unlimited MP temporarily after executing Armiger Chain. Well, MP is only really used for movement. Let's say we have an ability that lets us just warp strike for free for about a minute. That'll cut down on our travel time. Yep. So, even if we decide to do, I'll pull up the map here, the Chocobo quest for Deadeye, which is nestled back in here. even if I use all of the glitches available to me, which would then not make this a glitchless run, it's still about, I want to say like 2.5 minutes probably to get over there. Fight Deadeye. Well, we'd have to, the Deadeye fight would be slower because we don't have Ignis swap or enhancement. So it would take us about 2.5, 3 minutes to get the chocobos. By that point, we're already gonna be at our first destination, and it just does not make sense to get chocobos in this category. So we're
plus chocobos cost money, and then that's more gil that we've got to budget in.
Thankfully, gil isn't really the issue anymore as you like get better at it, but it's more the time, and it's just the inconsistency, and if it's honestly just not worth it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to intentionally pick encounters while we're making our way to the next objective. But I'm going to try and start them in favorable positions. Like I want this Garula right there because then I can point warp right to this and I'm immediately out of combat. But what I didn't have to do is stop and refill my MP bar with an elixir, which is why I bought those, because you're not going to get all of them. And if you think you're going to get a perfect run every time, you're not. Occasionally it'll happen.
The game's going to laugh at you anyway.
Yeah. Like I'm technically in combat here, but I'm just short for that one, which is unfortunate. There is another technique that I have been doing. Maybe the eagle-eyed viewer picked it out. If you notice, my menu has been hovering over take photo, and you've seen me open it occasionally. For some reason, opening up the photo menu and closing it really quickly resets Noctis's animations. No matter what they are, even if they're scripted. So you'll see us using that to get out of like after fight animations. There's actually a segment up here where we were getting headaches in the game because it was, one of the gods yelling at us basically. Well, we're still going to get headaches because Gentiana is going to be contacting us. But basically, you just kind of stand there for 4 or 5 seconds holding your head. I don't have time for that. This is a speed run. This section is one that, as you're learning it, I would really recommend practicing. This is one of those segments where there's the fastest way to move throughout this area. And if you don't do it right, you're just going to lose time, and it's going to be way more time than you think. So we have our little discussion with Gentiana. We have a nice little flashback of how we met Luna Freya and why we're actually, in this arranged marriage, which strike one up for potential human rights violation, I guess. Not Geneva Convention because it's not war related, but
but we also want it.
She's a really nice lady, and it would bring peace to the world, but still, it should be some free choice. Anyway, we mentioned Armiger earlier. I'm going to open Armiger and then immediately chain by mashing R1, L1, and I can now warp strike for free for the next minute. And I am going to have a little bit of a camera issue there because of the weird slope problem. But I'm going to aim for that set of stairs over there off in the distance. And because I actually have the resolution turned up so you can see it, we know where we're going. I've just done this enough that I don't even really look. It's just kind of a natural instinct.
And if you notice that once we were doing we have the free MP, we switched to the daggers because, again, as we talked about earlier, they are faster, so it's better to go ahead and get all that speed.
You get really good distance even without jumping, but you can just literally spam them, so it is faster. Versus what we have in the inventory, the second best is actually the air step sword, but you're still going to be about 4 to 5 warp strikes behind. That was pretty average, even with the weird camera flare. But we're going to keep going. We're going to get interrupted again, and you'll see me just do the quick camera roll, as I call it. And we can just be back on our merry way. If you're learning this run, I would recommend right up here to the right where we get stopped. Right there, you saw it. It's a red little glowy bit. Is a Mega Phoenix just chilling 10 feet from something you have to touch. Just grab it. It's an extra 1,000 gil, and You know, it's an extra Phoenix down while you're learning the run.
O
Yep.
King, journey to Fosha, the Eastern Hollow.
Cool.
The amount of like randomly amazing items just hanging out in different spots of this game are
Power,
ridiculous.
no other.
So if you remember, we took a rest and we had to answer a phone call from Dino earlier. The reason we took that rest is because we have our next objective is technically like 2 miles from where we're from. But if we just warp back to the place where we took a snooze at, it's only a quarter mile. Way faster to just warp back home. We're just going to warp strike our way back up here. My timing is a little behind. Normally, I'm a bit ahead of that car, but that's okay. We're going to hope that maybe we can get a toad to spawn up here because it's opens up a free point warp. No such luck. That's okay. Which means I'm going to have to use an elixir here. Or not. I guess Noctis is just going to be a little bit cranky about that warp strike. But this next section coming up is pretty technical. There's another big skip here. It's a very big time save, and we have what I would consider, honestly, one of the more technical fights of the game called Big Room.
Look, over there. I bet that's.
I'm going to roll 3 times here, and then I will have full speed control to Noctis again.
Stay sharp.
So this is the magic we made earlier. It's going to really help us clear out a lot of these fights. And it's going to help us do an in-combat skip called Imp Skip, which saves about 30 to 40 seconds by basically skipping an entire second phase. Elixir, did I say ether? No, you don't get ethers until post-game, or you buy them anywhere else. The merchant in Altitia sells ethers, but there's no need for them.
You said elixir.
Did I don't know. Dan's trying to confuse me.
I'd have corrected you already.
True. All right, so we're gonna say hi
Church
to
is only laughing because I've only corrected Church a few times before.
here, imps.
A few times.
There are no longer imps. Ooh, I didn't get the roll. Oh well.
Onward.
There's something you'll pick up as you run this game. Oh, it's fine, Dan.
Crawl through.
That I call sliding, where I will kind of like jump or warp strike into objects, and just from the amount of time I've put into this game, with pretty good certainty, I'll know where I'll end up, even if I'm aiming directly at a wall. I want to trigger this encounter so I can get 2 free warp strikes out of here. And we're going to take a second to discuss this trick. This is Imp Skip. There are many variations.
Fit through there.
There's going to be a lot going on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk up to the shimmy point and I'm going to get into combat. I'm going to immediately, as quick as I can, cast this magic, fight the camera to get it spun back around because it's still mildly in a cinematic view, and interact with that, basically the shimmy point again before it spawns a second wave of enemies. It is tricky, it is technical, you don't always get it. Sometimes you'll get an imp that spawns and immediately jumps into the air and doesn't get hit by magic, and you're kind of stuck. And you have to go through it. So just wish us luck on this one, and this is definitely something I would recommend practicing. I'm also going to give the control stick a little backwards flick so it kind of pushes the ice away a little bit and doesn't hit us, and I got screwed. Unfortunate. What I am going to do, because I don't really have time for this shenanigans, if you notice, I kind of got clipped on the backside, and the proceed option came up, but it wouldn't let me interact. Noctis jumped instead. It was because I wasn't on a completely flat plane. It is unfortunate. The only thing I'm going to end up losing here is 30 seconds, most of my sanity and respect. And please let me get this off. I'm going to use an extra Blizzara. We'll end up with an extra run anyway, the way this game is routed, at least now, so like I don't have to worry about it. But just pretend that I did get that. It's very rare that I don't. But
Once you get the hang of it, pretty much you're going to usually keep getting it. Occasionally the game laughs at you.
yeah, that one was
Welcome to
weird.
Final Fantasy 15. You can do everything right and the game will laugh at
That
you.
one was just a little awkward. It just didn't work out the way I needed it to. Oh well. On the plus side, I will be entering this coming fight with a little bit less to worry about. So before I get too far into this, I'm going to swap. We're going to go to Exosuit, and we're going to get set up for Big Room. Thundaga's going to swap over. So the reason we have Armiger Accelerator is, if you notice, my Armiger bar is almost full. Normally, we have to try and do that in the next 2 fight rooms, but because I failed the skip, I'm technically in a better position in terms of that, but it's still a time loss. But don't worry about it if you don't get it. You can just fight through it real quick. It's nice and easy. It only becomes an issue if you start getting really consistent and then don't drop it. So there's a very particular way we're going to go about doing this room to avoid a bunch of spawns. So we're going to open this fight here, warp striking on the Mind Flayer. I'm going to jump back to spawn the Imps and the Thunder Bomb behind me. I'm going to take this Magitech stim, or Muscle Stim. That's going to wipe everything in that area, and then I'm going to get very unlucky there, and then conversely lucky. We want to point warp up to there because it gets us out of that secondary area. I'm actually going to be quick enough that these enemies aren't going to spawn, so that's technically a time loss. And you can see my Armiger wheel just filled up, so I'm ready to go. I will need that for movement later. I'm also quick enough that those enemies did not spawn, so I'm just going to circle around to the Thunder Bomb. The reason we do the fights in this order is because everything technically spawns sequentially. And if you, for some reason, go from the bottom to the top without intersecting that area down there, it prevents the second Mind Flayer from spawning, and Mind Flayers suck.
And on we go. Right.
Oh. Peach Wings? Yeah!
She's here.
All right.
Just know it.
So I'm going to top up on magic here.
Cool it.
And whoops, I'm going to hit the menu before I'm ready. We're going to swap back to Blizzara. I'm just going to keep the Armiger Accelerator on as if I had it and swap to the magic in my inventory. We're going to basically open with magic, and this is, at this point, chances are you don't have a full Armiger wheel. And you absolutely need it, I promise you, because we have more movement coming up. Either of these answers that the Naga poses to you is inconsequential, so it really doesn't matter what you respond. I just mash X, it's fine. And now I'm just going to hold R1 because I basically want to lock on and just throw a magic at her. Because it is a Blizzara, she'll take some chill damage, which will slow her down momentarily, allowing you to do your thing. The other reason I like Mage Mashers, especially in this this section, is the DPS is pretty high, and you can accidentally push Naga vulnerable with a Warp Strike from Ragnarok. The other thing is it's going to build the Armiger bar very quickly, which is also something we're going to want to do. Now, you're going to say, all right, so you're just going to keep fighting, right? This boss has a very weird mechanic. I just passed the G in her health point, right about the A. Her tail is going to go straight up. I'm going to leave this fight now. For some reason, if you leave Naga at that like specific health range, she self-destructs and the fight ends. So we just go to the point that we have to go to, and just there's Ignis picking himself up off the ground as he got teleported here while without health.
I expected more fire and brimstone.
So cool. This is the first half of chapter 5. This is probably one of the most, in terms of time and like length, is the longest chapter in the run. It's a lot of movement. It's a lot of technical fights.
Will do.
But thankfully, like, I just break it up mentally in my head into 2 sections. So we're going to grab the Aircept Sword here. I'm going to swap back to Royal Raiment. I'm very early going to switch that to Thundaga while I'm here too. So the good news is we have ready. My current setup is way more than you need to run this on PC. I'm lucky that I live next to a micro center and they have all sorts of deals and bundles and open boxes. So I have a 7900X and a 4080, but I've run this on PC with a a 2070 and a 3700. It doesn't matter. Just do what you can do. Have fun with it. If you're speedrunning games to be the best, I mean, that's a cool goal and all, but if you're not having fun, it's just not worth it. I have no comment, Louis.
The thunder and lightning must have
I am going to side with my attorney, who has advised me to plead the fifth.
Gotta thank the Thunder God for buying us some time.
Right. This is our last bit of movement, and it's going to hopefully include some very, very fun characters that we refer to as Adam and Steve. They are life partners, and they are fabulous. They have a tremendous sense of fashion, and hopefully they both show up. Otherwise, I'm going to be a sad panda. But we're going to take some very well-timed warp strikes here to climb these rocks.
Not a panda.
Cat loves food, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cat loves food, yeah. Anyone know that reference? Please don't leave me hanging.
I can't help you on this one. I don't know what that was.
The last bit of my sanity leaving.
No Team 4-star? All right, I'll just go back to my corner of obscurity.
No, I do know it. I just...
Cat loves food, yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, there you go, Chili. So we're just gonna keep working our way downtown, walking fast, but without Vanessa Carlton because I don't want to get a copyright strike.
No, you need the video of the name just left my brain. Terry Crews.
Yeah.
Dancing to that song.
Hi, I'm Kios. I'm here. I'm queer. My back pain is moderate to severe, and I'm the physical embodiment of like the Internet Archive and weird obscurities. So it looks like we do have Adam and Steve. I'm going to pause here really quick to explain this. Adam and Steve are your best friends here. They are the best case scenario that can happen in this chapter. Much like we did in the earlier part, part of this chapter, we are going to activate Armiger Chain and get free warp strikes. Now, the way they're positioned, I don't know if I can show my cursor on screen. Whatever. So the way they're positioned right now is very difficult. Because if I charge right into the fight and target the one closest to me, there is a very high chance that I'm going to accidentally end up wiping out both of them, which is a bit of a problem. Because if we wipe out both of them, there's like a 90% chance we're going to get an ingredient, which is Bulette Shanks. Now, unfortunately, because of the items that we have already bought, we will get the infamous, "That's it, I've come up with a new recipe," which is great and funny and hilarious, but overall it loses me 10 seconds, and I really don't want to lose 10 seconds. So I'm going to probably come at this from a different angle, probably from like a 45 degree to try and get the Armiger Chain to loosen up. Okay, he's going to move that way, so I'm just going to interact with it and draw him down here. See, I've created some space, which means I only interact with one of them. There's the Bulette Shank, and you're like, well, Kios, you got the Bulette Shank, you're going to get it, right? No. Ironically, Ignis is only programmed to give you that specific, I've come up with a recipe, if you are either already out of combat or you finish combat. I didn't finish combat. I ran away. So we just don't get it, which is really actually nice. Because while, yeah, there's a cutscene and like it's a 10-second time loss, it kind of compounds itself because it's 10 seconds of free movement that we lose on top of it. So it's a bit awful.
Yep.
But we're going to just kind of warp strike our way here in a straight line as fast as we can. I'm probably going to run out of time right as I crest this hill. I'm going to swap back to the air step sword and just kind of make our way up here. We might catch another encounter here. There might be corals or bees. Bees? But there are none today. We're going to have a little chit chat with Ignis, who's going to be like, hey, here's that Imperial fortress. Our car is in there. We should probably go get it back.
And maybe we should do this,
Under cover of darkness.
not in the middle of the day.
Listen, 90% of this game is stealth optional, which means the rocket launcher is still on the playing field. Listen, you're here watching someone speedrun an RPG. I know most of you have played a Fallout game. Stealth optional means the fat man comes out.
I have not, actually.
You should.
Sleeping out under the stars tonight.
I will take that under advisement.
True. Anyway, the Kettier Ginger. Here it is. Take a look at this meal. So, it gives us an experience boost. I do not care. But it does give us Last Stand, which significantly increases strength and magic, but drastically reduces maximum HP. I'm going to give up 90% of my HP to get a serious, and I mean serious, bump in damage.
Yep.
And you're going to say, well, Kios, why would you do that? And the answer is, because I have the Magitech exosuit. That's why. You basically get turned into a glass cannon, except the glass cannon is wrapped in Gorilla Glass. So, we're going to eat that. And we're going to skip this cutscene. And if you're growing tired and weary and your pencils are a bit tired. Oh, I guess I should give you like the Discord link for 15 and whatnot. Actually, www.speedrun.com/ffxv. I should have the tutorials, guides, notes, splits, it's not an auto splitter, it's a load remover, but all of that stuff is available. I have taken off exactly 2 weeks of streaming in the past 4 years, and it was to go to Japan for 2 weeks. I'm going to swap this. Cool. This looks good. I don't need Armiger Accelerator. I'm just going to leave it there because we don't have to change it to anything else. We are going to swap over to Ragnarok and the exosuit. But yeah, if you ever have questions about this game, whether it's casual, speedrun, you just want to tell me how much you like it or don't like it, that's fine.
Together on my signal. Until then, hold position.
My DMs are open on Twitter and on Discord. Just don't give me the hey and have graphic designer in your profile.
Now.
Again, skipping what I'm supposed to do because I'm a loose cannon that can't be contained. I mean, I'm sure there's specific inspirations that were definitely taken from a lot of stuff. More so NSYNC or Backstreet Boys. I'd definitely say NSYNC. There's definitely a Joey Fatone in this group. And a Lance Bass. Cool. So like I said, stealth is optional on this one. Outfits? There's not going to be new outfits. The accessories act as your armor.
We shouldn't have to.
Hey.
If we keep to the shadows.
Right.
No stealth here. I'm just going to immediately tack this dude. Warp strike. And then I'm going to point warp up here. Now, we're supposed to clear this area and open this gate. But as it turns out, we can just warp strike over it. Ah, I just missed it. Just missed the swag. I mean, I have defended this game for 6 years, so... O-Town? I almost forgot about O-Town. Does anyone else remember 98 Degrees?
For sore eyes.
And none the worse for her time.
Oh?
Hello?
There's a very good chance I wasn't around for that, so...
Oh, yes you were. So if you notice really quickly, we're going to fight this mech fight the same way we did with Loki, but you'll notice that I'm doing max damage, and I'm just going to absolutely crush everything. It is very important. Oh dear. All right, game. That's tremendous. So this is actually a problem. I'm going to lose time on this because the swordsman decided that they didn't want to do what I needed them to do. God, this game's making me look quite foolish. Now, okay. I'm going to have a pretty serious problem here because all these enemies are all over the place. Normally what happens is you can pin everyone in the back, and if you are able to warp strike those 3 soldiers that come running out instead of having them run past me because they decided to not actually run and got hooked on the wall, everyone will not run out, and you can just basically warp kill those 3, toss a lightning, and it clears the entire fight before the cutscene, which is nice. You can just take out the 2 snipers and go. It is what it is. Listen, I am here for references. Yes, I remember it too, unfortunately.
There's things I just don't want to remember.
That's really sad.
Am I allowed to just not remember?
All right, very easy fight. We don't even have to fight this one. I'm just gonna warp strike this handy dandy generator here. And with that down, that basically brings down the shield. And we're gonna get visited by our friend Rama that we basically just sprung from the underground area with Naga.
That's our first time we summon.
Yep. So I have a couple of options here, and as a runner, you will also have a few options here. There are 3 items that you will need in this run that you can get. So having a good knowledge of what is in your inventory here is very important. You can grab a reflex enhancer, a Magitech booster, or a muscle stimulant. You can get 2 of the 3 before you lose time. For me, I know that I roughly have what I need for I think I only have 1 reflex enhancer, so I'm not even going to bother with it. I'm just going to grab a muscle stimulant or a Magitech booster. What I want to have heading into Chapter 7 is at least one Magitech booster and 2 muscle stimulants. I do a very advanced strat that I don't really discuss or recommend for anyone for Chapter 7 because it is 100% reliant on what you have in your inventory. But we're going to go back to Lestalem.
I normally do a better job of helping keep track of your items. I'll be honest, I have not done an even little bit of paying attention to the pickups.
Technically, I just committed a war crime. I mean, summoning a god to smite an entire base is kind of excessive, I guess. Might be
yeah, probably
a little bit excessive force.
Real quick about summons in this game, because like we said, that was the first one that you're gonna see. I'm not gonna say that there's a lot of them. Summons in 15 are offered to you when certain circumstances are met or when story necessary. For the most part, if we're offered a summon, we did something wrong.
Yeah.
Unless it's story necessary.
There are certain instances where it is good, though, but it's few and far between.
So, overall, we probably won't even see offers of them. There are some instances in which you can be offered the summon, and it's actually slower.
Break time.
This is a fantastic break. So, if you are still able to hear me, because I know a lot of us are seeing ads right now, this is a great moment to get up, stretch, get some more water, get something to eat. I just took a quick break during that stealth section, knowing that this was everybody else's break. So I'm still here to chat with anybody who wants to chat.
Have you ever ridden in one?
Or if Church, you want to plug any of the GDQ things.
Thank goodness you guys could give me a lift.
So If you missed out on any of our other content, so our other Hotfix shows, SGQ 2023 or Juneteenth, you can check all of the VODs out over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. I can't say calm for some reason today. I think I messed it up literally every time today.
I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah, no, it's okay. The less people mention it, the more I feel the need to. Because somebody's going to mention it eventually. I might as well be the one to do it.
What are we mentioning?
The church can't say calm.
I've tried to say calm, like .com, like 7 times today and screwed it up every single time.
This feels weird not having to shill anything. Do puddles count? Yes. I've actually summoned Leviathan in the rain. It happens.
Thank you for driving, Ignis.
Pleasure.
Are you the only one that drives?
I can drive. So can I.
Thanks, Bubbers. I noticed that someone in chat mentioned they're turning 29 soon. My sweet summer child. I remember when I turned 29.
Yeah, that's coming up soon for me.
Can you just believe these children, Alfina?
Sure you don't need a break?
I'm okay.
No.
Unbelievable.
This is my regular reminder that Kios is in fact younger than me, whether they want to believe it or not.
That is factually
and yes, Chris,
incorrect.
I do remember.
Factually incorrect.
Pull out your birth certificate. I'll pull out mine. We'll prove it. I am in fact older than you.
Don't dox me, bro.
News, guys.
Oh, great.
So chapter 6 is there's a lot of waiting in this chapter, unfortunately. So like if you actually do have burning questions or like want my take on stuff, as long as it's like TOS or like a history of this game as a speedrun, this is a great chapter to ask because we're going to be in another long driving section and we have like a 2-minute waiting session up here.
Delivering justice for Jared. And for Talca, too.
Iris, I'll need you to wait here.
All right.
It'll be good for the flowers, MPT.
Only fools rush in. I suggest we review our intelligence and devise a plan.
Is mayonnaise and instrument.
Leave no plot of land unconquered.
I mean, if you're a Foley artist, yes.
Likely building a supply line would behoove us to come.
Sub 50 when? Whenever I can find 2.5 more minutes of consistent time save and just get lucky. Pancakes versus waffles, it's very, it depends on the mood, to be honest. A good made waffle is, while they are both, you know, very carb-loaded breakfasts, waffles can be a little bit lighter on the palate, depending on how you make them. Pancakes are always a bit heavier. I generally prefer...
I just like the pockets.
I prefer waffles when it's warmer and pancakes when it's colder. Pancakes versus crepes, I don't know about that.
Crepes.
Iris isn't exactly a brain.
Why do you people get upset when you call coffee bean water? They're probably the same people that get upset when I call tea leaf water. To be fair, life's too short to not have fun, so I don't know. Those people are just stinky, I guess. A Foley... Listen, we already talked about things I shouldn't be talking about anyway. We'll leave that one alone for now, Dan. French toast? If you are making French toast and you really want to step up your game, say there's a guy, gal, or non-binary pal you're trying to impress, follow this simple rule. If you want to make a really, really good French toast, I mean like knock their socks off, get some challah bread. It's spelled with a CH. Or, obviously non-garlic, Texas toast, and use that instead of any other bread that you could use.
Now, if they're gluten-free, get the bread from Trader Joe's.
Or don't, and then laugh as they destroy the bathroom. I wouldn't
Trader
do that.
Joe's
I'm a good person.
gluten-free bread is fantastic.
Who wins in a fight of Cloud
had-
versus Noctis? That's pretty easy. It's going to be Noctis. All right, menuing time. I am short AP, which is normal. We're going to do 33 fire. Don't worry, I'll come and pick that back up in a second. And all right, I have 2 reflex enhancers, 3 Magitech boosters. I'm just going to go with these 2. You can do this with potency of 155. It just makes it a little bit risky. 165, as long as everything goes correctly, is going to be enough damage for this boss fight. I'm going to equip that over top. We're going to swap our top to Mage Mashers because look at our magic stat going up. There we go. I am maxing out on our magic stat, and I'm going to use this magic to hopefully take down the next boss. Unfortunately, we have to wait for story, is what it is. Well,
I'll answer some more questions out of chat here. The
our hot
form
dogs
of
are sandwich.
potato
Yes.
is the supreme. We already answered the hot dogs are a sandwich.
True.
What form of potato is the supreme being?
I make really good home, like from scratch, garlic mashed potatoes. And you can get crazy with them. You can fold in some cream cheese. You can use heavy whipping cream. If you're really crazy, you could do like an Asiago in there, and then like rebake them to make like twice baked mashed potatoes, and put a Parmesan crust over the top. You can throw bacon in it. You can throw pancetta in it. But yeah, I think that's like the ultimate.
I will stand by my potato soup. It is a recipe I've spent a long time perfecting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have been on that one a hot minute.
I think I think I've got it like perfect now. I'm pretty satisfied with it, and it's the best potato soup I've had anywhere.
I'm not a chef, but I do cooking streams very often.
So you're an internet chef.
Something like that.
Yes.
I think that's how that works.
I definitely didn't plan a day of our honeymoon around going to get knives in Japan for cooking. But I now have a very nice 8-inch chef knife with my name engraved into it.
That's pretty sick.
The objective FF series ranking, the best FF game is the one that you relate to the most and have the most fun with.
Yep. To be honest, I respect all of them. And I think my hottest take is I honestly think Final Fantasy VII is overrated. Like, as a video game, people gloss over the things that they've critiqued all the other games in the series for. But it's just because of sense of nostalgia. And that's okay.
It's the same reason I get a little like with people who want to sit there and tell me that Final Fantasy 13 is hallway simulator, but then tell me that Final Fantasy 10 is the greatest game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're both a bit hallway simulator. We can accept these things to be true.
Yep.
Alfina, have you
It's just which story you read.
heard my Final Fantasy 13 story?
No.
Okay. So I played 13 on my Xbox originally, when like probably a year after it came out. And I beat the game, and I spent about 10 years of my life not understanding what the hell the end of the game was. Like, it made no sense to me. The story made no sense to me. And I was talking to somebody about it a few years ago now. And they were like, okay, well, what didn't you understand? I was like, everything. And they're like, okay, well, and they started explaining things that happened. I was like, that didn't happen in the cutscene. I was like, no, it did. So it turns out my disc was scratched. It played about 5% of the end cutscenes and then just kicked me back to the post game. So I
Nice.
for about 15 years I just never saw the end of Final Fantasy 13.
That's beautiful.
Listen, I have no problem with people liking whatever they want because that's their prerogative. I think the biggest issue is when people just dunk on other people's happiness. Like, it's honestly not a competition. Like, I'm free to like whatever games I like, and I'll defend them. And you know what? I think for someone that honestly is probably the biggest proponent and fan of this game, I am the most critical of it, and I have been since day one.
Same.
You got to be critical of the things you like.
I'm probably one of the biggest Kingdom Hearts fans, but I will also tell you everything that's wrong with the series.
Like, I know a lot of people love FF9, and I think FF9 is great too. Anyway, this is Aranea. This is not Aranea. Goodbye, Aranea. That magic was powerful. Like,
we love
it. It really depends, like, what you want out of a video game. Like, FF7 was cool because it really introduced a 3D environment. The other thing for me is my first, like, real 3D RPG was Legend of Dragoon and not Final Fantasy VII, which already puts me in, like, the more niche crowd. Anyway, like, FF8 was cool because it tried something new with the junction and draw system. FF7 was cool because they really brought 3D RPGs to the forefront. FF9, while not honestly bringing anything new to the franchise in and of itself, is a perfect love letter for the previous entries of the title. Final Fantasy X is not turn-based. That's it.
It's not.
Mind if I hang in your guys' room?
We don't talk about Tactics Advanced 2. We don't talk about 12-2, okay? I don't make the rules. I just enforce them.
Not a bad shot.
8-2 isn't awful.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear
one of
you,
those...
and I'm going to let you revise your statement.
8-2 isn't awful. I would play it right now for a little bit and then wish I was just playing the first.
If I mute, like, deafen in this Discord call, do I still get to hear you?
No.
I had the same problem with Coder 1. I have no idea. That and the Star Wars Episode 1 Phantom Menace, I could not get that game to play at all.
She offered to play again. Maybe we'll get the chance to find out.
Anyway, hot takes aside, all I ask is just be respectful. And I think that's, like, I guess my message for the night is being online and playing video games, there's always someone that's going to have an intentionally inflammatory hot take about something you like. Don't be that person. And if someone does it, I just really disengage with those people. Like, you're allowed to enjoy what you enjoy for your own reasons. And to be honest, you don't have to justify it, especially with video games. Like, you don't need to defend anything. But, you know, I've played through the gamut of, like, very not the most favorite games, 15, 12. I'm a huge, like, Lonnie in chat mentioned it earlier. If you haven't played Forspoken and have the ability to, check it out. It's actually really fun. Like, I know that was, like, the internet, like, bashing point when it came out, and just give it a shot. Yep, don't yuck someone's yum. I am, in fact, a yum broker. Yeah.
And here's the thing. So, like, I can look at the Dark Souls games and acknowledge that I should never play them. It's personality type and my gaming style. It's not going to be a good combination. But I'm not going to put anybody down that loves Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
And it's not a matter of, oh, you just have to get good. No, I have to get patient that I don't have.
I will, however, stare very, very headlong at people that tell me that Demon Souls is the first Souls game.
We can hang out anytime.
Because that is incorrect.
It is incorrect.
I'm hoping that the biggest issue with Forspoken when it first came out was the system requirements, despite also being exclusive to PS5 and PC, were absurdly high. They finally got around to optimizing it, and it's really good. I'm hoping maybe the people will eventually get a chance to play it.
Because no one ever had little sister along for the ride.
I believe that there's actually a legality reason behind that, Morgantis, because that would cause a massive problem with ESRB ratings, and those games would probably not be able to be classified.
Salt in the air.
Sea breeze. We're on the water.
Wow.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Beautiful.
Listen, if there's anything the world needs, it's more patience and more acceptance.
Hell.
But the souls are right in the name. If you've not, and you want to talk about very, very cool games that people may not have known, there's a series that was basically the forebearer of the Souls series, made by From Software, and it's called Kingsfield. And they are really interesting games. They're kind of just a dungeon crawlery first-person tank control. Phil's win 4-3. Let's go. Keep on keeping on. Yeah.
Also, hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad. Everyone say hi to my dad in chat.
Piece of work right there.
The rivers run wide out here, so the bridges run.
But I love Kingsfield, as goofy and as wild and as painful as it is. But it's a very interesting story, very interesting system. I have intentionally inflammatory options about certain Final Fantasy games. Hey, Fatman, can you give us a review of Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings?
Why?
That was actually a good game. Hold on. That was fun.
More or less.
Gladdy, don't you help? Knocked?
Yeah, I gave up. I gave up arguing with people on the internet years ago. I'll just say, yeah, I like this one. Here are the reasons why. I don't care if you agree with me or not.
That is the other side of it, though. Like, acknowledge that just because you like something does not mean that everybody is gonna like it.
Can't wait to see my buddy Talcott.
Am I gonna run 16? I will probably do 1 or 2 runs of it. Unfortunately, full game runs I'm probably gonna do on action difficulty, which is the higher difficulty, are looking to be about the 10 to 12 hour mark. I only get to stream that long 2 days a week, which means my times aren't going to be competitive, and I'm not going to want to give up my entire schedule.
Whoa, pretty impressive lighthouse.
What say we head on up?
Ought to be a nice view.
What's up?
Knew it was y'all.
Mad 'cause bad. That's all right. I'm not good at platformers either, which is why I really never play them.
Tinkering away.
Unless someone has goaded or bribed me into doing it.
Trouble at sea.
Seen her share by the looks of her. Some parts we can fix, others replacing.
We might be heading into a crime here, depending on, I don't know if Talcott does anything, but I'm pretty sure there are labor laws involved. But I'm not sure if they're suspended due to what's basically martial law. I don't know. Well, we'll leave that for the attorneys in chat to decide. Any internet lawyers in the chat tonight?
Trouble is, they ain't had much luck finding a certain something by the name of Mithril. Apparently, the stuff's hard to come by around these parts. At least according to the little fella from the city.
Talcott?
You betcha. Sharp as a tack.
I would, but now it's time to get back to the actual speed run. I got no lollygagging.
Oh, yeah.
I'm done with all of my lollygagging.
Our house is over here. Right this way.
That was a great way to. That was all a great way to fill time.
Mm-hmm. It is indeed. All right, so we're going to talk to Talcott, little boy wonder, who unfortunately lost his grandpa. Oh yeah, that's the thing that happened. The Empire killed Jared. That was very rude of them.
Jared was a good guy.
Sir, get off of my desk. Putting his cat butt on my nightstand.
So, yeah. Gonna have to ask you to handle this boat business without me.
Say what?
I got some business of my own to deal with.
Gonna be long?
Not long enough for you to miss me.
I am a lawyer now.
I mean, I'm Kios's lawyer.
You want to quit all the time, though.
Not like you let me.
Who's my favorite author? That's a good question.
The waterfall cave was right around here.
You know what? I'll have to honestly think about that.
Wary though, where we go, the Empire seems to follow.
Wow.
To be honest,
Points in chat to the person that actually made him think.
does fan fiction count?
No.
I was gonna say yes, but okay.
I don't know. I may not have like a suitable answer.
They all but turned the key and left.
Then I'll take your fan fiction answer.
You don't want that answer.
That's that guy.
Self-preservation reaction. Yeah, me too.
As long as he lets us in.
Say he'll let us out. Not to mention we're a man down. With the demand.
I'd like to
You know
point out I
what?
technically did quit once and actually like
Quit.
To that guy.
I think I'll go with Brian Jacques,
didn't talk to Kyo for months.
To help the hunters take
the creator of the Redwall series. That was such a fond experience in my childhood. I was kind of debating Fowd, and then I realized that some of the books that I actually like are just way too problematic, and I don't want to split hairs and get into discussions that don't need to be discussed on GDQ. Like stuff that I can do in my own channel that I'm totally okay with. I don't want to bring it here. Anyway, so there's an encounter that we're supposed to have there. Instead, I'm going to pull over the car. And oh, now it's gone.
Picked up an item though.
Yep. Platinum ingot. Very important. I'm going to do a whole boatload of menuing here. I'm going to sell off that. Don't need it. Don't need it. Okay, I can grab the sheep's milk. Bunch of menuing. Or not.
Why don't we take a group picture over there?
Asimov is more my kind of speed.
I think not. Oh man.
Yeah, Red Balls was a really cool series, and it hit me right at the right age. Anyway, if you remember the Red Wall series, don't forget to stretch when you get up, by the way, because your back's probably hurting. Gonna grab Warp Factor 2 there, and I need to make another fire magic here. I need it to be at least 150 potency, which is 41 fire. This is going to be used for the next couple of chapters. And while I'm in here, I'm not going to actually equip it. I'm going to swap it over to dual cast Blizzara. We're going to get rid of the mage matchers for the air step sword because they have some movement coming up. And back to Royal Raiment. Basically, anytime we're going to be moving. Yeah, you're welcome. We're going to be doing that. I am going to go back in, and you have to remember to do this. Otherwise, your run's in trouble. Grab that extra stack of sheep's milk. We're going to be needing it for another magic we're going to make. I'm just going to condense menus later. I'm going to sell everything that isn't Garnet Bracelet or Amulet. Get rid of these Bulette Shanks. Okay, I need to hustle here. I really boofed that. Oh well.
we parked.
It's a little bit short there. So basically I have a bunch less money than I want to have, but I'm just gonna even it out. Basically, you want to exit the car with about 5,000 gil, a little bit over 5,000. Because that's all we're gonna need to spend on the rest of it. I bought way too many elixirs, so I'm probably just gonna sell them off. I'm gonna try and get into this fight super quick because this is like almost a guaranteed strategy. That's one of the reasons why I fell in love with cooking and reading and the Redwall series. Like, I think my fascination with food started out at a very young age, and being the chronic insomniac, ADHD haver that I am, I would not sleep much at night, but I was lucky enough to have a TV in my room. And I remember one night rather vividly, I was flipping through the channels because I was still young enough that Cartoon Network's like Adult Swim and like late night shows didn't really interest me yet. But on the the Food Network, which has just really honestly become a thing.
What?
There was this show that was in Japanese but had like American voiceovers called Iron Chef. And I gotta tell you, it changed my life. All right, I'm just gonna sell off some stuff I don't need just so we're back where we need to be, which is about 5,000. Here, we're just gonna buy this ice brand. That's all we need. We're gonna roll around it. Nope, I have not gotten gas the entirety of this run. Even the 10-hour version of the speed run, we don't get gas.
At ease, recruits. There's nothing in it for this ex-mercenary to turn you in.
Let's get
What were you worried about, Alex?
Forgot about your training? Well,
Yeah, it was.
escort you. Just watch yourselves in there.
I trust you'll be
Like,
suitable.
dude, just the chairman just biting into a raw pepper, I was hooked. Like, I immediately knew. Like, this was something I was going to be passionate about. Not enough to make a career out of it, mind you, because the culinary arts are very, very dangerous and a very hard lifestyle. Anyway, Element C, I'm going to use all this ice. We're going to make a big boy over here and all the sheep's milk. This chapter, I run it pretty much different from everyone else. I just kind of throw all caution to the wind. We're gonna go Blade of the Mystic, which was, oh yeah, that's different. Well, we'll get some rest if you're tired. Blade of the Mystic is really cool because it has a unique warp strike and the ability to buff your strength. And we're going back to Magitech Exosuit. It's gonna be a pretty tough one.
Not at this time.
We talked with Biggs next door. So this opens up. I'm just gonna first take a second to look at this beautiful, strong female character that I wish we got a lot more of. Anyway, down the hole we go.
Let's do it.
We are basically going to try and skip every fight that we can here, and there's actually quite a few skips here that are surprisingly easy to do, believe it or not. I'm gonna break down one of them for you because it's one that it will benefit if I show you how to do it at a little bit of a slower speed. Don't warp strike out of this fight. Hug close to this wall. There's an encounter right there. So we are gonna start.
Look up.
Company!
Above us.
It is totally cool to watch speedruns and not be a speedrunner. So we're gonna start that fight and end it. I'm Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown, and I can't say the last part.
I took my headset off for, I swear, a moment.
Demons.
And I'm concerned about what happened when I came
I'm
back.
expressing my support for the current strike.
Something bothers me about this spot.
What is it?
Have
Okay.
we been this way?
Something overlooked.
2 warp strikes, we don't want to do this fight. Basically, the only fights we take are the ones that we're penned in on here. So this next fight, I'm gonna basically get into it, we're gonna end it, and I'm gonna start setting up for the skip that we need to discuss. Okay, all good. I'm gonna get out of here. We're gonna grab this Quintcast Thundara that I made, and we're gonna step out of this. So, if you've played this game, how's the wear and tear on this? It's really actually not bad. It's not bad. You get a lot of breaks.
Yeah.
So if you've played this game casually, you'll know that this bridge collapses. There is a way to actually skip it. All right, so what we're gonna do is let's take a look at
Quite right.
this.
Also, the jumping isn't mashing.
Yeah. So we're gonna look at basically this line right here. See this little texture that bumps out? So draw a line from here, basically over to here, and basically just line it up with the front of the columns. What we're gonna do is we're going to, get our run and jump, but we wanna hit that jump basically right before the columns start. All right, which will allow us to get the second jump off and get the skip. Now you can do this seamlessly. I just wanted to slow it down and break it down for you. Like there are some times where I have to basically do what I call a dead jump, where I basically kind of just like stop where I'm at and then do the jump. It's a little bit weird, but it's definitely worth it. This is one of the next skips. It's not really a big one, and if I can't do it, I can't do it. Like, I am in almost zero control here. I don't have the spare muscle stem that I need. It's more important I use it later, but that is a good start. I'm gonna try and thank you for the lucky crit. So we're actually gonna get it. They're gonna behave here. So what I wanted to do was take down those creme brulees in order. Unfortunately, the Iron Giant decided he wanted to go the opposite direction. The full quote-unquote skip here is if you take down the creme brulee in that direction and the Iron Giant doesn't run across the battlefield, that little cutscene that played of the bridge rebuilding doesn't happen until you get up to here, and then it very slowly rebuilds itself, and then you can just kind of jump across it. It is pretty interesting. Yeah, welcome, Marsh. I've been doing speedruns of this in various categories for about, I'd say I've put, what, 5 years, Alfina?
Something like that. Can I get my favorite Final Fantasy 15 back now?
Maybe?
Because the song just played.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So the song that Prompto sings, the stairs, they go on. Forever they go on. Anyway, when you play this game in different languages, they've, in order to maintain the words, they actually in the French changed the tune to the Final Fantasy Victory fanfare.
Cool.
So depending on what language you're playing the game in, you might get that song in a completely different
tonality, but it's still the same melody.
Yep. It's my favorite freaking fact about this game.
All right. So this is like the big variance, and I guess this is the new strat, even though I've been running it. I've just never really put it. Can you use mods for the Steam version? I personally don't really recommend it unless it's just like a character skin. Like, I'll be honest, I'm not going to be super nitpicky, but as long as you can prove to me that what you're modding doesn't change the performance or how the game runs, I'll probably be pretty lenient until I get a full chance to dig into it and try it. But this is my chapter 7 strat, and it is quite a interesting one. Now, what I'm going to do is I have 2 series of fights to take out. And then we're going to do a skip, and it's much like a lot of the skips we've been doing. I'm just going to avoid a certain thing, and we're going to get a skip. So I have intentionally saved this Magitech booster and muscle stimulant. I'm going to pop both of these. The Magitech booster is going to basically have the same effect as the Armager Warp Chain, where I am basically not going to have any MP cost for, I believe, 30 seconds. So I'm just basically going to Warp Strike with Ragnarok to try and get these enemies out of the way. I have a secondary battle coming up as well. And the magic that I made at basically the start of this area, I'm going to cast in the middle, and then we're going to Warp Strike. And I grabbed the Ice Brand earlier. We basically only bought it because the Lick are weak to it, the Lich. All right, stop. Hammer time. Coming up, we're going to actually skip the final boss of this dungeon. Now, we have spent years fighting this boss. And the funny thing is, going back to version 1.0, this skip exists, and none of us knew it until probably like 2 years ago. So I am out of this fight. I'm going to stick very close to this left wall and hopefully not get bumped like that. I'm just going to keep sticking to the left. Keep sticking to the left all the way down. Now, as far as I can logic
Move yourself
out,
to the left the best you can.
Yep. Oh, are you kidding me? All right. Well, do we have time for a reload? That was a church question.
Church is muted.
I'm doing it. It's literally it's 5 minutes. Church is muted. When he comes back, I was gonna say when he comes back, nobody mentioned anything. All right, so this is gonna take us back. I will tell you that skip got messed up because I bounced off that wall.
Hold down the fort.
It happens.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Yep. That's the one thing you got to be careful of, and sometimes it's literally just because Noctis does his out of combat animation while you're in midair, and you're just happen to be just holding a little bit too far left, and blah blah blah. So we'll do this all again at full speed. Well, yeah. The one thing for me, Foud, is like the way I've done my routing with this, and just kind of where I'm at with the speed run. Like, if I don't get quet skip, I just throw the entire run in the garbage. It's not worth me finishing it because it's like a minute time loss. Because we've it is a skip that is so, and I say this as someone that literally just failed it in front of how many people we have here tonight, but it is such an easy skip that you can literally just do it. And just because we kind of made the executive decision as runners, and like with the skill level and like how difficult, quote unquote, the difficulty of the skip is so low. Yeah, this dungeon's pretty. I just wanted to see it again. Like the difficulty of the dungeon is so low, or the skip rather, that we don't even bother prepping for it. It's just not worth it. Like, it really is. And part of it, I'll be honest, part of it is also because I'm like slowing down to show these things, is probably why it's like goofing with my tempo. So I'll just do this all at full speed. To be honest, this is like, in terms of like the tech and fluidity of the run, like this is my favorite chapter. Just because of like how demanding it is, and like it's super execution heavy. And for some reason, for someone that makes as many mistakes as I do on a daily basis, I apparently really like those. Yeah, literally free. It's free real estate.
I think it is.
Nice. I love guessing games.
Turns out the Empire makes weapons out of them.
Weapons?
Yeah. I'm sure you've seen your share by now.
Oop, wrong one.
Something not quite right with the Empire lately.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to dead jump.
Not everything.
There we go. That was the quote-unquote dead jump. I had to.
Whatever I want.
All right, we'll get another attempt at this. Maybe we can get the correct skip, and then I'll just breeze through the rest of this.
Strikes you as not quite right.
Listen, as someone that still remembers how to do the original Chapter 13, I commiserate. I loved it. All right, well, things got worse. Because the
went back and learned how to do it just to understand it.
This creme brulee just ruined everything. This guy is definitely part of the no fun committee. He is your average internet troll, yum yucker. He just wants to make everyone have a bad time.
Oh, and I was just getting warmed up.
Spaghetti. Shoutouts to Dr. P.
Not what I was expecting today.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely an old throwback, but you know, eggs is eggs, as they say.
Forever they go on and on and on.
There's nothing on after us, so no time pressure. Wow, thanks for telling me I'm really bad at the game, Rich. I appreciate it. You're a real one. Yeah, what's a hey Alfina? What's a ghost's favorite dessert?
Maybe we shouldn't.
Blueberry pie.
Oh, wow, that's good. I was gonna say creme brulee.
It's a crossroads. Whichever way leads to the treasure.
I like my blueberry pie.
To be fair, blueberry's pretty dope. Anyway, at full speed, this is so much more fun. A double. Shoop. That's going to be a little rough on this guy. Yep. Okay, that happens. I knew that was going to pull a little bit. That's totally fine. It gives me a better entry. Cool.
You don't say.
There we go. This should be much more free.
Right on.
Anyway, as I was gonna eventually loop back to this, as far as I can tell, as mentioned, this has been in here since the initial release of the game. We're still gonna get the camera work where the giant boss is supposed to be, but it's not there. If you did notice, there were the enemies that we passed on the bridge still wandering up there. And my thinking is, because it's really the only thing that makes sense, is we didn't go far enough away for them to despawn and have the boss replace them when you stick to the wall that closely. So you save a rather annoying boss fight. And on the plus side, if you're like super efficient, you might actually have Armiger ready for next chapter, which is, to be honest, one of the biggest. It's the shortest chapter in the run, but it is the biggest determination of, yeah, sometimes you can get an extra warp strike there and just fall out of the sky like a baby bird. It is the biggest determining factor in most runs for me, because you can either have a really good time or just lose 30 seconds and there's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is.
His Excellency instructed me to give you boys a ride back. If you need a lift, feel free to hop on.
Well,
Dr. P is not a real doctor.
and that'll take care
First try, got it.
Once you're rested and
Anyway, Aranea is going to be a real pal,
make sure
and she has her totally not commandeered airship she stole from the Imperial Army when she was a mercenary.
So,
She's going to give us a lift.
hold on tight.
red ship.
Is theft of military property a crime? It's probably a crime, right?
I'm pretty sure that's a
It's
crime.
gotta be.
Okay, so we have one crime against humanity, two Geneva, two war crimes, two war crimes, two organized crimes. Yeah, she calls me a pretty boy too. I like that. A crime committed by myself.
Rise and shine.
A W.
A W.
You got
I
a
have
W.
I have a speeding ticket. And we also have a court-martial, more than likely, for unauthorized use of military equipment.
Powerless to do anything I'm not ordered to.
Just frowned upon. It's just frowned upon. No, Dr. P is a electronic music artist from the UK. Signed to Circus Records, I believe.
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's Circus. You know, I
not doubting you. I'm
caught
just saying I don't
him in
remember.
Flux Pavilion on their second show in the US.
Wow.
I'm that old.
A little older than you.
Loving that outfit, Noct.
Why don't you wear one?
That's the only one. And if anyone stands a fighting chance in there,
I try my best.
forget about fashion.
All right, this chapter sucks. There's no way to really kind of cut it any cleaner or nicer than that. It just sucks. So what we're going to do, I'm going to jump once, swap over to Ragnarok. We're going to grab the Aircept Sword and Fyra. These are actually a setup for next chapter.
Just wanted to thank you for offering to clear out those demons.
One of the things
Give me time to treat them for you.
that makes this
There's a
section
hunter who
here.
went in right ahead of you.
Oh, yeah. I'll pull that up really
Frustrating.
quick.
But two of you
Once we get to that point.
been a little-
We,
We're getting some unstable readings from the generators inside. Too much.
I will also preface this with the fact that women do all the work in this town. So all these suits are for women. If you are a 6'3" woman, my wife wants to talk to you. No, I'm just kidding.
I know of a 6'5".
Yeah, shout outs to Ash. We love Ash. Anyway, if you open... Oh, they fixed it. Yeah. Oh, we have Hunter in here. They finally fixed it. You used to be able to have the Hunter in your inventory, but it would just say Gladio.
Follow me.
Anyway, we're about to fight the worst fight in the game, not because it's difficult, but it's just frustrating. We're going to fight Garcia Maceras and goblins. Go ahead.
The goblins are not the problem.
Yep.
Just for the record,
Good.
goblins, all you gotta do is,
Okay.
look at them funny, I swear.
Yeah.
However, Garcia Maceras move a lot. And so we're going to try to kill the Garcimaceras with that fire that we equipped there. However, every so often, they're just going to be like, no, I wasn't in that cast. And there's honestly nothing we can do about it, and then we have to kill them the slow way.
I'm going to have to loop.
It's very frustrating. The other thing is we don't want the goblins to run around too much from their starting points, because it causes this right here where we have to loop back around to get to the other Garcimacero.
All right, good enough. Get me out of here.
And ideally, we want to finish up on this side over here so we can get out fast.
Keep it up.
These things are ideal. The Garcimaceras are going to do everything to say that it won't happen.
It's rough. This is the entire chapter. It's so short, but like you can just, like I said, you can like against my PB. I probably lost about 15 to 20 seconds in combat there. What's worse is against my my best split for this chapter is my PB is already 20 seconds slower than that. Like it is just such a literal roll of the dice. Leviathan is a terrorist attack, but also a humanitarian disaster.
Really looking forward to Iris' cooking.
Although to be fair, it's mainly property damage.
Don't be that way.
All right, next.
We're not the ones committing the terrorist.
Next skip of the run. This is a skip that I'm not going to talk about. I'm just not. I'll talk about it later, or you can talk about it.
I'll talk about it.
You can talk about it.
So it's once again one of these situations wherein if nothing happens, you did it right. It's also, this skip in particular is one where we have reviewed the footage. Keo did it right, and it didn't happen anyway.
Yeah, only in front of about 10,000 viewers. Only time it's happened.
No big
deal. It has only happened one other time since then.
But what's happening there is we kind of jump around along the fence and we pick up a maiden's kiss. Not that we need the maiden's kiss, but it's how we kind of help make sure that the skip happens correctly. In order to keep Prompto from grabbing us and saying, look, it's the ocean. We could be seaside supermodels. And it's this whole little cutscene that we really don't want to have to deal with because it's not fast. And it's well known as seaside supermodels. Partially because that's just fun to say.
Seaside supermodels. There can be a Nissan Cup Noodle category if you can convince one other person to run it. What would that category be, though? Excuse me as my toe cramps. That's painful. All right.
Okay, my legs are cramping, but Mew is refusing to move.
Yeah, that's a cat. You have specifically found a cat.
I also need more water, but Mew is refusing to move.
Yeah, well, we got a little break coming up here anyway. Anyway, hey,
yes,
we're going to meet up with the team. No, I'm a Femboy Friday model. It's good enough for me. Sid said a naughty word. I'm glad I talked over it so no one could see it. Speaking of noodles, I have to go pet my noodle soon. I have a ferret. She's super cute. She's a noodle. I mean, I guess if you wanted to, I would just recommend if you're going to do that, just go for Alleyway Jack or All Hunt percents, because that's part of it. And to be honest, it's a really long but comfortable run. Aranea can come back into your party randomly, which I think is pretty cool. Like, at least we get that.
Promising that the reasons behind awakening the Hydrian would be clarified in the ceremonial address.
Got a signal.
Delivering the address will be Lady Luna Freya, who was previously reported dead. This will mark her first public appearance since the violence that befell the signing ceremony.
Lady Luna Freya's gonna give a speech?
Sounds like it.
Lord knows. This world could use some wisdom. Won't be much longer now, Noct.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I had a little spilly.
I wondered where you went. I mean, it was perfect time for getting up, but
Permit? Relax. I got one.
Limousine mouse.
Here.
That's as old.
I mean, there's a lot of categories. You can check the speedrun.com page. Generally, like, for vague and arbitrary categories, you need to get at least 2 people to run them.
Could say that.
But hey, it doesn't even have to. You can always make up your own speedrun.
Lucky us.
A water car, a boat. Did you just forget the word boat?
I'm sorry.
Listen, it's happened to me before. Water car. Or are you like specifically speaking about like a hovercraft, an amphibious vehicle, a gondola? We're getting to the gondola. 2 jumps, menu time. 1, 2, 3, 4, up, up. So, this is one of our last fancy outfits. It's our casual fit. You know, we drip. We got that drip, as the youngsters would say. I also swapped this off of our magic setup to our physical setup, the Heliodor and Garnet bracelet. We picked this up getting off the elevator really quickly before we just wrapped up the last chapter. This gives us 40 strength. It's pretty good.
What do you mean?
MPT, I did not squeak, therefore I was not broken. Somebody has me laughing to the point where I start squeaking. That's a whole nother conversation.
Listen, Chrissy, just because after 2 inches of rain, your MX-5 floats away because it's like a clown car, doesn't mean it's aquatic. It's not designed to run in that condition. Hey, yo, you should put some swamp tires on it, a lift kit, and a snorkel, and just do no engine or transmission or brake upgrades. We're going to talk to our last merchant of the run. This lady's really nice. There's a reason why I have a specific... Oh. That's why. I have a specific amount of gil. It's just so I can hold right, and it immediately selects all the power EXs that I will potentially need.
Ahead lies a future uncertain, yet sure is the astral memory, wherein the key...
Respectfully bussin'. Changing words is definitely a lot of fun. Have you ever typed a message and put it in the wrong chat, though?
Care for a ride?
Did you see that over there?
You know what? I forgot, Foud. I forgot about my favorite author, Chuck Tingle. How could I forget? Silly me.
That's what I was afraid your answer was going to be from the very beginning.
I thought it was a serious question from Foud for once, and to be honest, that's my mistake. A discount submarine? Yeah, people do use snorkels on vehicles occasionally, especially if they're mudding.
So this you doubt this. Just be aware.
We'll bet.
And
anyway, we're going to continue our trend. I love Final Fantasy 15 too. Of just really not associating with anybody in this run.
Heard about your distinguished guests.
And we're just going to be really rude. I hope you all like really just being rude to politicians, because that's what the next about 3 minutes are going to consist of. Me just being absolutely rude to this hybrid of Hillary Clinton and Angela Merkel morphed into one body.
Yeah, go do just that.
And I saw, I appreciate it. For some reason, I mentioned this earlier, like 2 hours ago, if anyone has listened to any of my ramblings.
I've listened to more than I care to admit.
Yeah, true. Same. I'm stuck here. So we have a return to rest point, but we didn't sleep in this chapter. We haven't rested anywhere. For some reason, our interaction with Gentiana is it counts as a rest for whatever reason. So we just warp back here. So we're gonna go visit Camellia. I have not finished 16 yet. I will probably do a customary like 2 or 3 speed runs of it, but it is unfortunately looking, in the best case scenario, 8 hours, worst case scenario 12 hours as a speed run. Which unfortunately for me, working a full-time job, having 3 pets, a wife, an apartment to take care of, cooking, cleaning, and being Twitch's fastest femboy, catboy, house husband extraordinaire, I don't have time to run that on the daily. Hey, NASCAR's
I
dope.
have not finished 16. I'm still working my way through it, and I'm pretty early in the game.
If anyone caught the Chicago race for NASCAR, whew, that was a heck of a race. It's long, Lemon. It's very, very long. And unfortunately, like, I don't want to spoil it because not everyone has played it. A lot of the fights, if you have played it, I mean, that's a incorrect take, but go on, I guess.
Thank you for coming.
We just got into this topic. Do not yuck someone else's yum.
Anyway, speaking of yucking yums, we're going to have like a little, like a diplomacy session here. And us being, I guess, technically a king. We're going to have a discussion with Camellia, who is basically, for lack of a better term, nice. Lack of a better term is like the prime minister of Altissia. Now, obviously, you know, when foreign ministers meet, the first question we're going to ask is, hey, are you banging the guy we just talked to?
I, for one, am
No?
business.
All right, cool.
Those circumstances have changed. Both the king and
Remember,
the oracle are finally
people don't want to talk to us when we're rude.
and inappropriate.
I want to see her now.
This interaction is so great when you do it this way, though.
Now, let me ask some questions.
The mechanics of speedrunning, stagger. If you're familiar, so I actually was lucky enough to be invited to basically show off the 16 demo percent for RPG Limit Break. A couple of weeks ago. It was me and the Sids. So Sid does.
It was the week before it came out.
Yeah, it was the week before it came out. So the Sid is known for a lot of Final Fantasy VII Remake speedruns, and I, of course, have run Stranger of Paradise 15 and stuff like that. A lot of it is actually going to play a lot more similar as a speedrun to 7 and Stranger of Paradise than it will to 15. It's basically going to be stagger as much as possible, and just timing it and building the skills to get there.
Nothing of worth to control.
So I should accept my city's destruction?
If you wish to hold the right, you must ensure my citizens' safety and aid in their evacuation.
Chrissy, I can go back to running Nier Automata if you want. Do you want that? I bet you don't.
I was literally about to type, I'll take Kyo running 15 any day over Kyo running Nier Automata.
Demi-human Kios does a speed run, or 8 minutes and 34 seconds before resetting forcefully and launching a controller near the speed of sound out the window.
Did you guys know? What was it? It's an Xbox controller, wasn't it?
A standard DualShock PS4 controller can be slammed at the ground with such velocity that it'll bounce off the floor, hit the ceiling, and hit the floor again and still function when plugged back in.
Run Nier Automata, you'll find out.
Doing you a favor.
Interesting.
Oh, I doubt it'll come to it. My duty is to my citizens. Should any harm befall them, there will be a reckoning.
My dad played baseball most of his life. My uncle played in the professional organizations for most of his life.
Interesting.
I
Sounds like
played baseball quite a bit myself. I definitely can tell you that with enough force and velocity that you can actually blow the shoulder buttons out of a DualShock 4 controller without cracking anything else.
Of your own for the evacuation effort. Whom you choose is up to you.
Yo, Comrades was dope. Like, legit.
Church is over here going, I don't believe these are the conversation topics I was expecting.
This meeting didn't instill me with confidence, but we must make do.
The first time people interact with me, like on a professional stream setting like this, I know there's always a little bit of hesitancy because my normal stream nature is a lot of four-letter words and expletives you wouldn't want small children hearing, and a lot of very vulgar descriptions. But like once I get into a situation like this, it's like all business, baby. I got my business socks on. It's business time. A Logitech controller could do it. True. I actually own that controller, but let's not joke about that. That's just sad.
They've lost Regis. They've lost the crystal.
Yeah, the ending is like really. There's something about this game that sticks with me. But for 16, I definitely want to do a few runs of it, even if it's just not something I'm going to be good at. That's another thing that I always like to bring up when I'm doing like speed runs, especially when it's something like this, where it's more of a tutorial base or like talking about the history of a run. Routing speed runs, people that test stuff are super important. And like really the unsung heroes of speed runs, because they're putting in the time, but there's no leaderboard for, oh, they found that really important strat that made chapter 8 easier, which means we could save 2 minutes over the course of a 4-hour run, you know, or someone that spent 10 hours testing places we could get out of bounds for any % D.
Look at the amount of time I helped spend timing and
retiming
for movement tech.
Yep.
And you're never gonna see that in the times that I put up.
Stay flexible, stay alert.
Is that why I had a pink R1 button in that controller? Yep. That controller is still kicking around, I think, but I've moved on to PS5 controllers now. I don't know. I stopped being a rage gamer when I realized it's really stupid and it's just a video game.
And stopped running Nier Automata every day?
Yeah. But it's really weird. For apparently a cutscene, I've really sunk some time into 16. I've been enjoying it, and it's mainly because I just... I don't know. I have such like a love affair with Final Fantasy 12 in the way that its storytelling is... kind of, I know it's not the correct word, but I'm going to call it multiplanar, because there's more than just the main plot going on. There's socioeconomic plots. There's, you know, political tension. There's a lot more moving pieces and storylines within the main story. I think the way the world is presented to you, the aesthetic of it, the feeling of it is very reminiscent of Final Fantasy 12. And just as a young teen, and even to this day, I am just so impressed with the fact that Final Fantasy 12 fits on one 4.7 gigabyte DVD. And literally, if you want to do almost all of it, is over 120 hours worth of content. Multifaceted, maybe. Now, if you ask me to speedrun the PS2 version, no, you better be breaking out that wallet and PayPal account, because I ain't doing that for free. The TZA version, a little bit better.
Or will anybody near you let you do that for free?
I'm on it.
That's how you learn to understand English? Well, your English is probably very formal then. That's dope, though. Anyway, this section is really interesting. Basically, I don't want to hit any of these people.
Yep.
Because if
We're gonna jump over them, jump around them, but not hit them.
If you end up attacking them, it places you physically in combat. And instead of just being able to warp outside like I did there, you actually have to get back into combat and then run out again.
Not worth
this
it.
section, you don't have to do anything. It continues pretty much the entire trend of the run that quick time events are just not worth it. Just fail them. I'm going to basically be casually hitting triangle because that's the actual button that we have to interact with. I guess we'll do a pause here and explain Leviathan, because this fight is... It's pretty interesting, and there are many ways to do it. And there are many... You can actually skip certain phases of this fight. And ironically...
And there's also...
Yeah, go ahead.
There's also many ways that it can go wrong.
Believe it or not, this fight is fastest at level 1 if you have a handful of royal arms with you. You can basically skip the entire fight. You do enough damage, she goes into vulnerable state and just never gets up. It's very odd. I don't really understand why it happens, but it's some sort of hitting a precise damage limit. But what we're going to do here is we're going to get to the intro portion of the fight. We are going to skip the first... Technically, the first phase is when you have to warp strike her in the face a couple of times. We're going to skip that with a very precisely placed magic cast. And then the actual fight. We're going to do the first phase normally. We're going to set up the second phase so that we skip directly into the final phase without hitting the third phase, which has a slow transition. So
something I do want to point out before we get too far, the pop-up that comes up about conversation options. A lot of times we've been telling you they don't matter. With Leviathan, it matters. Pick the top one.
Yeah, pick the top one. Otherwise, it's plus 10 levels to Leviathan.
Just wanted to make mention of that because a lot of times we've been saying it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, this one.
It also matters with Camellia. Shoutouts to Rudix for spending like 3 hours timing every option and figuring out the fastest route, which actually continues to be just pick the most obnoxious, jerky answer you can. All right. Make a save before this if you're going to learn this run to practice this fight. We're going to go power EX, one warp to the left, lock on, and we're going to hold circle. And we're just going to slide away. Now our goal is to avoid quick time events because they take time, and if you counter it, it ruins everything. So you have to let it go, and then you take damage, and if you take damage, you're not doing damage. I'm going to push us, try and get up here. I want to be a little bit higher up when we get back into this engagement here, because it's going to prevent Leviathan from dipping into the water. She's going to fly away here. I'm going to lure her into a corner, do 2 evades, and apparently that one... Oh, I got pinched. All right, so that's not good. I made a boo-boo, but we should be able to recover. I think it's just not going to be a perfect 3 cycle. Normally, she'll get like... If you do this absolutely perfectly, which I apparently am just going to have a bad time at, she'll basically circle you 3 times, and you should be able to get it done by then. And I missed this skip by like literally 1 attack. So if we do everything correctly and you don't get absolutely just trolled on like I did, you'll get this without the phase transition. It is what it is. Like, this is a tutorial. This is one of the runs where I'm okay with failing stuff to show you what to do if it goes wrong anyway. Because everyone makes a tutorial on how to do everything right, but not what to do when things go wrong. Yes, the music in this game is good. Shout outs to Yoko Shimomura.
Also, those vulnerables do not break.
You'll get an extra cinematic.
It is actually faster to sit there and do nothing and wait than it is to engage.
My finger slipped, so I didn't get the parry. It's really impressive, like when I can do it right, and she'll just circle around you 3 times and then just goes down, and that's the fight. Like full speed, I think my best chapter 9 is like just under 18 minutes, which is like screaming fast. I think I also have the only sub 12-minute chapter 7 too. There's a whole bunch of stuff that just like you get absurdly quick at. Couple of cutscene skips here. There's a lot of really big story tensions and story arcs that happen here. Ignis loses his sight. Lunafreya dies. Oops, spoiler alert. Noctis is pretty much KO'd for about a week. And Gladio, forever being the dad friend, is very disappointed and very angry. But he's not going to admit to it. He's going to give you the, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. And then he's going to go like cry in the shower later. Good night, D-Wins. Keep up the tutorial talk. I mean, I've been trying my best. This is slowly morphed into a speedrun part tutorial type thing, but again, I'm always here to answer questions. If you're keeping track at home with your notes, you're definitely going to want to make a save here. Yeah, the DLC is really good. I actually, like, I know people will complain, like, why do I have to spend, like, okay, wait till it's on sale and you can get all the DLC for like $5. Like, why do I need to spend money for more game? You know, more story for the game. I'll be honest with you, I think if they shoehorned those pieces into the game where they're supposed to be, it would just absolutely destroy the pacing of this game, which people already complain about, and I don't even want to know how bad it would be. Right, so we're on a train, which means we have now completed Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, the video game.
We'll be on foot.
I can make John Candy references, right? Sure, true. So we're going to set up actually 2 skips here, and I don't remember. I want to say it may have been DTG, or it's DTG or someone else actually found this skip, which is rather strange, and I don't know why it happens. But if you just go to where you're supposed to, you get a phone call from Core and he stops you. However, if you talk to this dude, he basically gives you the information that Core does, but you can mash through it faster than the phone call. It's not bad. 4 hours is kind of comfy for me. I've been really enjoying the sub-hour category despite how tricky it is.
I'll manage somehow.
I mean, I don't think it was up to them about changing the game, considering Square Enix scrapped it and basically tore the project down to nothing, rebuilt teams twice before we got a finished product. It was on its 3rd iteration. I may have had very long and lengthy discussions with one of the devs of this game, and it's a miracle it got out in any way, shape, or form.
Destination likely lies deeper inside.
All right, we're going to do that camera trick I've been doing because it's going to break us out of this slow walk. I was a little bit too quick setting it up, so this is going to be mildly inoptimal. We're going to actually return to the entrance here. We have another cool skip to show off. So
you will have to practice this one.
Get comfy with it. This chapter in and of itself has seen 3 revisions because at first it was too confusing for a lot of people, so they updated it. And then they made another change to place the generators in better space. And then the 3rd iteration made it incredibly... it was supposed to be slower, but it ended up being not slower. And then we realized that in all the changing, the devs forgot to do something very important. And we found a skip that involved taking this drill and jumping from up there and getting onto the drill, and you can actually climb your way, over that structure. And if you do a dagger jump, you'll fall through the tree and land on like an invisible platform, and then fall down, and you end up just behind the wheel that blocks your path. Or we can do the a lot easier version, which we eventually found out, which is they left collision on this, and they didn't put any collision over here. You just have to be careful you don't hit that seam, because if you hit that seam, you will fall through the map, and you will basically soft lock after falling for about 10 miles. We're going to swap over those there. Icebrand, Blizzaga. I did grab... that's quests. In the Ascension wheel, I did grab the final magic level. So we have all of these, and basically magic level 2 is 3 times the number of levels is added to our magic fight. Magic stat. Basically, we don't have to turn on no stinking generators because we're already in the boss arena. There is kind of a dice roll here if I get what I call the auto cutscene. Sometimes randomly, instead of like...
really want to know what's back there?
Normally, you will have to wait a little bit for the cutscene to trigger to actually finish the fight. Sometimes the game will just automatically give you the cutscene where Ignis decides that he is going to rude. Use his element. But we'll see what we get. My first time playing this fight took me an hour because I didn't understand what it was telling me to do. So I get it. People had trouble with this. And I mean, I consider myself pretty low IQ sometimes, so.
This might be a good time.
All right, let's see if we get it. If we don't, it is what it is. I don't get it much these days anymore because it's got to be persistent with like where my party members are. Yeah. Sometimes you get lucky and it just automatically skips right to the cutscene. But I think Ignis is trapped over there somewhere, or the game is having trouble processing where it's at.
Knocked. I have an idea.
Magic stonk now! 1, 2, 3, and good. I had the wrong weapon equipped, but whatever. It's good enough. Oh, come on. Thank you. Anyway. Any egg fans in the chat? Eggs. And that's it. We are going to be done with this chapter. We just got to make our way out of here. Shout outs to the katana that existed in the routing for exactly one fight for exactly 1 week until I realized it was just way too damn difficult. It has an incredible counterattack, but it is pretty difficult to pull off and it's just not worth it. The Cowboy Killer. Dun, 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 brun, brun, brun. Any Horse the Band fans? Anyone want to sing Birdo with me?
Might as well hop off if it helps him move on.
No. I don't know what's going on right now.
No, that's not Horse the Band. That's 4 Non-Blondes.
All set for boarding? Yeah. Well, let's roll.
All right, I know.
Listen, there's at least 2 people. There are at least 2 people old enough in chat to get that joke. And all of a sudden, where's the I'm older than you crowd, Alfina?
Just because I get the joke doesn't mean I find it funny.
And I cry so hard when I'm lying in bed. I, for some reason, just split. My split program isn't even up, but I want to let everyone at home know I split. Horse the Band did a release for Record Day. They released Mechanical Hand. If you're a vinyl record collector, you might be able to find some at a not obscene price. You're welcome.
Feels good to ride the rails.
Sure does.
Eager to drive once we're in ground.
Let me.
To have the regalia at all. Secretary, our thanks.
She'd get more.
Just because I get the joke doesn't mean I find it funny. Well, it's a good thing for me, Gummy, that not only am I actually funny all the time, and that is an honest fact, I am also funny looking. So when in doubt, I can just rely on that.
Was his ship heading for the altar. I fell unconscious and was powerless to stop him.
I'm just glad you're alive.
Anyway, this is a forced cutscene. We're just going to sit here. Horse the Band may be one of my favorite concerts I've ever seen. I saw them in a very, very small bar. And when I mean small bar, it is literally like a row home. Half a row home in Philly called the Barbary. There were so many people in there, you couldn't actually move. You were just kind of whichever way the crowd wanted to move, you were going. It was the most intense, emotional 53 minutes of my life. And Ed Edge gave me a hug and some niacin. He's jacked. Anyway.
No wonder the whole world's in disarray.
I guess.
And longer nights mean more demons.
This is a nice little break if you're in the run. To be honest, because chapter 11's not terrible. Chapter 12 isn't awful. But like a lot of the high stakes parts of the run are coming up, and a lot more of the RNG dependent ones. So like just having like a little mental break, like as much as I like at this point of the run, I'm in the battle between like I want to get this over and okay, I really need to buckle down and focus like everything. We can skip this cutscene once the camera angle changes right here. Boop.
I mean, I'm taking this as a nice chance to lean back and relax a little bit.
Whiz wit. But to be honest, the best cheesesteak in the city is D'Alessandro's.
Like it.
Pat's is all right. Gino's is trash. D'Alessandro's is where it's at.
Without.
I will tell you, I actually had a Philly cheesesteak in Japan, in Hatagaya, and I'll be real honest, it was better than half the cheesesteaks I've had in this city. Like, legit.
Wow.
Be careful there. Wait.
But yeah, Whizwit.
Without.
Game's shortest cutscene skip. It literally just skips it. The animation of Noctis opening the door. I don't know why that's a skippable cutscene. It just is. It's I'm sorry. Noctis throws open the door and Arden pops up behind him and says hello.
It's not safe. Plus, you're causing a
hello there.
Jim's is solid. Jim's is very solid. To be fair, D'Alessandro technically in the city. It's in Roxborough, but like it's real good. Hodogaya? No, we stayed in Hatagaya. It was Toyota's cheesesteak. It's right on the main street in Hatagaya. Surprisingly good.
Please, can't we talk for a sec? Never.
Go on.
I lost the train of thought. It wasn't that important.
I get it. We're on a train. It was a good joke.
Thanks.
Shout out to Gritty for being a homie. Oh yeah, we love Gritty. Alfina, do you want to explain what Gritty is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, Jim's did burn down. Did they ever get around to rebuilding it? I know
Gritty is a monstrosity. That's all I got.
He's here? If he is, that would explain all this weird stuff happening. I bet he's behind the train stopping. Ignis and Gladio inspect the engine room.
Yeah, I lost mine too.
Two of us go check out the rear.
It's that point in the run.
Yeah, Donkeys in Camden is really dope. To be fair, I can appreciate that. I know there were a couple of restaurants that have had fires, unfortunately. One of them was Banshan in Chinatown. They ended up like repairing it and getting it back open. Yeah, it's been rough. It's been kind of rough, especially like some of those areas in the city. You have to kill this man from behind. Otherwise, you're stuck from his corpse. You'll also notice I did a little camera trick as well. Actually, camera tricking to avoid these falling animations saves like almost 15 seconds in this chapter. And this is a short chapter, so it's huge. And as previously mentioned, it's free real estate. Normally you fall down and like you're wobbling around and like this dialogue plays. And then you can leave the train after that dialogue box pops up. But because we camera glitched, blew right through it. The good news is I got one muscle stimulant, which means I have a spare one. Right now, I am focused on collecting as many Magitech boosters and muscle stims as I can. Every Magitech booster I get is 30 free seconds where I don't have to worry about my MP. Every muscle stim means I can get a 50% more damage than a power EX. But I do need to have at least two. Oh, come on. I need one muscle stim for Ifrit. It is non-negotiable. I need one muscle stim for Arden Skip. It is non-negotiable. Otherwise, the damage values are thrown off. Not Bantan, Banchan. It's a multinational Korean food and Korean fried chicken joint. They are incredible.
How bad do you think it is?
But yeah, I agree. One of the best burgers I had in my life was in a basement in Japan. Just some dude with a little Honda Cub, a couch, and a couple of tables, just slinging the most American cheeseburgers you have ever had. Incredible fries, and he made this homemade, or I'm not sure if he made it or if it was one of the local bakeries, but they just made this incredible apple pie. So good. No, Bonton is I don't even know if they're still in business, but they're a department store / mall anchor. Anyway, I'm basically just running out the clock here. This is like one of those time survival scenarios. My internal clock is going off, and also the train's HP is at a certain point. I'm going to start working my way back here. What we're going to interact with next is a tank that's going to pull up, and it should be coming probably after I clear this kill. It'll just kind of show up. There it is. Perfect. It's also how it's cooked. It's basically pressure fried. Okay, game. Making me look like an idiot.
I've got enough random things with this game that my internal clock went off too.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna jiggle the camera a little bit so I can get these targets. For some reason, if you go looking straight forward at those enemies, it doesn't lock onto them properly until you're on the ground. But if you just kind of turn the camera a little bit, you can. Again, minor optimizations here. And now what we're gonna do is called circling the wagon, or going around the horn. We are going to basically point warp from ship to ship. We are going to warp strike the shock soldiers because they explode. So there's one shock trooper, slide to the left, slide to the left, slide to the left, slide to the left. It is pretty precise though, and that's that. Anyway.
I will say, when you're learning this run and you're learning that spot,
it's tricky.
It's very hard to make mistakes. It's just getting optimal is where we're talking about it being really precise.
Yep. I think that's the one thing I really enjoy about this run as I'm reading the How to Train a Speedrunner command is this game, and I don't want to come off as brash or entitled or in any way kind of elitist about it. I would argue if you want to learn a Final Fantasy speedrun that's action-based or newer, this is surprisingly easy. Like, there is really only a few super technical places, and I already highlighted those and have proffered backup strats and told you, like, there are things that are just not worth worrying about while you're learning this run. I do it because it's ingrained in my brain, and I've pushed for world records for all the categories. But like, they are so not necessary if you want a good time. They're not even required if you want a good time.
Right, and definitely, I would say either one of us or the collection of folks who put some amount of time into this game. Everybody, whether their name is on the leaderboard or not, if they've put the time into it, they are incredibly welcoming to. You have a question? Cool, let me help you get past that point. You're struggling with this trick? Cool, let's break it down and see if we can get you through it.
As soon as I take care of these stowaways.
Ingrained in the grain! The other cool thing with this run that is not really common in my opinion with other RPG speedruns is you get a break like every hour, which is the other cool thing. Like, if you want to take one during the chapter 3 drive all the way up to Katayan's plunge, it's a great time to take a break. You get the chapter 6 break, and technically this is a break too. You just got to get this set up, which is you just tell that guy to go away and continue making your way down the train. I'm probably going to actually use this as a break just so I'm kind of a little bit more seamless with everything. But this second to last train car is the furthest that we can go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put us into this corner. It doesn't really matter because I'm wearing the exosuit, but it's more of a principle of the fact. because the train is curving and the enemy's pathing gets broken, you're going to see that gargoyle spawn, and he's going to get stuck, I believe, on this car.
Should.
There he is. He's stuck. So there you go. You get a free little break here.
Especially when you're learning this, take every break at any time you're in the car. Well, except for one, but we'll get there in just a minute. But take the break just about any time you're in the car and relax. Take your hands off the controller, scroll your notes, drink some water. Even the jumping, it's not intensive. It's just a nice, chill run. You have plenty of time to review the notes at any point in time, that nothing is overwhelming. I know multiple people who picked this up from not even having played it and done this in 12-hour challenges.
Did I miss anything? No? Okay.
Just me rambling. Because, you know, I talk and nobody listens. It's fine.
I was listening.
Oh, we got a runner.
Somebody was.
And he's gone.
This is why you do pay attention, just in case somebody does break free on the train. It happens occasionally, but not often.
Do I have a video or something of your sit down with the dev for this? Here's the best part. It's not a sit down. They'll just occasionally pop into my chat. They've been an on again, off again kind of lurker, viewer, community member for going on like 3 years.
There's no video or anything other than it's just go watch random runs and you'll enjoy moments of conversation that we've had with them.
Wasn't there one of you guys?
They just
there was
super chill, hang out, chat.
Is he dead?
We'll be talking and musing on different things and not even realize that they're lurking, and all of a sudden get, hey, answer. It's like, well, there you go.
I mean that, and I was lucky enough to have a couple of conversations with Harada, not the Tekken guy, but the former Square Enix employee who handled the PC release. I mentioned it earlier, but like when it came out on PC, it was a little rough, and I basically was just like, hey, whether you want it or not, I'm just gonna like, because we had been talking about it, and I was trying to see if I could do anything special for Square Enix at the time. They weren't interested, but like we still had like a bit of rapport, and like I basically helped kind of point out bugs that I found that were like, as a speedrunner, like we look for bugs. It's just kind of in our nature, but they were like, okay, a casual person can do this and it ruins the game, and just made like a laundry list of stuff that had happened. I was like, hey, I know you probably have people in your inbox already, but like, I just want to let you know, I've played this game probably more than anyone you've talked to. Here's a couple of things that I noticed that are like genuinely game breaking. He's like, yeah, man, I really appreciate that. Thanks. But yeah, it's most of the people that work at Square Enix are really cool.
Hey, thanks for the...
Anyway, who wants some story? You want some plot? Too bad, we're skipping cutscenes. But this one's pretty simple. This is Aranea telling us she's going to go look for Prompto, and she does. It's the DLC. And Aranea is awesome, and I wish there were more characters in Final Fantasy like her, and I'm glad we have Jill in 16.
I need to get actually going in 16 past the like, apparently, so I didn't play the demo, but apparently where I'm at in 16 is the end of the demo.
Oh, yeah, you got a while to go. I've put about 30 or 35 hours into it, and like doing all the hunts and side quests, and I think I'm only 2/3 of the way through. And you know me, I try and go as fast as I can while still enjoying things. It's just in my nature. Story in an RPG, I'm quitting. I'm quitting.
I was having a conversation with another one of my friends and mentioned... I forgot how he brought it up, but he was talking about how basically right at the end of the demo, and I was like, oh, well, he said something about the end of the demo, and I was like, well, I didn't play the demo, so I don't know where that's at. And then he kind of gave me a small little like non-spoiler way of saying it, and I went, oh, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Oh, we still have a while to go. I would like to particularly point out this NPC. This NPC cost me a world record. If you look at my previous PB in this category, I will stop and talk to her by accident just because she's right in the path, and I lose 6 seconds, and I miss world record by 4.
That's so rough.
The worst part is it happened, and I was like, watch, that's going to cost us world record.
And I remember somebody in the chat going, there's no way that does. Wasn't me.
Shall we shovel? Climb aboard.
Yeah, it's really tough, Gummy, and like I'm glad that at least like so for me and like a lot of other my stream friends and community members, we just kind of like wordlessly agreed to share how far we are in the game with whatever the completion percentage on the PS5 home says it is, or how many icons do you have? Which is a good way to even be more vague about kind of how far someone is into it, which is really cool.
I didn't realize at first that you could get more.
Hi, Wody.
That was a surprise to me.
Look at all that snow.
It was so devastating. I mean, it was, at the time it was frustrating, but like, again, like probably Wody in chat has been speedrunning games for a while. Alfina's speedrun games for a while. I've been doing it for basically 5-6 years. You reach a point where either you're going to burn out or you're going to change how you feel about the games you run and your perceptions going into a speedrun. And if you're negative and you let it get to you, like, you will not succeed. You will continue to make mistakes and you're just going to be miserable while speedrunning. Like, the thing is, I knew it happened, and I didn't immediately come back and get world record. It took like, Sid is incredibly handsome. That's the problem with 16. Everyone is too damn attractive and I hate it. Oh yeah, I did. It took me like another week. But the thing is, it wasn't the mindset of, I can't believe this NPC ruined it. Like, this is such garbage. Like, game sucks. It was more of a, well, that's very disappointing and unfortunate. But like, if I've gotten on that pace once, I can get on that pace or better again. Like, I'm just going to pause here because we have a pretty intricate fight coming up. With any percent, for the longest time, we were pushing for like the next goal. And then like 3 of us got sub 1 hour. And I think I ended up pushing the record to like, it was like a 50, it was like a 58. And then I got it down to a 57. Then it was a 56, 55. I was like, there is no way it's getting this far. Like, there's no way 55 is like a barrier too far. And I was just like, you know what? My sum of best says it's possible. And like, there's like a rough calculation that I use because with RPGs, like the instances where like it's an auto scroller or, I'm going to open this menu so there's sound at least, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Or, there's just certain things where like, oh, if you're faster in this chapter because it's faster, your next chapter is going to be slower. But I was crunching the numbers. So normally I use like a rough estimation of like, if my sum of best is a minute off of my PB per hour. So let's say I have a 4-hour flat in Final Fantasy 15 in this category. I don't. It's slower than that. Well, faster than that. Whatever. It's a 4-hour run, 4 minutes, 1 hour per minute. If my sum of best is around like a 356-ish, that's a pretty good time. That's pretty darn optimal given like the things that can go wrong in most video games. And at the time, I think my sum of best for any percent was like 54. 54. I was like, I'm like so close. Like, it's a low 54. Like, I'm not going to push it. I'm just going to take runs and see what happens. And then weird things started happening just because like I would just take runs further. And like I would just be like, yeah, dude, there's no way this is gonna world record. Let's just try something wild and see what happens. And I found some new strats, and next thing you know, I have a run that enters the last 5 minutes a minute up. I choked it. Was it my fault? I'm pretty sure it was my fault, but it was partially the game's fault too. I just got a little unlucky. It's like, damn, that really sucks. That could have been the 55. Ah, well, we did it once. We can do it again. Literally the next run or the run after it?
Run after.
Throw down a 55-15. Like I entered the final fight even faster than I had the previous time. Like there's a lot of mental pressure, but like Wody and I have had these discussions before. You got to keep a level head, and yeah, you just kind of got to process it and let it go. I really messed this up. All right, well, I'm gonna have to do this a different way because this is not what was supposed to happen. So let's just pretend that it didn't. Anyway, what you're supposed...
This is also one of those situations you're going to make mistakes.
Well, I paused to explain something, and that was my fault. So what you're supposed to do is actually get down to that far end and then launch that magic. And then Warp Strike with Ragnarok on the Wraiths and Ice Brand because they're weak to it. You want to power EX as well. So this is going to be unfortunately slow because I wasn't in position, but we're going to be fine, I promise. If you do this...
Not pretend like I have.
Yeah. If you do this right, you should be able to clear everything before you get that second cast of magic back up. So we're going to hit that. We're going to muscle stem, which I need one of these. And we're going to Armiger. And this is one of the rare times we're actually going to use Armiger for damage. We don't really care about warping right now. And I want to get this Armiger chain off because it actually does incredible amounts of damage and just enough that I don't have to follow up. This is the Magitech Exosuit.
When it's glowing on our back, that means we will not take damage unless we cause it to ourselves.
Wearing a 95 mask, why? Because I have family members who are immunocompromised, and I'm not a jerk.
I work with a vulnerable population.
My stepfather was on hospice care. We wore masks in Japan. I wasn't going to be the one to put him down. Speaking of Wody, I understand your frustration with what happened, and I get the point where it was coming from. I just think agreeing with you that it could have been presented better. What happened needed to happen, but it was not brought to your attention the way it should have been with the correct wording.
I'm worried about your friend.
By the way, if you are learning a new speedrun, like not just like I'm picking up a new speedrun, but a speedrun of a game that has come out recently, please have a little bit of extra patience with mods and staffs of the game. We're all trying to figure it out, and we're trying our best. I promise we are trying our best.
The Oracle is no longer of this world, but her thoughts remain, and they must be known.
Best summoning everything.
You looking at?
Yes, I love Shiva. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone.
Anyway, yes, Shiva's a nice lady. This was like my first playthrough. I'll still remember like my first playthrough of this, hitting this cutscene and being like I still wasn't kind of getting the story as to like why Arden was the way he was. And this was like the big like turning point of like me understanding the story and why Arden is like Arden. And it's like because we literally we just froze him to death, shattered him all over the floor, and there he is right behind us. All right, well, Something's got to be done. Yeah, no worries. You know me, Captain Vague Post. Oops. I'm going to intentionally do that. It doesn't realistically save us time in the fact that that movement didn't really count. Like we always start from the same area, but doing the camera glitch there starts Noctis in the upright position during that black screen and skips his stand-up animation, so you can actually get further. All right, time to place bets, chat. We getting a 46 or a 47? Or a barrel?
I'm gonna go with 47.
I actually have a new personal best from like 2 days ago.
I actually did catch that.
Yeah, it was a 47,155, I think. Anyway, we're talking about how much time is left on this. I will forever be mad, and I mean mad, actually mad, but not really. In patch version 1.13, they added collision to the barrels of this game. Also, what's up, Quinn?
This is what I was referring to, by the way, of the one time that you actually have to drive the car completely and pay attention.
The barrels have collision. Sometimes that means you just push them out of the way. Sometimes it means you have driven your car into a concrete wall and will get flipped upside down by a simple oil drum. It is annoying and terrifying, and like 90% of the time the strat works. Sometimes you just gotta suck it up. Unfortunately, this car handles like it's a tank on ice. The back end is very twitchy. If you've ever driven a rear-wheel drive car in the rain, it's kind of like that with bald tires. If you want to practice this section, you can. To be honest, if you do crash the car, like worst case scenario, it's like at worst like a 7 to 8 second time loss. In the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. But like this one, I'm gonna end up losing like 10 seconds.
10 seconds?
So here's the thing: they didn't have collision, and all of a sudden they did. I think it was just something unintended that they had to add to fix something or change something, and it was just like one of those weird occurrences where it's like kind of stuck. Like, kind of if anyone's familiar with like the Fallout train helmet issue, I think it's one of those scenarios where like, well, we can't really do what we want it to do properly. This is the best we can do, or like in order to fix this other completely unrelated problem, this is what we have to do. Yeah, I mean versus an oil drum, but not like that. So by the way, if you really know what your one is supposed to do there, is you want to drift a little bit left from that inner stack. I intentionally hit it just to kind of show what it can do, because it doesn't really matter. We're having fun with the tutorial.
That also wasn't as bad as I've seen. I actually hit barrels one time and it flipped me off the bridge.
Yep. You can also get the car turtled and it'll just soft lock. Right.
So
I'll pause here.
It's worth a little bit of practice so you do understand what to do when you hit them. The best way to learn that is to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But the other side is, at worst, you lose a minute. If you're still learning, it's not going to do that much to hurt you in the grand scheme of the 4-hour run.
Gladio route. We're going to take Gladio route because it's about 12 minutes faster. The other reason is because if you want to do Noctis route, you have to do a different equipment loadout, or a different item loadout, rather. You need way more elixirs. The premise of Noctis route is to try and gather as many enemies as you can in your alternate casts, and involves dragging them to areas where you can like jump off of steps and lips and cast in midair so the enemies can't attack you. It is honestly one of my favorite parts of the run that no longer exists, because it really separated the runners that knew what they were doing and knew the ins and outs of this game versus just kind of, this is much easier. This is, in fact, Gladio route. We do it because it's faster. We do have one annoying setup and one annoying fight that is rather unpredictable. I am cursed currently with having, I believe, a 1 cycle or 0. I have a 1 cycle Foros in the world record in PB. It is possible to get a 0 cycle Foros. It takes an incredible amount of luck. including oops all crits and Ignis getting a stun.
He may have feigned friendship, but he's proven a foe before. We'd best be careful.
No, thank you.
The annual Kios 15 episode. I mean, to be fair, I submitted this to church like 2 years ago.
It's true. I think you submitted it like a week after my premiere episode or something.
Yeah, I tossed it out because, like, to be honest, like, I enjoy teaching speedruns, and, like, I think it's a really cool concept. Like, I don't know. I like making big, formidable games and titles like Final Fantasy and Legend of Dragoon and, like, some of the very technical games that I've speedrun actually less intimidating than they are. How does Ignis get a stun while blind? If he can land an attack, it makes the opponent go instantly vulnerable. Because he basically, this is the speed at which he moves, even in combat. So they made it so that, yeah, he's slow and basically ineffective in combat, but if he does hit, it's worth it. You probably hit the home button by accident. I do it all the time.
I would also point out that Iggy is a rogue. Further proof, see his DLC.
Which may help.
And because of that, rogue's nowhere to hit.
Well, we get to show that off in the boss rush too. Remember, I actually have to do the boss rush. Any percent skips the entire boss rush by going to the tutorial.
Before he does.
But like, you still do more in the thing. All of the pieces of his combat in his DLC to me is what, like, nah, he's a rogue. He's not just a dagger wielder. He's a rogue.
Well, technically, he's a spellblade.
Yeah, well,
it's a spellblade rogue hybrid, kind of like my swashbuckler rogue fighter that gets extra attack. What I had extra attack,
you play Iggy
action,
by jumping
surge,
around in somebody's background.
What is it? Champion or improved critical? That was such a garbage build, and I loved it.
I should send you the dancer build that I made.
The dancer of the Boreal Valley?
No.
Turning
a rogue into a dancer.
True.
We ought to be close to the core of the keep by
Fun.
now. And that's
all right. This is the annoying part because sometimes it just doesn't work out. Just gonna preface it as that. So I can't get the rage bar to show up.
Understatement.
So we have that rage bar in the bottom right. Okay. So as we parry and take damage and do attacks, that rage bar builds. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get into combat really quick, and I'm going to get 3 parry encounters. Yeah, it's a Dark Souls 3 enemy.
Yep.
And what it does is we're going to get it filled up to 4, and then I'm just going to leave combat. Sometimes it stays at 4 the way it's supposed to. Sometimes it stays at 3. It stays at 3, or it drops back to 3. Listen, dog, it happens to the best of us. You just kind of got to work with what you're given, all right? So we're going to go in here, and the timing's a little bit annoying, and what I try and do, wow, that's a terrible starting position, but okay. I have a free exit at least. All right, I got 1. I got 2. The other thing is sometimes the enemies can have their axes knocked away, which is not great because then they can't see. All right, I'm going to go back and get the 4.
You have the...
Yeah, it dropped to 3.
How did you lose the 4?
It just drops for whatever reason. It's probably some sort of damage tick or something weird about leaving combat. You have to remember, I will preface this, I cannot prove it, but if you run any percent enough on PC, this game will slowly degrade itself and just stop doing what it's supposed to. Just reinstall it and it tends to get a little bit better. I'm not kidding. Talk to D-Wins who went to bed. Talk to anyone that's run any percent for more than like a month straight. The game just...
I mean, I've watched it happen.
Yeah, the game just stops working properly. But whatever.
That's strange.
What is it? The crystal. And we're close, sure do.
To be fair, what we do in any percent is just absolute, basically, memory corruption. We're going to skip 3 cutscenes. I'm going to open up with 2 attacks here. 1, 2, and 3. There was a crit, so this is going to put a different phase. I was trying to see what he was doing because that's just really awkward. You know what? All right. Yeah, it's basically a forced memory leak issue, but it doesn't actually appear. If you look in the top left of the screen, I don't know how big it is, but I actually do have the relevant statistics. I have the system memory and GPU memory, as well as disk speed. And that is actually accurate. It doesn't show any physical like memory issues, and the game like checks out as totally fine and verified. It just weird stuff happens. Any percent is its own beast. Anyway, the strategy for that fight is we got the Ignis knockdown, like I mentioned earlier. However, because I was very unsure of what Foros was doing, because I had two crits on open, he just kind of stood there, which is not what he's supposed to do. Like, if you get 2 crits and then a normal, he's supposed to phase away immediately, which turns it into an automatic 3 or 4 cycle. Instead, he just stood there and walked around, which is odd. So I was not prepared for the Ignis attack. But basically what you want to do is get that combo bar up to Razor's Edge, get a parry, counter, and then launch a Razor's Edge on it, because it's always max damage. Altissia counts as a different area. It's technically on a different map cell than the rest of the map. If you want more answers like regarding that, Dan, Chitose at one point was routing all hunts any percent, and was using the car AMG glitch, where you can basically park out of bounds, and then you can carry what's called infinite armiger. So basically, he just goes out of bounds during the Leviathan fight using the naked model glitch. And then he flies from Altissia back to the mainland, and there's a loading screen in between it. If you, like, when you get access to the boat, you can drive the boat out to Altissia, but it's basically a pop-up, and then it throws the loading window. I restart my computer, shut it down like once a week. I don't want to hear any more. Listen, if I wanted Live From You, I'd rattle my zipper. The enemy. So there is going to be a... What? There is something very odd about Chapter 13 in and of itself. Due to the kind of sequence we find ourselves in, the story note is Arden has basically jammed our magic. And if you don't know about Noctis, he is actually not a human, not a prince, not a king, but basically a human-sized magical bag of holding. The ability for everyone to summon their weapons is based off of Noctis's magical ability, which is why he can pull his weapons from midair. Now, Gladio and... Oh, I gotta get running. Gladio and Ignis, Arden was nice enough to let them have theirs, because he wants them to go find Prompto and, you know, be a happy family again, just so he can crush Noctis later. You know, real sociopathic behaviors. But until then, you'll notice I'm not jumping anymore. And I'll show that off. Why? For some reason, having our magical power taken away means our jumps are incredibly slow for whatever reason. It's very odd. So we just... Once we take out the Magitech jammer, everything's fine though. By the way, neither of these options are bad. We just go, they're both the same time, but the extra input. But both of them, even if you tell them you weren't worried, is still like kind of sweet. They hug it out afterwards.
Tell me.
I think Gladio cries a little bit. It's kind of awkward, but like I get it, you know. Gladio's just really in touch with his feelings.
Of course I was.
Also, everyone knows that Prompto is the ultimate cinnamon roll and must be protected.
Oh, he is such a baby.
That's why you came.
He definitely has a shirt in his closet that says baby girl on it, and he doesn't wear it ironically.
Not until I could see you and hear you tell me I'm not a fake, that I'm the real me.
His cosplay, by the way, is incredibly comfy.
Everything's all right now.
All right. So if you're wondering about the sprint glitch, there is an infinite sprint glitch in this game. We use it once. That is it, because jumping's faster. But I'll show it anyway. It does get used in one other very miscellaneous category called Piteos percent. We use the refresh of the sprint glitch timed with a aerial dagger attack to skip about 85% of the dungeon.
Knocked. Did you hear that? Hear what? I've heard this sound before. On the train.
I think the thing that frustrates me the most about movement in 16 is young Clive can just chain lunges together. Old Clive can't.
Got old.
Listen, my knees hurt. You don't need to remind me. All right. This is a very fun section of the run for me. It's like my second favorite part of it. This is the no ring category. It takes the RNG of the boss fights out of it. So we have some leftover magic.
It's not my favorite category?
Yep. Look, as holder of the best and worst luck of the run, here's what we're going to do. Armiger Accelerator is going to make a comeback. We're going to leave Heliodor on because we don't need any more magic boosts. We have almost 400 magic. It's good enough. I have this leftover Quintcast Thundara from earlier. We are going to have that and open with it. We have the Sword of the Father, which is our dad's sword. It has a pretty interesting moveset. I don't really care much about it. The main thing I do care about is that it gives us huge strength and magic boosts. 100 for each, which is really nice. We have the Trident of the Oracle, which we picked up in chapter 11. 11? Yeah, 11.
Yeah.
And the reason why we have this is because it has absurdly high DPS. And you're like, well, it's a Trident. What do you mean? So the normal attacks with the Trident generate like basically clones or holograms that also do damage. Like it's going to be pretty absurd. So there's a little bit of tech that's going to go on here. I'm going to pull up the map here. So we are basically going to be going this direction and making our way out up Signatus Keep. There's going to be an Iron Giant that spawns here, 2 Snagas here, another one here, and another one here. Now, if we kill things too quickly, we're going to get an Utu to spawn here as well as a Reaper. We don't want the Utu to spawn, so I'm going to take my time killing this dude over here, which will prevent this giant spider, basically like an arachne on steroids, from spawning. One less enemy to kill. I'm sorry, I'm inverted. That'll be over there. There's also going to be a few more instances where I'm going to intentionally either rush through fights to make things flow better, or with the Foros fight, I'm intentionally going to wait, because if you kill it too quickly, you get mobbed.
And for the record, if anybody wants to know why I say it's not my favorite category, it's
this section.
I do have kind of a reputation for looking for all the RNG possible in a speedrun.
Yeah, thank you for coming closer. Nice. Finally, some cooperation. Wow, Reaper's gonna cooperate too. Let's go. Anyway, they're the clones I'm talking about. And that damage just absolutely stacks very quickly. We're gonna grab this dual cast Blizzaga, and I am going to basically just tear through this area. My goal is to finish this fight and get out that door before the game tells me I'm out of the fight, because that means I can go in and cast magic basically uninterrupted. I'm going to take a safety heal here because I knew that was going to happen. I am going to be off sync for this, unfortunately.
You can say that again.
Which means I have to wait for this, which is annoying. If you time it right, you can just blow through this and literally finish this fight before you're out of the previous fight, which makes things really weird, and it's just kind of very super flowy. But it's real smooth when you do it right. We'll probably get this one timed up right. So we take out this Reaper first, but I'm going to position myself around the back so I can try and get some damage on that rogue axeman while he's in the way. And the reason for that is these final enemies, including that rogue axeman, don't spawn until you kill the first one. This should wipe the room. Reaper's going to be close, just needs a poke. Cool. So this is going to be pretty much what I would call, excuse me, the final setup. This is our last elemental draws. This is the last magic we make. It's over after here. If for some reason you have forgotten anything, and if you want to be sure, you can top up on all the magic. There are 2 vendor chests here. There's also some in Insomnia. If you don't have the correct items for the magic, your best bet is to probably, I forget what our old backup strat is. You could probably do it with ethers, I think, and just hope for the best. But by this point, you're going to be pretty overpowered. So we're going to have our not our last menu, but this is like one of the bigger ones. I'm going to make the final magic here. We're going to go all of our ice. I don't have much fire, but I'm going to put it in there because I'd rather have it show up for... I'd rather have it for Ifrit and the bosses that definitely need it. So as long as you basically have something over like 115 potency and it's a Quint cast Blizzara, you're good. I'm just going to store that. And then this is the magic we're going to roll with. Just all of our lightning and the Marlborough Eye that we got from the Marlborough in Chapter 10. We're going to equip that in place of the Blizzaga. And Armiger Accelerator is going to get changed back to Garnet Bracelet. Now, I don't have a full Armiger bar, and it probably won't fill up at this next, semi-boss fight. That's okay. It's all kind of timed out. One thing we haven't seen, and we'll probably likely see before the end of the run, just because it's been one of these runs, if you look really closely at this Quint cast here, you'll notice that these things have a chain level. Level 99, they have a 99. There's 86. That's our outlier. That number is the percentage chance that you get the next cast after the first one. This is 599. It's pretty much guaranteed, but there is still that 1%. And generally that 1% only rears its head at the most inopportune times. If it does at any point in the run, just for the most part, know that you have a backup. You just got to wait 30 seconds for the cooldown. Just keep your cool. Try it again. But yeah, it's generally unfortunate. It generally sucks. We call it a squib cast. I generally don't mention it during speedruns because when I do, that's all I get. It's like, oops, all squib cast.
But it's important to understand when you're learning that it is a thing that happens and it.
Oh. All right. So this is Foros. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with the trident and basically just count to 5 in your head, like at a relatively moderate pace. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, good enough. I'm going to toss this magic. I'm going to have to collect this guy. He decided to run away. But if you cast too early, you can end up wiping Foros. Not a big deal, right? But it spawns literally like 8 or 9 Garcimaceras, but just like a kind of a different breed called Alberix. And it makes you have to work harder. So this fight is ring percent. In ring percent is a literal gamble. I hate it. I've been a peasant, a pauper, a prince. The big thing we want to do here, though, is you want to focus on learning when you should armiger, when you should armiger chain, and just kind of interpreting like the move set of Ravis. Ravis only has a handful of moves, but the ones you don't want to see are his warp strike ability, where he'll just slide across the room because it's annoying. You have to chase him down. The other big thing is do not armiger him when he is against a wall. For some reason, the hit detection with this game will not allow you to armiger chain when something is against the wall, and it's probably because it's a failsafe for the animation pulling you into an out of bounds area. So if you're in a certain proximity to a wall, you won't be able to do it, which is unfortunate because you lose out on about 50,000 damage, which is a lot. But I'm going to open this fight by locking on and just doing an aerial attack. It's not going to hit him, but it is going to get us closer to him to start out the fight, so we can just kind of see what his moveset's looking like.
So the central elevator's through here.
I do have a spare muscle stim. I think I have 3. If I have 3, I will use one of them just to kind of get an extra damage boost. If not, Power EX should last you the entire fight. So we're going to get close, going to avoid it, and swap over to the Trident. Looks like he is not going anywhere, so I'm going to get this cast off. We have 4 muscle stims. I'm going to take this muscle stim. The other thing I'm going to do, because I have one, I thought I did. No, that was earlier today. If you have a superior restorative and haven't sold it off, now's a great time to use it. While it doesn't totally negate the damage loss, or the damage that you take from using the Royal Arms, it helps prevent it. Okay, he's gonna stay right here. I'm gonna use this Armiger, and sometimes you get lucky and he'll get stunned and stuck in a vulnerable loop where he'll just fall down and just kind of not get up. I need this to get down really quick. There you go. Big freaking damage off of that, and I can hit him with the next cast. He's been a surprisingly good Ravis. Another thing I'd recommend is use your elixir before you hit 0 HP. And it seems counterintuitive, like, hey, the elixir is a full heal. It is, but if you hit 0 HP, Noctis goes through that incredibly long falling down and then getting back up into the vulnerable state animation, which takes forever. Just use it early, you'll save 10-15 seconds in animations, and as you're getting further and further into the run, those 5 to 10, 15 seconds really stack up. I should have probably used another muscle stim, but it doesn't matter. Okay, fight's over. Before it transitions or right after, I actually... Oh, that is the wrong one. I was going to say we swap weapons. Very particular. I'm going to swap to the air step sword. We have a lot of movement coming up, but also the air step sword is really good at generating Armiger. You can see I already have a half bar. We're gonna need Armiger for Ifrit. So I just want to make sure I have it full up. Good enough. Then, because we're in the exosuit and it doesn't matter, and I don't care if the enemies steal any potions, like, we don't need potions. There's no use for them. But there are going to be 2 iron giants that spawn. One's going to spawn here, the other one right across the way. I am basically going to be hanging out here and waiting for a dialogue line from Arden. Just keep moving. All right, so this is the dialogue line. You went on your own. Your friends will have to stay. Okay. I got really unlucky there. Oh God, and I've made it worse. Okay, this is fine. It all worked out the same. So that attack is something to be careful of. I'm gonna actually position myself in the corner of the elevator. You can and will be sucked out of the elevator by that gravity attack of the Iron Giants if you do not position yourself in like one of these corners. It is a nuisance. I'm not gonna jump, I'm just gonna warp strike right out. For some reason you can't jump and warp strike there, and to be honest, MP is the least of our concerns. Going fast is right now. I'm gonna hug the left side of this, not that left, just to try and shimmy around this guy. and we're just gonna escape our way basically back the same direction that we took with Gladio and Ignis earlier.
Gate closed.
We're just gonna keep jumping, hit the rail, and we have a nice little 2 or 3 minute break coming up. That's story and basically the final true reveal of Arden, the big baddie. All right, chat. So if you have any questions, any concerns, any like pick the streamer's brain, now's a good time for it. Church, if you got anything to promo, by all means.
Yeah, I can do that while we wait for some questions here. All of these this content we put on, these regular shows, these tutorials. If you watched any of our Resident Evil Relay, or if you enjoy some of our other weekly content, all of this is really helped by your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered. It all helps us put on these shows. So if you enjoy watching, please consider supporting us through any of those means. It would help a lot. Also, if you're over on YouTube right now watching this VOD, be sure to press the like button and subscribe to the channel. Also, you can watch our live content over at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. Starts evenings on the weekends, weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, and on the weekends it starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's not true for all of our days, though, because we just started a new show. So on Fridays, every other week, it starts at 4 p.m. Eastern.
A tiny menace of twisted men.
Golly, that's early for me.
It's early for a lot of people.
I'm still awake. I had to leave work early as it was today to make it home in time for this.
But like 2 p.m.
How am I feeling today? Pretty invigorated, a little tired. Runs, thankfully this is a tutorial. I did some warm-ups earlier and they weren't super great, but what up, Matt? Bagel subs.
Look at that intense stare.
I was gonna say, we almost improved world record like 2 days ago just by sheer accident. So apparently I can hammer more off of this game. The sound mixing is a little rough. It's not as bad as the first. It's just the Ifrit fight that the sound mixing just blows you out of your seat. And yes.
So you start off this game like going deaf, and then it comes down to okay.
But no, I think this game is beautiful and incredible in many ways. Yes, it has a lot of shortcomings, but if you are someone that enjoys games with pretty views, in terms of casual gameplay, a very relaxed atmosphere, really good storytelling through scenery, and to be honest, a pretty darn good cast of characters, it's a game worth trying. Heck, it goes on sale like at least twice a year where you can get like the Royal Edition and some of the DLCs for like $20-25. It's worth the fair shake, even if you just drive around and crash your car everywhere. I think while the internet may have given this game a bad name or have bullied the game and the runners, the amount of experimentation and effort and things that they tried with this game made Final Fantasy VII Remake a much better product. It made Stranger of Paradise a much better product, and it made 16 an incredible product. Like, in all honesty, because you can see traces of this game and things that they experimented with and worked with, and the decisions they made show up in all of those, all the titles that came after it.
One of the things that I feel like it's overlooked a lot when people are talking about the Final Fantasy series is that each new number tries something different. They try something new. They try to innovate in some way. And I feel like 15 gets a lot of bad rap because of they tried something new that people didn't exactly resonate with. I'm going to be honest that like Final Fantasy VIII, I've looked into it. Its systems don't resonate with me, but I look at what things they tried in 8 and they're here.
Mm-hmm. What about Forspoken?
And I can't ignore that.
Forspoken's a great game. It's actually an incredible game if you have the system to run it properly, especially if you waited for like, I think it was the 3rd patch that they put out greatly improved the performance. The issue is Luminous Engine has trouble being compressed. And before anyone says, oh, well, Luminous shuttered its doors, it's a failure, Hi-Fi Rush is a greater game. If you don't know, Luminous Studios only worked on 2 games. They were both Final Fantasy games. I was in Japan in May, and I went to the Square Enix headquarters to take a picture because it's kind of... It was in the area, and I wanted to check out the art gallery and the Artnia. I then, from the Square Enix headquarters, took about 100-step walk down some stairs, and Luminous Studios headquarters is right there. It's not the dramatic news or failure that you think it is. It's just you just reacquired the studio. But Forspoken's really good. I would recommend playing it. It was Luminous's last kind of standalone game. But if you, for some reason, found the controls and combat of 15 a little bit too slow, Forspoken is basically 15, but with a few tweaks that make it a lot better and smoother. Like, I can run it at decent graphics at 120 FPS, and it just absolutely hums. All right, let's finish this up. We only got 1 chapter left. As someone that speedran Forspoken, it's also really cool. There's a new runner that joined and just beat all of our times by like 30 minutes out of nowhere. So like that's been really cool. Trust me, I wanted episode Aranea more than anybody on the face of this planet.
The people who tell me that they couldn't finish this game because it was unplayable at launch, I do understand, and I often ask them to try it with one more time with Royal Edition because of how much they fixed.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can get this skip. It's a little crunchy.
Between all the patches in between,
Demons everywhere.
Hey,
the way they expanded out this end game.
Last skip of the run there. It's really not a big one. It just forces you to be able to move through a cutscene where it's supposed to disorient the camera a bit. It saves like 5 seconds.
It's just fun. And it's also just kind of forcing the game to let you.
FF12 is a great game. Like, realistically, if you can find 15 on sale, TZA on sale, Forspoken on sale, they're worth your time. They are absolutely worth your time. With the exception of 12, unfortunately, Forspoken and 15 just had very difficult releases, unfortunately. And the thing is, especially within the modern society that we live, I know I'm going to do whatever. I'm going to get memed to you-know-where for this one, but aggressively negative, clickbaity, hot take titles will always get more clicks and attention than an honest review and, like, helpful suggestions for the game. Always. Forspoken is bad. It's not. Play it.
Now, it might not be your cup of tea, but it doesn't make it bad.
Objectively, no, it's a great game. It performs absurdly well given how detailed and intricate it is to be able to perform in 120 FPS. The direct storage is absurdly cool, being able to have loadless fast travel. Plus, the combat system is incredibly intuitive. It starts out very basic, but as you go through the game and progress, it's designed to slowly build your skill level. Yeah, there was...
Where are they anyway?
15 also struggled with performance just because Luminous Engine is incredibly difficult to optimize. I've literally had someone that worked on the game admit to the same thing. But to be honest, you mean if you have like it runs great if you throw an SSD in like your PS4 or if you play it on PS5. I was getting pretty good performance out of like a 1070 Ti, 1080, 2070, graphics cards that you can pick up for used like $200 these days. If you only care about storytelling, I don't think. I mean, the story and lore in this is pretty okay, but I think the storytelling in 16 would be better. 12 is incredible in terms of just loads of lore. If you want to be buried under lore,
You do. I would say this one does have good lore and storytelling as long as you're willing to also play the DLC.
Yeah,
because there's some very important pieces that are in DLC, and 2 of the DLC nearly put me into tears. Just from amazing storytelling and heartbreaking titles.
Probably stay put for a while, and without any tinkering to do, Ignis's gourmet seafood is about all Sid has left to look forward to.
See, you would say that, RFQ, but like the amount of people that have been like, 12 sucked, 12 is just Star Wars, as I sit there speedrunning the game, would absolutely blow you out of the water. I love it. I think it's a great story, but like I'm one of those people, I don't actively hate anything. Like even games that like most people are like, this is garbage. And I'm like, well, it has some redeeming qualities. I don't know. Maybe I just am a bit more positive than I lead on to be. 13's dope. I love 13. I'll put it this way. Can you, in terms of like PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 games, name one that visually has held up better than Final Fantasy 13? I really challenge you on that one. It's a beautiful game. The way the story is presented was something new. And to be honest, the stagger bar comes all the way from Final Fantasy 13. It's been refined a few times, but like that is the new medium for Final Fantasy games, and I'm okay with it. I think it's cool.
Game that's held up visually, Kingdoms of Amalur.
Mm-hmm. The other thing is 13 soundtrack is way better than people give it credit for too. It's one of the only games that I have like really played through that has a leitmotif that isn't annoying. And it's just, the soundtrack is very, very fitting. For someone that literally, between 12 and, we're going to eat the tofu again, but between the people that had to take over from Nobuo Uematsu, who has, all these games and all these just platitudes and just love, to try and fill those shoes is terrifying. Yeah, so the Halo 4, Halo Reach, Metal Gear Solid. All right, so we got 3. How many bad games can you count from that era? But like the ability for those composers to step up and fill it, it's incredible. Yeah, the game, Either way, every time I do 15, we end up talking about how 13's a really good game. Why do I end up defending 13 all the time?
Because we're used to also defending 15, and somehow we end up defending everything.
I feel like 13 and 15 are the ones that get a lot of hate.
It's one of those things like when 15 came out, all of a sudden 13 wasn't so bad. And like all the people that mercilessly dunked on 15 have moved on to dunking on 16 now. And like, oh yeah, 15 was a great game. Why did they have to change that? And it's like, that's literally not what you said 6 years ago. Like I have it right here. I have the receipts. Ugh. All right. Anyway, we're doing speedruns, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are back in Insomnia. I will... Do you want to do this? Okay. I'll show off a little something. If you're new to the run and you're still kind of nervous, if you remember that ice magic we made earlier, hold off on making the ice magic. Back here is another Imperial Medal of Honor, and that will make your magic way stronger and less likely to miss. like, let's say it's your second or third run or something, and like you have a really big lead, but you don't know any backup strats for Ifrit, and you're like really nervous. Like, what if I get that squib cast? Just grab that Imperial Medal of Honor back there and then make your magic. You're going to lose 15, 20 seconds, but it takes it from like an 86% chance for the next cast to like maxing it. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to just make our way to the underground. I have no need to fight anything. Honestly, no need to point warp anything. It's pretty easy. Listen, Hunter, I said my opinion earlier, and I've yet to have anyone prove me wrong. Generally, I think of my Final Fantasy games, like Final Fantasy games, as any game that has the words Final Fantasy in the title. Because, ironically enough, that's a Final Fantasy game. The Gralian Medal of Distinction is something different. We can warp strike through that cutscene, which is what I did there. It just makes... You can still move, you just have to suck in elixir down. All right, one of the last menus of the run here. We're going to grab a bunch of techniques, and believe it or not, these are to make the final boss rush faster. We're going to get regroup just so we can get the next ones. We're going to get enhancement. Enhancement is probably one of the most powerful abilities in the game. If an enemy has an elemental weakness, Ignis will basically, in exchange for one tech bar, will charge all of Noctis's attacks, obviously, except, magic. That is not the correct element, with the enemy's elemental weakness. We are also going to shoot up Gladio's skill tree and get changed to Gladio, as well as down here, we're going to change to Ignis. We will use both of these abilities to make one fight absurdly fast and to skip the a massive and long phase of one of the other fights. Gear-wise, I'm going to get rid of the Air Step Sword. We're going to swap it over to this Quintcast Blazara. Sword of the Father is actually going to get swapped off for Ragnarok. There's a reason why we're doing it this way, and then I'll kind of move stuff back around as we need it. Everyone is going to get in their Magitech exosuit. The main reason for this is the last meal that we took. If you look at some of our HP numbers here, Prompto has 43, Noctis has 97. We need to keep our defense up, but if you look at our stats, we have 701 strength and 801 magic. Realistically, we don't need too much stats buffing right now. We just need to stay alive and like beat the minimum. If you're curious how low it actually goes in the level 1 runs of this, I think Prompto ends up at this portion with 9 HP.
Yep.
It's single digit HP hour. So I'm going to open this fight. This is where we link back up with Core. I'm going to open it up with this Quintcast, and it might cause the system to buffer a little bit just because we are loading and then deloading enemies super quick, and it's just the game's and it's not my computer. It's just the game's engine itself can't do it. So we're going to open this fight, and then we're just going to Ragnarok Warp Strike everything. So we should see a little bit of a... Yep, there we go. Prompto took his time shooting at an enemy that wasn't even there. The game gets really confused for a second. There we go. And we're just going to clear these out. Like I said, I don't really have to worry about my stats right now because oh, wow, I did get 1 null strike. Whoop. I just want to clear these out as quickly as I can. And Althena, just please remind me this isn't any percent, like I forgot to take my meds at 10:30. By the way, if you have
I would not remember
if you have medication to take, you should probably do it right now if you're supposed to, because I forgot to, and that's gonna mean I'm gonna have a bad time tomorrow. Oh well.
I have alarms on my phone.
That's what we call a tomorrow me problem, which unfortunately is in about 18 minutes. So 18 minutes me is gonna have a problem.
Pause the game to go take them.
No, they're sitting on my desk so I don't forget, but I still forget because I have the, awareness of a wet cat with a bunch of toys and catnip around it. I don't know. I had a good analogy, and then I just
I was
really didn't.
wondering where that was going.
Listen,
the answer is nowhere.
My similes, metaphors, and comparisons are generally more euphemistic and not appropriate for this channel. So I kind of.
That's why I was wondering where that was.
Listen,
going.
I swallowed my tongue on that one.
It's just about the only place.
Kind of proud of you.
left.
You're welcome, Lemon.
Come on.
God, he's so handsome. Anyway, if you notice, I
We
opened.
start hearing the Avengers theme, then I gotta go take my meds. But.
I opened the camera here for a reason. Well, I set the menu to the camera. So we're going to talk to Core. And once this dialogue ends, I'm just going to do the photo glitch and we can move away from him instead of waiting. Very quickly, I'm going to swap over to Aircept Sword on top just because we do have a little bit of movement. And while I do have like 15, 16 elixirs, that's great and all, but like I don't want to waste them in case anything bad happens. Like there's a lot of strange things that can happen. I'd rather just have the quick movement so I only have to take like 1 or 2 elixirs as opposed to 3 or 4. It's just about optimizing efficiency. We're going to warp strike up here. We're going to hit a cutscene. All right, I'll give you another one for free. Say you forgot to make your magic for the blizzard magic, and you're really worried about it. Like, oh, darn shoot, I forgot to make it. Son of a gun. And I forgot the one that Kios told me about right in. Well, if you want to take another 10-second time penalty, you can just grab this other Imperial Medal of Honor sitting out here. Boop. And then make your magic. Listen, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Happens to me. I just happen to know where those are because of other routes and categories. So we're into this fight.
I mean, we did once go into a final boss fight or something like that, and realize that we forgot to eat a meal that was imperative to the run.
Yeah, we bashed it through. Sorrow bash.
Yeah.
All right. So for pretty much the rest of this run, it's going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to, at least for Cerberus, this is a 2-phase fight. Both phases have a separate strategy and things to look out for. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up with a parry and riposte because it does a nice chunk of damage to start off. And you can actually enter this fight from any 3 directions, and you'll enter from which direction you started at. I have been working on going this direction and starting from the center. It takes like an extra second to get here and to get the fight activated, but it prevents an issue I've been having where because Cerberus is actually here to replace a previous boss from the original one. But he can actually get pushed out of bounds while fighting. And if the enemy goes out of bounds, it ends the fight. But like it doesn't end the fight and like, oh, it's over. It ends the fight as in like you have fled from the fight. And when that happens, he starts restoring health, which doesn't help because you can't outdamage the health restoring, which is annoying. So I've been trying it from this direction with a lot more positive results. And it's a lot more scripted boss fight. Yeah, it replaces Behemoth King. There are a few things to avoid in this fight. If you see Cerberus like crouch down and jump up, don't warp strike it. Because if you interact with it while it's up there, it's a huge time loss and you don't do all the damage. It's just annoying. The other thing in the first phase is you do not want to target the feet, especially if he's in midair. Go for the center of the body, one of the heads. If you topple Cerberus in the first phase, you are going to lose time because it can't phase transition while it's in a vulnerable state and laying down. So we're going to basically parry riposte, 2 warp strikes, enhancement or magic enhancement, and just try and get through the first phase and pick through it. I'm going to try and get the topple on the second phase though, because chasing him around is an absolute nuisance and just putting him down is faster. All right, now make sure I have Ragnarok equipped because you can't parry or riposte with magic. We're going to open up, take a few steps to kind of get him settled in. Block parry. And I already have the lock-on button held. And we're just going to kind of go in here. I also realized I forgot to swap this to Tech Turbocharger, which is where it was supposed to be. So I'm an idiot, and we're going to have to recover from that. That's okay. Not a big deal. There's our magic, and then we'll get enhancement. This is going to let him kind of figure himself out and also kind of form back in. All right.
One important thing to hear with all of these boss strats that Q is giving you here is most of this is how to do it fast. You can pretty much, as long as you keep yourself alive, power through any of them if the strats don't seem to be working right now and you're just trying to finish.
Yeah, or if you make a what is honestly a really big mistake like that, like the level of run I'm at, like if I don't have the right thing equipped and I have to reopen my menu, that's a 4 or 5 second time loss. And for me, that may as well be the end of the world. But yeah. I noticed it quick enough because like the timing was off internally. I was like, oh, that's not right. Anyway, there's the fight. If you notice that our damage is absurdly high, yeah, we have the stats of someone that's in the levels of 60 and 70 because of the meal that we ate. Again, it's one of those things they didn't really think about the balance of it, but, you know, their loss is our gain.
I just want to make sure everybody does hear that, like, yeah, we have these, like, specific steps that you should go through all these fights and that make them really fast. If you mess them up, if you're struggling to just get through one at a time, but you want to finish a run, you can just power through them.
I'll put it...
Just keep yourself alive using warp strikes or warp points.
I'll put it this way. I have made a tutorial for this. It's available on my YouTube for free. The Japanese community had a few runners start running this. And I don't know if maybe they didn't understand this strat or if they found something they thought was faster. I timed it and it wasn't. But they do the Ifrit fight and the Cerberus fight way different than me. But I think it's just, it's easier for them, or it's just like they couldn't really figure out how to work it properly. And you know what? It works for them. And I'm happy with it. If they want to learn more, they're always welcome to reach out. Like I know some of the runners. But yeah, and I think a big thing with me finding just the patience for this is free. Is when I was working on the new category, like we were getting down to the point where we're fighting the final boss. Like when we're doing a level 1 run, we still have access to this meal and exosuit, and like it's totally fine. Like because we have that to rely on. With the any % run, we are so glitched that we don't have access to the exosuit. We don't have access to a good meal. Like, it's really bad. And like, I had to try and scrape together fights and then try and... there's actually a way you can stun Ifrit in this fight, but it's very particular and involves your party members hitting... the magic doing a certain amount of damage and getting a certain amount of damage off a warp strike at a critical body part, all roughly at the same time. So like I have spent the past couple of months doing the final boss rush when everything can go wrong. Just, you can always power through it. Like Alvina said, yeah. If you have healing items, you have MP, if you have the exosuit, you can power through it. Don't worry about it.
Because like, I don't run this category when I do the run because I have an addiction to RNG. And so I do the ring percent and see what it can do. When it goes wrong, and it will, I definitely have a hard time remembering the backup strat that is the strat that Kyo is going to use. Kinda. So I just make up my own thing and make it work. Whatever works for you to get through all of these final fights. That's all I want you to end up hearing on the other side of, that sounds really technical. Okay.
It is, but I break it down. I'll break it down here. It's always nice and easy. Cool. We ready to do this? So this Ifrit fight has 2 phases. The first section is really easy. All we're gonna do is just warp strike in with the trident and hold circle. That's all we gotta do. You're just gonna basically warp strike. He'll do damage on the way down. And then hold circle, and then once Noctis gets off a ground combo, you can jump and attack. If you immediately jump and attack, you'll get grabbed. You'll lose a little bit of time, but you'll still get the phase transition because the damage is high enough. The second part, I will probably hit the pause button because it's a lot to go through in the sense that you're just doing a few things very, very quickly. But the fight itself is rather quick. And I'll give like a bit of a detailed explanation about it. So here's phase 1. Okay, well that's not supposed to happen. Anyway. Okay, like I said, things can go wrong, so why not let things go wrong here? My issue was basically I held the lock-on button through the cutscene, so it didn't actually lock on. But that was the grab attack I was talking about. He should have phase transitioned, but he gripped me. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna hold the dodge button. We're gonna swap over to Blizzara. I'm gonna pop this muscle stim here, and we're just gonna pause this to explain it. What we're gonna do is the tech bar, which is L1. I'm basically just gonna hold that open. We're gonna have enhancement ready, and we're gonna wait for Ifrit to disappear. When he disappears, he very shortly thereafter reappears and goes for a grab attack. And we're basically going to use the iframes of being stuck in the animation that is going to prevent the grab attack from landing. Once we get out of enhancement, we're going to immediately just hit circle to cast our stored magic here on Ifrit, and then go into Armiger and just let it run. I will tell you, this is the longest running strat in the video game as a speedrun. It was developed on day 1 the game came out by Clarion, and we've never honestly found anything faster. Your only option is if you use the ring, occasionally you'll get a first ring. But like, good luck. This strat's so fast. Yeah, it happens once. All right, let's do it.
You're never
so I have it up.
away from me.
Enhancement. Here is the teleport. There we go. Iframe right through it. We're gonna just circle this magic. Boop. Even if it's slow, Armiger, and just go in. You don't actually have to drain his entire health bar. It just needs to get down pretty low. We did actually get a squid cast there, so our damage is gonna be short, which is annoying. I'm gonna try and get an Armiger chain, and of course I couldn't. All right. See, like I said, sometimes it just happens. Really just do be that way occasionally. But like I said, our damage output is so absurd right now. There we go. Just tap them a couple of times. You generally won't be too far away. This is not any percent. This is not any percent. Any percent requires some absolute shenanigans here that involves glitching out the tutorial to completely skip the boss rush. I'm gonna roll here because our normal walking speed is slow and our jumping speed is even worse than it was in Zignatus Keep. To make some quick equipment changes here, we're gonna go Quintcast Thundara. Tech Turbocharger can officially come off and now be swapped to the Garnet Bracelet. We're gonna open this fight with Trident of the Oracle. This fight, as long as you do it, is pretty much scripted. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna enter the fight. This is gonna be the Fierce. And I'm gonna open up by immediately going into the menu and grabbing a Power EX. I'm gonna hit the lock-on button and I'm just gonna do jump attacks. And I'm gonna keep an eye on my HP bar. And once I see it around 30, I know I've done enough damage. So like right here, might be a little bit more. Basically, you want to get the Fierce down to about 70% of his HP bar. So he starts doing this combo chain and holds aggro on you. He's going to do an attack where he flies up to the ceiling right there. And we're going to parry and riposte. And then I'm going to swap over to Thundara. Before we land, we're going to grab this elixir, use it, hit him with the magic, and I'm basically just going to run his HP bar down. Quaz, enjoy the South Park game, but right now you're right in the way of my HP bar. So it is basically done. I'm going to swap to Gladio. So what we've basically done here is skip the shield phase of the Fierce. So he's going to probably do like one more stomp here, and it's just going to transition right in.
I've served as your shield through thick and thin.
Hey, I didn't get double audio. As you start doing this fight faster and faster, there is this weird thing that happens where it plays like the background voice lines as well as the cutscene voice lines, and you can actually have this cutscene happen twice for whatever reason.
Yep.
Just like this. The way to get around it is just mash triangle and hope. It is faster to just, again, ignore that input prompt because we've already completed it. It's just the game has no idea what's going on.
Better keep moving.
So believe it or not, this combat system actually, there's like a hidden combo system in this game. It's just not very apparent right from the start.
This as bad as we do.
Think the elevator's working?
But it's, the combat for the most part is easy, but if you want to turn it into like a DMC Bayonetta style combat, warp and magic and bullet time, you can do that. Like it's pretty neat that way. All right, so this is going to be the Rogue. There are ways in which Rogue doesn't stink. So for some reason, again, my game being my game and running any percent as long as I actually have, for some reason, have not been able to get Prompto to have the ability I need. There is a failsafe for this. If this starts going too long, Rogue is this is the RNG fight. I want to make it clear that from this point, we're about 5, maybe 6 minutes from hitting split on like the final timer. And this fight can be anywhere from 2 minutes and 45 seconds to 5 minutes, depending on how Rogue feels that day. Now, there is a failsafe if you can get her down to the Prompto transition. If the fight has gone on long enough, as you are Prompto has an ability called Trigger Happy. Trigger Happy will automatically finish the fight. What's up, Teacup? Like I said, I've been running any percent and haven't reinstalled this game in a while. So my game has degraded to the point where my Rogue starts in the center as opposed to coming towards me. I don't know why this happens. Maybe I'm just too fast. Maybe my game files are just cooked. And the other thing is, for some reason, my Prompto does not have Trigger Happy. So I don't have a safety net that any other runner has currently. It is what it is. I just got to get good and suffer the consequences. So we're going to roll up into Rogue. My strategy here, if it works the way it's supposed to, she's going to start away. If the cutscene lags, she's going to start like in the middle, which is really weird. I don't know why. But I will basically play it by ear and let you know what the strategy is based on what this cutscene is. Okay, we got the bad one. So we're going to start in the middle. What I'm going to do is just let her do her thing on the first move to see if she's going to move away. Okay, she's going to stay in place. Give her a poke. And now magic. And of course, she's going to dodge most of it because I want to do magic first. I am going to go to the Power EX here. And my next goal is to get her into her first phase transition where she will stop taking damage, but she'll like kind of fall to her knees and start going right here. While I have the break, we're going to swap over to Fyra, and I'm going to throw an elixir down. And the main goal here is to time this just right and try and keep her on screen. We want to get her to about a third health. All right, so it looks like she's going to play hardball. Our next hope is basically, I'm just going to hold square and hope she goes for an aggressive attack as opposed to just like warping back on screen. Like I said, it can be a 2-minute, 45-second fight. It can be a 5-minute fight. At this point, it's out of my hands. There's nothing I can do.
I love RNG.
There it is. Okay, so she's going to go into a vulnerable state. Knowing where her HP bar is, I'm just going to kind of bring this down as much as I can. And then I'm going to cast this magic. It's going to do way more than enough damage to swap to Prompto. So I'm just going to stay on the fire for a very specific reason, and that's movement. See, there's L2. I just kind of held that menu open. You're supposed to have Trigger Happy show up. It's the full tech bar. For some reason, I don't have access to it. I don't know why. I could not tell you why. The game just hates me. So instead, we're just going to swap over to the submachine gun here and just kind of roll it out. If you just hit R1, it gets kind of close to where she's at, and you just kind of roll it over. Circle, triangle, 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 skip cutscene. You can actually skip the cutscene way earlier than you think. Literally at the same moment that you make these final QuickTime inputs, 1, 2, 3, you can skip it right there. And I'm just going to mash triangle through here because there's a little bit of dialogue, and because I left Noctis with magic selected, he's just going to warp strike with magic, which is a very short distance but incredibly controllable, which is great for these tight hallways. I'm just going to warp strike right into the next fight. This fight is easy. This is Mystic. He is weak to fire. We cast our magic and we swap over to Ignis, and Ignis comes default with fire damage. So what I'm going to do is just sit here. I'm going to open up my phone, check Discord and check Twitter, and just basically hold the circle button. Nothing really to be done here. Unless Ignis does some shenanigans like that. Excellent. So our total clarity bar is full up, which is what I want to do. Square, square, circle, circle, and then 2 cutscene skips. I'm going to...
Dot.
Yep. So the next phase of this can be a little bit weird. We kind of have to play it by ear, just based on what he decides to do. The first steps are the same. We're doing the same thing. It looks like he's gonna warp around, which is unfortunate. So if he stays on the ground like he did, we're in good shape. So he's not doing his warp away attack, which is totally fine. I'm gonna get our damage up to 3.6, 3.7, and that should literally wipe Mystic right there. So that was a very quick and honestly perfect phase 2.
Yeah.
Square,
again,
triangle, circle, circle, skip cutscene.
If you're not as lucky and you don't get these like perfect fights, just keep powering through.
I've put 4,000 hours into this game, and I have lost more time and easy, simple fights that have gone perfect literally every time except the one time I do it in front of people. You know, it just is what it is. Don't get mad. Take it as a learning opportunity. You'll chuckle about it later. I promise. If you're not having fun, don't speedrun. You're just going to make yourself miserable. I've done well. All right, next thing we're going to set up for is pretty interesting. Yo, thanks, CSGO. So we're going to set up for Arden Skip. I'm going to go to Ascension. We're going to grab the last ability. It's Point Blank Warp Strike, which means, here, I'll kind of focus on it. Critical hit when warp striking at close range. So basically, if you're right in front of a target, it's going to do pretty much almost max damage, almost every time. Our gear is going to swap out. I have this Blizzara. We're going to swap Trident for Ragnarok. We're going to keep everything the same.
I always hated this room.
And then we're just going to kind of mash through this. I can skip this cutscene. I can't skip it 90%. I can skip this cutscene.
Yeah, but...
yeah,
hold on a second.
You can skip this cutscene.
Oh, Noct. How I have waited for this.
Yeah.
Longer than you can ever know.
Dude, stick with me.
Oh.
So I'll go over the setup for this because it is rather strange.
You can take whichever you like.
Any Elden Ring fans or speedrunners or no-hit runners or enthusiasts in the chat? Because I'm gonna use an Elden Ring experience.
Yeah.
Is it Evil Doctor Who again? No. This category normally only takes me 4 hours, to be honest. It's like 4 hours and a handful of minutes. So we're gonna go fight Arden. I'm gonna open this fight with a Blizzara, and then we're just gonna do warp strikes. The way Arden works in this game is this final boss fight technically has 3 phases. Now, phase 1 and phase 2 are 2 separate health bars, but they're both active. So what we're going to end up doing is draining phase 1 and then start draining phase 2. Kind of similar to like the Godskin duo fight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deplete the first health bar. It's going to load back up immediately, and you'll see it like we'll get Arden down to like a quarter health, and then you'll just see his health bar shoot back up to about 2/3. And I'm going to drain it again, but leave like just a little bit of health hanging on. We're going to set up a glitch, hopefully. Sorry, sometimes he's a little bit too quick and initiates the cutscene before I can set it up. But it's technically a glitch, but like because it's honestly so ridiculously late in the game and it can happen accidentally if you're not paying attention, we don't really count it as glitchless. But it's called extended damage storage. So for some reason in particular, the way this fight is scripted, it carries over certain information from each of the phases. Now, if we leave phase 1 and our last warp strike is on a damage multiplier of like 2.5, when we start phase 2, for some reason that carries over. And we use that to our advantage. But our main goal here is it's not really a skip, but what it does is we spend more time in phase 1 and have a shorter time with higher damage in phase 2 to immediately skip to phase 3. Because you can actually lose this run if Arden is super aggressive. Like normally I don't bring Phoenix Downs because it's just a waste of time to menu to get to them. And if I have to use a Phoenix Down at this point in the run, I've already lost more time than I can ever salvage back, and it's not going to be a PB. As a new runner, do what I did. I bought like 5 Phoenix Downs just in case things go wrong here. If you get KO'd, just use a Phoenix Down, pop back up, hang in for the long grind. We'll probably pause at the phase transition so I can explain the second part of the fight. But like I said, we're going to roll in here. I'm going to cast this Blizzara, swap over to Ragnarok, and immediately start warp striking. You're going to keep an eye on my MP bar. Okay, down to 11. I'm going to take this Magitech booster. Perfect. We're going to hit this muscle stim and then just keep going. So we're going to keep an eye on that HP bar. It just refilled right there. If you notice, it was almost at the end. Now it's full back up. So I'm just going to keep plowing into him. He might actually warp away, which is another sign that you've hit the damage threshold. Okay, right now I'm going to warp away and hit him again. So you could get 1 extra warp strike in there, but the next thing we're going to do is, for some reason, Arden's mechanics are a little wonky, as are the games. You can actually, much like the, very similar to the Leviathan fight, we're actually going to hold backwards and warp strike, which will send our weapons, but not us, at Arden and kind of stun lock him. He can get close to us. He can do damage to you. For some reason, Exosuit works in the first phase, but not in the second, or, well, not in the second phase for whatever reason. So we're just going to do that. But do notice the damage and notice that he spawns in instead of a full or a half health bar. He just has like that little sliver we left. And you'll notice that our damage multiplier is not 1. It's probably like 2, 3. Yeah, 2, 3. So it's only going to take 3 hits to get through it. So now
sometimes when you go to do that glitch, you'll still end up with like a 1.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. Don't feel bad.
Yeah.
You'll do everything right, and it'll still do that because.
Again, yeah, just enjoy it. You made it through a full run. Congratulations. I am proud of you.
Yep.
All right.
Same.
This is the last bit of RNG you can't control. Right at the end of the fight. I'm so glad any percent doesn't have RNG anymore. At the end of the fight, I would just absolutely cry getting soft locked. We're just gonna basically attack Arden. That's it. And unfortunately for me, he decided to fall down, so that's a time loss that I can't control. No crits, but coming up on time, the timer ends on the input after the shield, which would be right about now. That's it. You've completed a Final Fantasy 15 speedrun. Now you get a really dope cutscene at the end. Oh, remind me to change my settings back before I close everything out for the night or any percent shenanigans. But yeah, that's it. That's all. Got any questions, concerns?
Now it is over, Majesty. What?
Anybody who's missed the beginning when we were talking about timing, who's now like, but wait, there's one more input, isn't there? Yeah, you don't have to hit
automatically hits it.
Continue
thankfully.
on its own.
You can rest in
I do, so the any percent is incredibly glitched, and we don't actually do, like, any of that fight properly, per se. But if you haven't seen the pure any percent run, just know that you get 2 sets of your party showing up in this screen and core in the background doing circles and attacking invisible things. And 2 Noctises. It's rather odd. That's how broken it is. But this is glitchless. I think if you have the time to put into it and you want to learn the run, by all means, reach out to me, reach out to the community. The Discord's kind of quiet. A lot of people just, life happens or have moved on to other runs. I'm kind of like the old man that keeps the lights on at the Motel 6. But I'm always around if you have questions. If you can't get an answer from me in the Discord, just ping me or just track me down, or Alfina. I stream every day. I'm easy to find. My socials are literally Kio's Little Monster everywhere. If you want to take a look at this VOD, I'm sure this will be up at some point on the GDQ channel. I have a slightly older version of my tutorial. It doesn't have the new chapter 7 stuff in it, but like I would not recommend that if it's your yes, it is Tom Bodette. If it's your first time, I wouldn't recommend like breaking your stones over that one. But I know that is broken down, time-stamped by chapter. You might see a few deviations, but it's available. I think it's also, as Church posted on the leaderboard. It's under the resources guide, I think, or resources or guides, one of the two.
And then it'll be this one up on the GDQ YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be there.
Guides. And yeah, it's going to be uploaded, whatever, we're Tuesday, it should be uploaded Saturday, if I did my math right. Yeah, Saturday
in the park. There you go, you have another musical reference.
You're full of them.
Mm-hmm. I just still think I'm so used to seeing this scene with like the boys turning around, and then it does this long shot, and then there's another set of the boys plus Core spinning around in circles, and Noctis is also with the front group of the boys. Like, the any percent run is wild. If you love glitches and want to just try something absolutely wacky, check the any percent tutorial. It's only an hour-ish. But
it'll take you a little bit longer to learn the initial, but
yeah, it'll take a few weeks to learn. You will practice, you will suffer, but at the end, like it's one of those really cool party tricks you can whip out. Like if you're like, I don't know, someone brings up 15, you're like, yeah, check this out. Just like wander around out of bounds. And like, what? Yo.
I love you all. Luna.
I don't think they did.
Dad.
Because at the ending scene, it's the world returns to normal. They've survived this long. I don't think this is the end.
Kings of Lucis. Come to me.
Well, thank you so much, Ghost and Arfina, for and teaching the run. This feels, pretty straightforward, all things considered. Obviously,
it really is.
Mm-hmm. It's honestly, there's. I don't know how to describe it other than this. This is a 4-hour run where realistically only half of it really matters because of just like the driving scenes, the auto scrollers. Like it's a 2-hour speed run jammed in a 4-hour box. So like getting your time better just really comes down to understanding enemy movement, how you tackle fights, and just getting really comfortable with movement and menuing. Like it's one of those, it's a great intro to speedrunning.
Yeah, and like one of the things I stress a lot is like you need to find a game that you like to play. So if this is a game you like to play, this seems to be like, this would be a pretty easy one to pick up to get into speedrunning.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
something we didn't necessarily mention. I mean, obviously, eventually you're gonna want to start doing them in a full segment. But like for these longer RPGs, you can just like do a few chapters at a time, and then eventually you can string those together, right?
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, there's honestly a break point like every hour of the run, especially if you're like me, you have a small bladder or you drink way too much tea, or like maybe your hands aren't good, you got like a bad wrist, or you can't sit for that long, or you just, life gets in the way and you can only put like an hour aside a day. There are like really good natural stopping points where you can save and then pick back up. And to be honest, the only thing to be leery of is just like, yeah, your exosuit's going to recharge, so don't lollygag because you might, run out if you're too slow initially. But even then, just like the way this is routed, like you saw how many healing items and restorative items I had left at the end of the run, and I was being like a little bit cautious. Like if you go full bore, like you can really honestly roll into the final fight with 25, 30 elixirs, 10 Phoenix downs. Like you're gonna get through it unless you're really just intentionally trying to mess up.
Yeah,
I would point out to anybody that and yes, I did the RNG heavy category because that's me, but I would finish this run. It took me, I think, my 5th try at it before I had my exosuit at Arden. I regularly would lose my exosuit going into this last chapter. You can do it. It's not going to be the easiest, but you can do it. There's definitely a way to still get through this run. As technical as some parts are, it is also probably in some ways also one of the most forgiving runs as far as can you get through it. Remember, the better times, those come later. Finish the run first.
Absolutely. That's like one of the most important things is like just finish your runs. Worry about being competitive after you've gotten completed runs.
Yeah. Just try to do better than last time.
Do either of you have
Yeah.
anything else you kind of want to add or anything?
Yeah, as Nikki said, there are also a few places where you could get away without using the exosuit to save it for later if you're really kind of nervous about it. One of them being the train section. Technically, I lose like 2 minutes of exosuit, but you saw if you set that upright, or even if you just go to the back of the train, you can just warp strike those 2 gargoyles and save yourself an extra 2 minutes of exosuit, which is really nice if you're like super nervous about it. I just did it to show that you can do it and, you know, get up and go away if you want to.
Yep.
Steady.
Awesome.
And if you're getting stuck anywhere, there's a lot of people that used to run this game that don't anymore, or even Keo who will never leave this game.
You say that, but the Final Fantasy series relay is coming up. There will be at least 3 people running this game.
This is true. But you can get most of us, you know, even me with my horrible time up there, or Ewan, who I don't think has a time on the leaderboard. Usually a lot of us are willing to sit down and take a look at your run and go, this is where your biggest time save is. Or if you do this, it'll make that section that you're having trouble with safer.
I think Vane from my community, she picked it up and did like 2 or 3 runs and ended up with like a 4:30 time for Royal Edition without a lot of work, and that's a pretty respectable time. You know, it's definitely there. Keep an eye out for the series relay, which is in like a month on Limit Break. If you're interested in Final Fantasy speedruns, you're gonna see pretty much a lot of the well-respected and enjoyable members of the community throwing down pretty much most of the mainline series Final Fantasy runs.
What the hell is this so hard?
Awesome. And again, thank you both so much for being on, for teaching the game. It's awesome to have, you know, people who are very passionate about their games come on and teach. So I really appreciate both of you being here.
Still.
Yeah.
Knowing this is it.
With all that said, again, unless you have anything else you want to kind of close out with.
You want to go first, Alfina?
Nope.
Do you want to go at all?
Nope.
It's
typical.
More than I can take.
I need to find something to talk about long enough to make everyone cry at the ending scene. Well, if you want to follow Alfina, they are a terrific friend, community member, community manager, speedrunner, content creator. Whenever they stream, you can find them at Alfina. Me, I stream every day. Just is what I do. 15 is something I'll probably continue to run and put down for a little bit, and kind of like a fart in an old sofa, I'll sit back down on it. It'll kind of reappear like magic, and we'll be stuck with it again for a little bit. But yeah, do not be intimidated by speedruns. Come in, have fun with it. Sure, there are leaderboards, but your contributions to the community, your experiences with the game, and
what can I say?
Being a part of a community is not tied in any way, shape, or form to what your position is on the leaderboard at all. And you should never be, you know, worried about, oh, what if my time's not good enough? Just do it. Have fun with it. Say you want to run a different category that's not on the leaderboard, you can still run it. Who cares? Have fun. Speedrunning's about fun and community.
Be proud of your last place time.
Yeah, collect it like a badge. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter, Discord, Twitch, all at Keo's Little Monster. Oh god, that was awful. That was the worst flavor I've ever put in my mouth. But otherwise, be kind, rewind, tell those you love they matter, and hey, I'm sure we'll be back next year for some other wild 15 concoction I've resurrected Neck Road. Also, Rich is cute. Yeah.
All right. That's the end of the cutscene?
Yep.
Excellent. Making sure. I was gonna try and vamp for you if you needed more time.
Oh, no, I'm good.
All right. Well, again, thank you both so much, and thank you everybody for tuning in to watch. We don't have anything else left for you tonight, but tomorrow we are going to be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. We've got Aimbot in its new slot, and then afterwards it's going to be Speedruns from the Crypt. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.